Helps to unmute myself, doesn't it? Well, hello everybody, and welcome to our lucky number 7, International Day, and our 7th SOFA Summit. Full disclosure, I'm on all in my fields today, so, there might be a tear or two shed today, which sometimes happens on International Tea Day. So welcome to every single one of you who are joining. I'm, as always, so excited and energized for the big day that we have ahead of us. As some of you, I hope most of you, I hope all of you know, International Tea Day was declared by the United Nations General Assembly, a pledge, a proposal, whatever you want to call it, that was put forward by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization Intergovernmental Group on Tea, just rolls off your tongue, the FAO-IGG, that the tea industry is involved with and embraces and operates within. The proposal was put forward to the General Assembly and it was accepted by a resolution in 2019. And as luck would have it, the very first International Tea Day happened on May 21st of 2020. And if memory serves you all correctly, you'll know what was happening at that time. And out of necessity, this SOFA Summit was born and has continued ever since. It was an idea that started on, I think, a Monday or a Tuesday. I sent out messages to friends within the industry, and within hours, I had everybody I had sent messages to gladly accept to be part of this celebration. And since then, I have been incredibly lucky to host some amazing, amazing people that have joined me on my virtual sofa. As you can see, I am on the virtual sofa today. I'll also tell you that today's just real. And there's obviously a lot of planning that goes into everything that happens today, but it's also very real because A, it's live, which means anything can happen. And B, I am in my home. I am on my sofa. I'm not in a studio. I have 2, not 1, but 2 fabulous dogs with me, and my mom helping out to feed and nourish and take care of dogs. So, like I said, I welcome each and every one of you. Go into the chat. I will try my best to keep an eye on what's happening in the chat. I can't always because I have my fabulous guests to pay attention to. But please chat with each other and tell us where you're from, where you're dialing in from today, where in the world you are. And I know we've got UK in the room and India in the room, I see at the moment. So with that, I'm going to welcome so gladly and happily my very, very first guest. Before I do that, though, I should just draw your attention to what International Tea Day is about. It's about the celebration of tea, as the name would suggest. And last year, this year, next year, we are celebrating Farmed with Care. And we are really celebrating what it takes to get tea from where it grows to our cups at the end of the day. And it's really just our attempt to shine a light on the incredible work that happens from the moment that leaf grows, what it takes to nurture that leaf, and all of the steps and the process within, because tea does not come in a box or tin on your grocery store shelf. There are a lot of hands that touch it along the way, and that is what we are celebrating today. So with that, I am very, very pleased to introduce my first guest today, Shaibal Dutt. Hello, Shaibal. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's great to see you, and thank you for having me over.
Well, I thank you for making the time. For those of you that don't know you, let me give a brief intro. Shaibal is the managing director and CEO of Goodricke Group Limited, and you are dialing in from India this morning. Is that right?
That's right. That's right.
So rather than me tell people about you, why don't you tell people about you?
Yeah, so I'm really not sure how much time we have, because if I start talking about my life in tea, this is my 34th year in the tea industry.
Wow.
So I started off rather early. I was straight out of college, and one of my friends whose parents were associated with the tea industry, he suggested that this kind of life would be suitable to me, and I decided to take a plunge without really giving it much thought. So I joined when I was 20, all of 20 years old.
Wow.
Uh, and what is more interesting or surprising to some people is I still work for the same company that I joined as a 20-year-old. So I joined one of the estates, Goodricke's estates, in the northeast part of India, as a assistant manager. So the first 15 years of my life, I worked in the estates, learning tea cultivation and manufacture. Thereafter, Goodricke has its own range of branded teas. So I worked in that division for the next decade or so. I headed national sales. For a couple of years, I was a brand manager as well. And then the next 10 odd years, I was once again part of the production side of the business. I was overseeing the operations of a few of our estates, and last year uh, I was appointed managing director and CEO of the group that I had joined as a 20-year-old. So a long career already spent, but I would imagine I have some more miles before I finally hang up my boots and go to sleep.
Well, Shaibal, you are a spring chicken, is what I'm going to say. And I'll tell you why I say that, because my math calculates that you and I are the exact same age.
Okay.
And so I still have a lot of runway in me. So I
Okay.
suspect that you do as well. So, for those of you watching, who I invite to Sofa Summit is actually curated. There's a lot of thought that goes into who gets invited based on my theme and what we're going to focus on. So, really, I think everything that you've just said should show to everybody why you are my guest today, my first guest today. Because as I said at the top, Shaibal, what we're celebrating and what I really want people to understand and what we are doing through our social channels, et cetera, at Canadian Association, US Association, UK Association. Sharon is on watching right now as well. Italy, Sri Lanka, India, Kenya, et cetera, et cetera. What we're all doing is we're celebrating this concept of farmed with care and this idea of really demonstrating to people where tea comes from. And you, sir, have obviously been at every part of that supply chain, intimately involved with it all. So can you tell me what is the greatest misunderstanding that you think exists out there about tea production? Because sometimes, us in the tea industry, we're in it every single day, and we assume that everybody knows about tea, everybody knows how it's produced. So you tell me, what do you think is the biggest misunderstanding about tea production?
So having been in the production side and being on the other side of the fence as well, I mean, how it is packaged and retailed and then consumed, I would think that there are several misunderstandings. the consumer is generally not very well informed.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were to rate the top two or three misunderstandings, what I find is generally the consumer perceives that the quality of the tea to the factory where it is produced, or the brand that has its name.
Mm-hmm.
uh, Generally, tea is not produced in the factory. It is I would not even say it is produced in the field. It is produced by nature. The first step to the quality of tea is nature, and thereafter comes the human element, where the millions of people who are associated with not only plucking is the final activity of getting the leaf out of the bush.
Right.
But there are several other activities which culminate into plucking, which I cannot obviously describe here due to paucity of time. But teas are actually made in the field. What the factory does is only preserves the quality that is made in the field. So that, I think, is a misunderstanding. Uh, the second misunderstanding, and I will wear my planter's hat when I say this,
Mm-hmm.
is associated with the price of tea.
Right.
uh, when consumers talk of price of tea, or the way the price of tea is conveyed or spoken of in the trade, it is generally referred to as a price per kilogram of tea,
Right.
which I think is, I won't say it's a misunderstanding, but it leads to a misunderstanding. But I think it should be perceived as price per cup. And why I say this is, even if you evaluate the most expensive tea costing hundreds of dollars, if you back calculate that to the price per cup,
Yeah.
any type of tea would give you around 200 to 500 cups for a kilogram.
Yeah.
So any person in this world can afford to drink the most expensive of teas.
Yeah.
So I think that is one misunderstanding which if cleared would serve all parts of the value chain. That I think is a misunderstanding worth clearing. I mean,
Yeah.
I have faced that so many times as a retailer when
Yeah.
approaching retail shops.
Yeah.
And if that is cleared, it would help the entire
Yeah.
tea industry. Yeah.
I think that's a really, really, I mean, you said a couple of really interesting things. I'll start with the first one, and that's that, tea doesn't happen in production and plucking, although they're all very important. But, that it actually happens in the field. And Michael Harney in the US, you might know Harney and Sons. And
Yes.
I don't know if this is Mike's quote or his father, John's quote. I'm sure Mike will correct me if I'm wrong. But he talks about the leaf in the cup is really sunshine.
Hmm.
What you're drinking is sunshine. It's
Yes.
it's
Yes.
the it's the sun, it's the nature, it's everything that sort of comes in. And my apologies, Mike, if you're listening, because I totally butchered what you say, but the concept is correct. So I think that that's a really, really important point. The other, though, is this idea of price per cup. So some of you watching may or may not know, Shaibal, you may or may not know, before the current life that I have in tea, I was a shop owner. So I was in the retail business. I did it for 18 years, and I had half a dozen retail shops in and around the Toronto area. And we sold tea by the gram. And we would have, everything from your everyday teas to some of the most exotic, rare, first flush Darjeelings that only small batches are made from, that we would sell for $120 per 100 grams. And I remember, and this was 10 years ago. And I remember customers saying, "Oh my God, that's so expensive." But I would do the math exactly as you just did, Shaibal. And if you do the math on that, it's still pennies a cup,
Yes, yes,
right? On the most expensive, on the most exotic, on the
yes, yes,
most, right?
yes.
And that
But
that
when you,
education is missing.
yes, that when you translate it into a per kg, it's like, I
Yes,
cannot afford it.
exactly.
But you would happily drink a sugar soda
Yes.
twice that cost, and not even bat an eyelid. So
Yeah.
that, I think, that misunderstanding needs to change.
So how do you think we can do that? How do we make that shift for the consumer? Because the consumer is purchasing, I don't know, they're purchasing it. I mean, they're not purchasing per kilo for the most part, right? But how do we communicate that? And responsibility lies everywhere. So I'm going to say, how do we as an association, how do we communicate that?
I think if this question is put to a creative agency, they would figure it out.
Yeah.
But in a way, you answered it yourself when you said you quoted the price per gram.
Yes,
So generally 2 or 3 grams would make a cup of tea. So
exactly.
if you can translate it into per gram, or in a way per cup,
Yeah.
then that solves your problem. But to make that shift, will have to be done by some clever marketing, which, so I'm sure the marketing folks can figure this one out.
All right. Sounds like you've just challenged all of the marketing people in the industry. So we shall follow up on that one.
Yeah.
So you know, price of tea, the cost of tea, the value of tea. These are sort of all of the words that we put around, on basically the same concept, right? It
Yes.
is tea is the second most consumed beverage in the world after water. There was a time when this industry used to talk about tea being the cheapest beverage in the world after water. And I cannot tell you how often that would make the hair on the back of my neck stand up, because it is the worst way to describe our product as a cheap product. That's, it's about undervaluing ourselves, right? But all of this is connected with, if we continue to do that, how do we maintain a sustainable industry, right? How do you maintain longevity, sustainability, equity, um, you know, within undervaluing your own product. So, can you talk to us a little bit about Goodricke specifically, and sustainability?
So I think I'd like to start, by saying that generally sustainability is a term which is talked about very often in the past few years. But generally it's referred to in terms of economic, I'm sorry, in terms of environmental or
Hmm.
social. It's a term which people like to use uh, to stay relevant. uh, so we have always been a very, very compliant group,
Hmm.
right from the start. In fact, Goodricke was founded on the principle that the company belongs to its employees. That was the starting point. So that itself led to a lot of things which ensured the sustainability which people generally talk about, which is caring for your people, caring for your environment, caring for the communities which are associated with the business. That is the core principle on which Goodricke was founded. So we really did not have to, make a change when these terms became, popular. We were doing that for ages.
Right.
What we are having to worry about now is a very, very basic form of sustainability, which is economic sustainability. If we can remain sustainable economically, all of the rest we can take care of. So that economic sustainability is falling under stress because a major part of our business is production. We are farmers,
Yeah.
and being farmers, we are at the bottom end of the value chain. So for the last few years, we have been under some stress.
Yeah.
Uh, but we have put some steps in motion. We are trying to restructure the business a bit so that we are less reliant on our production side. Thankfully, over the years, we have had built some separate verticals like branded tea uh, and we have instant tea and a few other verticals. So we want to just play around with the percentage of business share of the overall Goodricke pie,
Hmm.
and I think we are already seeing some results. We will continue to be tea farmers for a very, very long time, but we just need to rejig the percentage a bit, and
Hmm.
we will be economically sustainable for a long, long time. That is what I do believe. Yeah.
It's a really powerful thing that you just said, and I hope that everybody really, if you don't sort of absorb it right now, think about it. Because you're right. When we talk about sustainability, it is always, without exception, environmental and people. And they're important. I'm not suggesting that they're not. They absolutely are. But none of that can happen without economic sustainability,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
All of these things require resources, and resources is just another fancy name for money.
Yes.
Um,
Yes. Absolutely.
that's what it is. Let's just be absolutely honest and clear about that, right? I think sometimes we don't like to just be honest and clear in our language. And without economic sustainability, and that means being financially healthy, you can't pay for, you know, carbon work. You can't pay for deforestation, or not deforestation. You can't, all of the things. I don't want to start listing them all because I'll forget something and somebody will get mad at me. But none of that happens without the economic sustainability. And the other thing that you said, and maybe that's another piece where we need to change our language. Language is so important. You say that as a producer, you are the bottom of the supply chain. But the reality is that without a producer, we have no supply chain.
Yes.
And
That is a truth, but unfortunately, everyone else does not see that
I
that
know,
way.
I
Yeah.
know. But it goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago about, changing our language, changing for the consumer kilo versus per cup, right? So perhaps this is another language shift that we need within the industry for ourselves, right? That to stop talking about producers as the bottom of the supply chain, because like I said, without you, we have no supply chain. So should we actually be talking about producers as being at the top of the supply chain, right? You are really fundamentally the most important part of the supply chain. If you don't exist, the next stage doesn't exist, right? And instead of going, instead of talking about the supply chain in this way, we should be talking about it in this way, right? I don't know. Maybe it's a language shift we need to make. It's just a thought I'm throwing out into the universe for people to think about, you know?
Yes, yes. But I would think that that is a more difficult ask than you know changing that from the kilogram to a per cup. That is a big ask.
I think they're both big asks, Shaibal, but let me tell you something. There's something that I always say during Sofa Summit, and it's a quote by Edward Everett Hale. I am only one, but I am one. I cannot do everything, but I can do something. And I will
Okay,
not let what I cannot do interfere with what I can do.
okay.
So I will take on that challenge, and I challenge everybody else who's watching right now. I've got Kenya in the room, I've got Argentina in the room, and I've got UK in the chat. At least there are plenty more people watching. I can see that. But I throw that challenge out to the industry because you know what? If we want to do it, we can. Um, I don't want to dispute that it won't be challenging, but you know what? Put a challenge in front of somebody and you should pick it up. Um, are you optimistic about the future of tea? I mean, you've been doing this, as you said, for 34 years.
Yeah, so I see no reason not to be optimistic about tea. I'm extremely optimistic about tea. You've already mentioned it. It is the most popular beverage, second possibly only to water. Uh, it is the I would think it's the most uh, penetrated of beverages. In India, it has 100% penetration. I am not sure about that figure across the world, but I would think it would be, the topmost penetrated beverage. Uh, it is also the world's most healthiest beverage. You cannot
Yep,
dispute that.
yep,
Uh, I would think it is also the most, I won't say the cheapest beverage, but a low costing beverage. It is the beverage which probably has the maximum varieties. You have black, you have green, you have uh, white, blue, you have moonlights, you have muscatels, you have orthodox, CTC, oolong, matcha, tipi clonal, muscatel. I
yep,
mean, the kind of varieties that are in tea, I don't think any other beverage would have those varieties. So with all these strengths, I mean, you really need to, be nothing but optimistic. I mean, it only needs a bit of repositioning in the minds of the customers. It's a beverage you can have throughout the day and not have any health risks, not feel full.
yep,
uh, it just needs to be, I think, repositioned a bit, and it can even beat water as a beverage. That's what I think. And I heard someone say this at one of the conferences I attended, that tea's challenge or competition is not from coffee, it is with water. Tea should be competing with water, not with coffee or any other drink. Uh, the real competition of tea is with water. So I think it is. I'm very optimistic about tea, and when I mentioned I have some miles to go before I sleep, I think uh, that is the reason I said I feel we can do much more
yep.
than the industry has done so far.
I am fully on board with you. I will be the eternal optimist when it comes to this industry, despite all of the challenges that we face every single day. So, Shaibal, I don't know if you have watched any of our previous years of Sofa Summit. If you have, then you know that nobody leaves my sofa without answering one of my Marcel Proust questions. Are you ready?
Okay. Okay, I'm ready, but I have not watched any of yours,
Oh,
unfortunately.
Sorry, say that again. So now we're having technical.
I have not watched your previous
Oh, you
sessions.
haven't watched, so
Yeah,
surprise.
so you'll have to give me some help if I need it.
So Marcel Proust had a confession album. It was a popular parlor game in the 1920s. And
Okay.
he would ask these questions. They're just the personal fun questions. There are no wrong answers here, and it's just our way to get to know you a little bit better.
Okay.
Um, my question to you, Shaibal, is which talent, of all the talents in the world, which talent would you most like to have?
Uh, uh, this is related to tea or
Nope, nope.
uh, I would think I all my life I've really I'm an introvert. Uh, I mean that's that's how I am. But as I got a bit more senior and I had to learn that skill of interacting with people, mobilizing my troops, spending more time with them. I would think I have come a long way from where I started,
Hmm.
but that is one skill I see in people who are very naturally they love being around people,
Right.
and it, or it appears like that. So that is one skill I always feel that if I was born with that talent of being naturally a eloquent speaker, or that I sometimes feel that uh, I that is one skill I should have had. I have to train myself up a lot of times to sort of address gatherings and
Right.
speak to people, and even when I do it later, when I think back, I always feel I could have said it in a different way,
Yes.
or something I missed saying.
Yeah.
I write better than I speak. Yeah.
Okay.
So because I can always rephrase it, and
Right, right, right. Yeah,
so
yeah, 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 yeah.
that is one skill I always felt
Okay.
that I could have done better in that department. Yeah.
Right. Well, let me grab my cup. Sorry, it should have been in my hand. You did very, very remarkably well for somebody who says they can't
Okay. Thank
today.
you.
That's how quickly time goes by, Shaibal. I raise my cup to you on this International Tea Day. I thank you so much for your
Thank
time
you.
today.
I don't have a cup, but I have a bottle, so I'll say cheers to you.
I say cheers to you.
Yeah.
Thank you to you and your team. I have visited Goodricke plantations many, many times, have loved your team, been taken such good care of, slept in the ghost room at Margaret's Hope. I was told it was the ghost room after the fact, by the way, not before the
Okay.
fact.
Okay.
So I thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Thank you for having me over, and we would love to host you once again at our estates.
Oh, I always take up offers. Don't think I
Yes,
won't.
yes,
I'll suddenly show up with a
yes,
suitcase.
yes. And hopefully this time you'll meet Margaret's in at Margaret's house.
Oh, well, she's a friendly ghost though, so yeah,
He's
I
a
wouldn't mind
absolute,
meeting Margaret.
he's a absolutely friendly host.
Thank you so much, Shaibal. Happy International Tea Day.
Same to you. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So, well, there you go. Um, so I said at the top that this is real. This is live. And live means that sometimes the guest on your schedule doesn't show up. And rather than panic, I say, let's just put somebody else up on the screen. And that's going to be, hi, Sharon.
Hello, that was a surprise.
Surprise! Surprise for everybody, including me and you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been doing radio interviews, so I haven't even done my hair.
Well, there you go. How are you?
Yes, I'm very good. Thank you. How are you? Very excited about another Sofa Summit.
Excited about another Sofa Summit. So you were with me at Margaret's Hope. So let's tell everybody who doesn't know about Margaret and the ghost. So the story of Margaret's Hope goes like this. And again, if I misquote everybody, please don't message and email me. I tell the story as I remember it, my version. The essence is correct. So many, many, many moons ago, the estate of Margaret's Hope was owned by an Englishman, and he went with his two daughters one summer to the estate. And his daughter Margaret fell in love with the estate. She felt connected to it and was very, very sad when at the end of the summer she had to return. She swore, however, that she would return one day. And off she went back to England. Unfortunately, Margaret fell ill on her return trip and passed away. And the estate was renamed Margaret's Hope for the hope that she had of one day returning. And it is believed that the ghost of Margaret still roams the estate, and a particular room in the bungalow on the estate where you and I stayed. And then, like I said, I found out after the fact that my room actually was the ghost room. It's an amazing experience, no?
It was absolutely wonderful. I mean, I'm pretty happy we didn't see a ghost, to be fair. But I mean, we've been on a lot of these trips together, Shabnam, and it was really interesting listening to Shaibal there about where tea starts and the whole supply chain. But we have received such wonderful welcomes, haven't we? Wherever we've been, we've really been able to we literally get in amongst the tea, we hug the tea. And I think only by being there and only by experiencing it firsthand can you really develop a more thorough understanding of the challenges that are faced in our supply chains, but also the beauty of the tea. And Margaret's Hope is a particularly beautiful place, isn't it?
It was just an amazing experience. And so I should say to everybody, I just brought you on like everybody, hey, Sharon, come on. So for those of you that don't know Sharon, Sharon Hall is Chief Executive of the UK Tea and Infusions Association. So she is my counterpart on the other side of the world, and my travel partner and my work wife and my sister and all of that other wonderful stuff. We often travel together, and we are such good travel buddies that we actually insist on sharing rooms with each other. That's how close we are in our friendship. And that started because Sharon and I actually started our jobs. And I don't believe in accidents. I really, really don't. I think the universe put us together when we needed to. So Sharon and I started our jobs at the exact same time. So I took over the Tea and Herbal Association of Canada at the exact same time that Sharon took over the UK. So my question to you, Sharon, is this. Coming into the industry, think back to June of 2018 and fast forward now to May of 2026 and the places that you visited and the people that you've met. What has that time changed for you in how you experience tea?
It's a really great question. And I should just say on the room sharing thing, there's never enough time for us to finish our conversations, is there?
That's
so we
why.
need that added time as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. Before I came into this industry, I was probably like those consumers that Shaibal talked about. I didn't really have a good understanding of tea. I would go as far as to say I took it for granted. It was always part of my life. We were given tea from a very young age. Growing up in the 70s, I probably had my first cup of tea at the age of 4. So it had always been part of my life, but didn't really think about it. I didn't really think about where it came from, what it took to grow that tea. You know, I didn't understand how many different teas there were. And these last, well, getting close to our decade, aren't we? These last few years have really been an education. And yes, I've learned about tea, and I've understood how it's produced and how the many different teas come from that same amazing Camellia sinensis tea bush. But what you also develop is that deep love and deep connection. And part of what we have been talking about in the run-up to International Tea Day is the ability of tea to connect people across, you know, across the world, across different cultures, or just people that you know when they're having a hard time. Tea plays that fundamental role as a connector, and I think that is absolutely beautiful.
It's, you know, it's one of those, I mean, I've said this before, I don't see the milk industry sitting and waxing poetic about milk. I mean, I could be wrong. I haven't been to a milk conference. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I can tell you I've been to coffee conferences, and I can tell you that the coffee industry doesn't sit and wax poetic about the coffee industry, and yet tea does. There's something, I don't know what it is, but there's something really special about this beverage. And then the other piece is, once you're in, you never get out, right? Because you're bitten, and that's that. And you know, your life has changed forever. Are you
Yeah.
optimistic about the future of tea?
I always try to be optimistic, definitely. And I should say, I'm not trying to find a way out. I'm quite happy to be stuck in it. Really feel very privileged to have the job that I have. I am optimistic about tea because I think we as an industry we're really resilient, and we have a lot of challenges. And what, you know, our special character is that we do all work together. We collaborate, or many of us do, to try and face those challenges. You and I work a lot at the regulatory forefront. It's not the sexiest of topics, but it is the one that probably causes the industry the most challenges. And going back to how you develop that deep love for tea, I think if we could take those regulators, we've said it many times, and just get them to stand on a tea estate and to see the conditions that the tea is grown in and the environment, we think that they would probably make much more pragmatic regulation. And I feel that's something as an industry we should think about doing.
Kidnap them? That's what I heard.
Well, I think you and I could put together a good plan.
We should actually talk about seeing if we can put together like a trade mission or something like that. 100%. Not a trade mission, but you like the opposite of a trade mission. Rather than taking business, you take regulators over. There's something. There's something to think about. Everybody in producing countries that is listening right now, or you know, let's have a think about that. Let's have a think about how to pull together a couple of regulators from our various countries and hosting them at, you know, in a couple of different tea countries.
I think it's a great idea, and particularly, you know, at the moment for the European market, because many people will likely know that the EU and the UK are talking about realignment on certain regulations. And I think it would be very useful for some of those government stakeholders to come and understand much more about how tea is produced and the challenges that we face. So yeah, absolutely. And I can see comments coming through. Is that from Jem?
You know what, Jem? Because when hi, Jem.
Hey, Jem.
Hi.
Hi.
Because you know what, when I have so for those of you watching, this is what happens when things go live. I need to have my backups. So Jem McDowall is VP of Trading at Universal Commodities in New York.
Good afternoon, wherever you are.
Yes. And full disclosure for those of you that don't know, my spirit sister is in the top corner and my husband is at the bottom there. So Jem and I are married. Did you want to add to what you just put in the chat?
Yeah, I was reflecting on what Mr. Dutt said, and Sharon just there about regulators and about tea being at the top of the supply chain, and tea producers being at the top of the supply chain. And I think you are at the top of somewhere when you have control. And I think tea production has lost control of the product, the knowledge, that is diluted all the way down the chain. And when you look at a lot of not all, but a lot of markets and people involved who are touching the products, really the level of knowledge is pretty poor.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'm being a little bit over critical there, but I think as an industry we need to deepen our knowledge from top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And then from a regulator point of view, quite frank, I'm a little bit reactionary anarchist on that. Nobody should be allowed to make policy decisions unless they really have knowledge of the industry. I mean, it's one thing for people from an outside view, but really we've seen over the past 40 years in my tea lifetime an awful lot of decisions which in 2020 hindsight you think, what were you thinking?
Yeah.
And maybe that's a brutal way to start off the morning, but I woke up with a headache, so.
Oh dear. I mean, I think it's really important, isn't it, Jem? A lot of these policies are driven by politics. They're not necessarily driven
absolutely.
by pragmatic agricultural or horticultural production needs. And the need for food and drink to move around the world is not always the primary underpinning for these new policies.
No.
So.
And let me be clear as well, the intent is always good. There's no malign intent here, but the consequences of the actions and the ripple effects, I think, just need, whoa, hold on a second, let's just think this one out a little bit, so that, I mean, perhaps that would mean we'd never get any policies or regulations. And I think there's an awful lot of people would be quite happy with that,
I'm gonna say though that from a pure regulatory side, and we're talking about government regulators right now, right? We're not talking about NGOs. We're talking about government regulators. I think that I come from a place, sort of fundamentally, that these are human beings, these are people, and you don't know what you don't know, right? And decisions are being made based on information that somebody, a person, has in front of them, and they're making a regulatory decision that affects many, 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 many different products coming into a country. And they're designed for the safety of the consumers and citizens of that country, and rightfully so. But that piece that Sharon mentioned earlier, that pragmatism is missed. So nobody's talking about becoming cavalier about regulations.
Absolutely not.
Goodness,
Absolutely
Nobody
not.
in the industry is.
No.
And to suggest that also would suggest that the industry is coming at it with ill intent, and that's not the case either. I really don't believe that most people come at things with ill intent. I just don't. I could be wrong about that.
Absolutely.
But I think that this idea of how do we get people to see it? I mean, Sharon and I have stood in Darjeeling, for example, on steep hills, truly this steep, where people are plucking, and we're thinking, if our regulators could see how it is that people are plucking, they would understand the consequences of some of the things that they're asking these people on these hills to do, which is, quite frankly, impossible.
Yeah,
literally
imagine the health
impossible.
and safety people getting involved in that.
Well,
shush, Jem. But I think it's that imposition of absolutely, when it comes to human safety, we're absolutely not being cavalier about those regulations. But I think in some of these regulations, it's the imposition of environmental context. So blanket environmental context. If you're sitting in a consuming country and you're trying to, as you say, Shabnam, with the best intent, trying to improve, reduce the impact we're having on the environment, but imposing that same context to different growing systems around the world, instead of taking into consideration how they differ, I think that's when the challenges are created. Well, I know it is.
I think there's a couple more points as well, is that just on like the overarching policy decisions, a lot of it's based on myth. That there are mythical facts out there which actually don't bear any relation to reality. I could list off a few, but don't think this is the time or the place. So that goes down with the education of familiarity, the actual bringing in of real expertise from participants in the industry. And then there's one other thing as well. And then there's the imposition particularly from Western countries, of so-called Western standards on regions of the world where it's either inappropriate or it's a top-down management situation. And I think we need to be better in the world of participatory and joint decision-making of how things work for the people who are really having to enact policy. And I think the effectiveness of a lot of programs and legislation and regulation is diluted by the fact that it's, well, you must do this because we say so, or you can't sell into our market. And perhaps that's a little bit of a blunt instrument simplification, but I think to a large extent that's how people feel in the tea origins. You know, that's how it's taken, and if that's how it's perceived, then we need to change the messaging as well.
But I think more positively, we were going back to if we could take regulators and put them in a tea estate. I think what we've seen in the run up to International Tea Day, and I want to give a shout out to Shabnam here, Shabnam and her colleagues in Sri Lanka who created this fantastic campaign and shared all the resources with everyone. And I think this year, Shabnam, it's been better than ever in terms of more people getting involved and sharing those. And yes, that's been great, and it's all positive messages about the industry, but all those posts have given a bit of a window into the world of the hands that bring us tea. So it's been absolutely brilliant, and I think if we can take anything away from this year, I said at the start, the power of collaboration and the power of all of us speaking with one voice and showing, giving those insights can only help us as an industry. So
100%. And you two do so much work in overcoming those barriers, and I think International Tea Day is something I know you guys were very involved in getting that off the ground. And as I always say, everything in tea takes 5 years. Everything takes 5 years to do, and here we are, International Tea Day. When was it? 2021? Was it sort of
2020 was the first one. I mean, you're delightful to say that it takes 5 years. So we have been
but
banging.
It reflects the growth of the tea bush.
No. Oh, that's the connection. Okay, I get it.
Right.
So
work with me, folks. Work with me.
Yeah, sorry, it's a bit early here. So Sharon, this collaboration and this amplification really of our messaging is, and we bang on about this all the time. It's very easy for us to complain or criticize whatever the things that happen to us from the outside, but there are a lot of things that we don't do within our own industry that could actually help ourselves. And something as simple as amplifying our own voices and each other. This industry is not in competition with itself. We have to remember that, everybody. You are not competing with tea. You're not competing with each other. You're really not. You are competing with everything else that takes up what, in North America, we call share of throat. A consumer can only drink so much in a day. And that share of what that consumer puts down their throat is shared by different beverages. So we're not competing with tea, we're competing with other beverages. So to go back to that collaboration, this year has been amazing. I mean, it's literally actually brought tears to my eyes when I open up my phone and I see Van Rees, sharing, not even sharing. They're not sharing the post. They're actually posting it as their own post.
Yeah.
They have taken ownership of it. You have, Sharon, for UKTIA. James is in the room, International Tea Committee. I know that he has. Upazi has. Tea Board of Sri Lanka has. Italy has. So Gabriella has. I know I'm missing somebody. But
there were lots and lots. My socials were overwhelmed with people talking about tea, which they should be, to be honest.
Mission accomplished.
But it's taken a little while to get real traction, hasn't it?
So, can you imagine what's going to happen in year 10? Jem, you've got a meeting to go to in 3 minutes.
I do. I'm keeping an eye on the clock here.
All right.
So, but I think just picking up on your share of throat, that highlights a little bit what Mr. Dutt was saying about pricing and you were talking about price per cup. Making something cheaper when you're after share of throat doesn't necessarily increase the consumption.
It doesn't. We know that.
Making it better, more attractive, tasting better will do. But I think in the supermarket price wars, we really kind of need to remember that. Anyway, I have to sign off on that happy note.
You do, and he does that right before. No, actually, no. I know your meeting's at 9 o'clock. See, this is what happens when you've got insider information, which means that you have to answer a Proust question. What's your greatest achievement, Jem?
Oh, I'm looking at her.
No.
Oh, sweet.
And on that note, I really have to go.
I think my mother, Vicky, who's over here, would argue that she gets credit for that, my friend.
Solid gold.
Solid gold, baby. Solid gold. All right, I'll talk to you later. Sharon, but you have to answer yours. What's your idea of perfect happiness?
Oh, that is a good one. So many things. Let's say I'm imagining a time when I made a decision to apply for this job. I was in the Himalayan mountains. So being high on a mountain with a flask of tea. There we go.
Love it. Thank you, my friend. Cheers to you. Happy International Tea Day.
Yes, my lovely. I was at the door, so I've got no tea. That's just caught me.
I know. So thank you. I mean, you may end up back here again. Who knows? Hopefully everybody shows up. But
I'm very mobile.
Good. Really, more than that, let me just take a minute to say thank you. Thank you for being my friend more than anything in the world, because we say this often, and you and I both repeat this often, and I see Louise, you're in the room as well, so you understand because you've done this job too. This is a very lonely job, and having somebody who relates and understands and is doing it and going through it at the exact same time has been a lifesaver. And we make each other better through it. So thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
Absolutely. And thanks to you. Happy International Tea Day, Shabnam. Good luck for the rest of the day. Bye.
Thanks. See you later. Bye. Alrighty. Well, that was a glimpse into my dinner table and dinner conversations. So you can see, I mean, we're all very, very passionate about this industry, and that's what this is all about. But some really important concepts that I think can help. I suspect are going to carry on throughout the day, as they often do. It's funny because every year, without it being intentional, a theme pops up. And I have a feeling I know what today's is going to be. Anyways, with that, I am very, very pleased to bring on my next guest, Catrin Abrahamsson-Beynon, and she's going to correct me. Hello? Oh, you're on mute. No?
Now you can hear me, I hope.
Now I can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. First of all, correct how I said your name, please.
No, it was perfect. It's
okay.
Abrahamsson from Abraham, and then Beynon is from my husband. He's from the UK, so I have it from him.
So we share that in common. Well, it's lovely to meet you. It's lovely to have you on my virtual summit Sofa rather, for the first time. Actually, you introduce yourself. I always introduce people, and quite frankly, you do a better job of saying to people who you are than I would. So please do.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm very honored to be here with all these tea experts. I'm also representing a tea plantation today.
Yes. Yep.
So that's Glen Nevis in Sri Lanka, in the Kandy region, because I spent a month traveling to different tea regions in March and April, and Glen Nevis was one of those places. So I've been into tea for 20 years, but Sweden is a very small tea country, and you know, my little tea company has gone through many different phases. I started as a representative and importer of Mighty Leaf tea from the US.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Back in the days. So I worked very closely to Jill and Gary Portman Shinner, and that was a wonderful time. Then their company was sold, and I moved on, and I was creating a tea brand here in Stockholm together with another company. And then I decided to move into my own little tea company again. And so now I'm working in my own company. I have a few brands that I offer to the hospitality industry. And I also, what I really, really like to do is to bring, you know, the stories from the plantations, the true stories and all the hard work and everything. I want to bring that closer to the consumer. So that is what I really have in my heart as my mission when it comes to tea, you know.
So tell us about Glen Nevis, please. So Glen Nevis, as you said, is a tea plantation in Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Yeah. So why don't you tell everybody about Glen Nevis?
Yeah, it's in Digana, in the forest region, not far from the Knuckles, and you have to go there, you know, by a 4-wheel car to get to the plantation. It was actually founded 120 years ago by 2 brothers from Ireland. But at the time when Arnold Pereira and his family bought the plantation during the COVID time, they didn't really know that it was Irish heritage. They thought it was Scottish. So that's why we have this name Glen Nevis. That is more, you know, from Ben Nevis, the mountain in Scotland. But you know, it doesn't really matter. But what this plantation does, it's a small plantation, and they produce very, very high quality teas, specialty teas, and everything is grown in this biodiverse environment. So it's a natural environment where everything works together to produce wonderful teas. And they received actually the Grand Taste Award for their Aratena special silver tips last year. So, I mean, for having started in 2020, that is a great achievement. After just 5 years, you know, they get this award. And I think sorry.
But correct me if I'm wrong. The Aratena silver tips is from a 1958 cultivar. Is that right?
It's 1958. It's from the tree 2043 cultivar that is used quite a lot for high quality white teas and also for black teas. So you know, the silver tips teas.
Yes. So so you're a tea educator as well, right? I know that you're representing Glen Nevis, and really, as I said, sort of at the top, today is about celebrating producers and helping people understand that, you know what, tea doesn't grow on a shelf on your your local specialty tea shop or your supermarket or wherever it is that you get your tea. There's a whole supply chain that sits behind it. that is so. But as a tea educator, how do you convey what it is that you experience, because you are fortunate enough to have visited a beautiful estate like Glen Nevis? How do you communicate that? What is your hook?
Yeah, when I started in tea with Mighty Leaf, already Mighty Leaf tea was like a wow experience for me.
Yeah.
And from there you sort of you want to learn more and more about tea. So I went to my first plantation 10 years after Mighty Leaf. I started with Mighty Leaf 2006. So 2016 I went to my first plantation. And also, as when you are out there, you just start to understand all the work that is behind tea. And the dedication that is needed from all these wonderful people. And often many of the tea pluckers, they are women. So if you are a woman yourself, it's very, very easy to connect, I think, with the people out there. And it's wonderful that you and your friend, that you are so good friends, so you travel together. I don't have that tea friend, so I often travel by myself. And then you connect very deeply to these places, these people, and it's memories for life. And when you have that authentic experience in your own heart, then you cannot help to share it. It sort of bubbles over. You just want everyone to understand it. And also, I loved what you said about tea being so poetic. It touches people on such a deep level. It's so deeply connected. I'm a yoga, I do yoga since 16 years back, and I am also a yoga teacher. But tea has that ability to connect you to a place within that no other beverage has. I don't know why it is so, but it is wonderful.
Your first visit, obviously, as you said, happened later within your tea career. What is it that you saw that was most surprising in terms of tea production? Like, I've been asking people, what do you think is the biggest misunderstanding about tea production? What was your biggest misunderstanding about tea production?
Yeah, I think almost everything. It is like it's an eye opener how much work it is. My first visit, I went to China, I went to Japan several times, but I didn't visit any tea plantations there. That's so strange. It was more a visit, like I go and do this tea ceremony. I was more, in the beginning, I was more into the consumer side of tea. How can I experience different things? But when I visited my tea teacher, Shang, at International Tea Academy and Wild Tea, the first time in Kunming, China, in Yunnan, she is very extreme in an international context, because she works with tea that has grown in a biodiverse environment on old tea trees, wild. So that is the only thing she touches these days. And to come and learn tea, being taught by her and learn from her. She comes from a tea family, but more the international big business side of a tea family, and she saw sort of the not so thrilling sides of that type of business. So she decided to work with this other type of teas, and being able to be having this education in a tea plantation and see the old tea trees, that really changed my perception of tea forever.
It does change you forever. Catrin, tell me, what does International Tea Day mean to you?
It means acknowledging how fantastic this drink is. and
Yeah.
I think it was very, very positive and inspiring what you said, that we are not competing against each other. Let's work together and do something even greater with tea, because it deserves that place. You know, in Sweden, people drink like 300 grams of tea per person and year. It's a coffee region up here.
Yeah, sure. Same as North America. Yep.
Yeah. So, but tea has such a potential. So let's work together.
Yeah.
And,
I'll tell you, I was asked a few years ago by a journalist, what do you think it'll take to make tea as popular as coffee? And my immediate reply was, it already is. We are the second most consumed beverage in the world after water. And just because it is not the most popular in the West, the world does not revolve around the West. We already are. The West needs to catch up with the rest of the world. So it's not about tea catching up to coffee. It's about the Western world catching up with the rest of the world. And these are the things that I think we need to remember. We are a powerful, powerful industry. And I think that we sometimes need to be shaken and reminded of that. So if that's going to be my theme today, that's going to be my theme. So Catrin, if you've seen any of my previous sofa summits, you know that nobody leaves my sofa without answering a Proust question.
Okay.
Are you ready for your Proust question?
Okay.
Your Proust question is, what is your most treasured possession?
In the tea related, or
No. In life. It can be tea related if you want, but in life, what's your most treasured possession?
my yoga mat.
I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that.
But tea is also very simple. Yoga is also very simple as tea is, you know. You can sort of have it with you always. You don't need a big gym or anything. You just, you know, you always have it there.
You just need a little patch of ground.
Little time.
Time more than anything else.
Everybody's
time. Exactly. Everybody has time. It just has to become a priority. I say this all the time. When somebody says, I don't have time for something, that's not true. It's not your priority. You haven't made it your priority. Otherwise, you would make time for it. Anyways, Catrin, it has been an absolute delight to meet you and have you with me. Perhaps one day we will meet together at Glen Nevis. I hope you're drinking Glen Nevis right now. I say cheers to you and happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor to be on your show and to share a cup of tea with you. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. All righty. So with that, we are nothing if we're not flexible. We are so flexible. Lillian. Hi. How are you?
How are you?
Good. You've got something playing in the background. I can hear it. Can you turn it off?
I can't hear you.
I know you can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lillian? Lillian? Oh, no.
Hi, Sharon.
Can you hear me?
I don't know why I can't hear you.
With your permission,
I don't know, but you're playing something in the background.
We are delighted
Okay.
to welcome the following speakers
No.
Ms. Shaibal from the Royal Agricultural Research Center.
Lillian.
I can't hear you.
Lillian. I know you can't, but I can see and I can hear you.
and Livestock Research Organization.
All right. I'm going to let Lillian try to figure out maybe her sound. Oh, Lillian's left. That's okay. Somebody asked me a couple of days ago, what do you do when you're live? And, things like this happen. And I said, you know what? It's been amazing. It's been 6 years that I've done this. This is year number 7, and everything has always run very, very smoothly. So the person who asked me, you know who you are, I think you jinxed me this year, but that's okay. One of the great things that we do every single year is we ask our members to do a thank you and happy to International Tea Day, because those of us that work in the industry are truly blessed to be working in this industry. I would say that this year is my favorite member video ever. It actually brought a tear to my eye. So here you go.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Cheers.
Happy International Tea Day.
Cheers to all the people that make tea possible.
I raise my cup to the lives behind the leaves.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Wishing everybody a happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Kanpai.
Here's to a proper brew.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day from Metropolitan Tea.
Cheers!
Happy International Tea Day.
Cheers and happy International Tea Day.
Cheers.
Thank you for tea.
Happy International Tea Day. Cheers to those in the tea fields and factories.
Happy International Tea Days from Hokusan Tea, Canada.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Cheers and happy International Tea Day.
To the young tea farmers who are willing to take on the trade.
Happy International Tea Day. Cheers to the beverage of life.
Happy International Tea Day. And here's to everything involved in tea before the brew. Thank you to every single one of our members who, make what we do here possible. And I'm going to introduce you all to the other lady who is behind the scenes. I'm waiting for her to turn on her camera before I throw her up on the screen. Hello. Come on, Addie. Addie. Don't be camera shy. No. Come on. I've added you on now. Now you have to turn on your camera. Are you there, Addie? Why is everybody abandoning me today? There you are.
I'm here. Hi.
You are here.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
I was using a separate computer.
That's all right. So everybody say hi to Addie. Hi, Addie.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day to you, my love. So
Yes.
Addie, for those of you that don't know, is my partner in the Tea and Herbal Association of Canada. So for those of you that walk around and say, great job to you and your team. Thank you to you and your team. Could you and your team do blah, blah, blah? Welcome to my team. This is it. This is it.
This is us.
Okay. This is it. This is the entire team. So Addie, this is the first time that I've put you up on the screen because I don't know, lucky number 7 is not lucky number 7 this year, but that's okay.
7's such a lucky number too.
I know. What these people don't know is that I can talk all on my own for 11 hours if I have to. So hey, whatevs. All right. Tell me how long you've been in tea.
So I joined in 2012 with the association, back with Louise, who I think is still in the room today, right now, too. Yes. So I guess it's next month, I think June 10th or 11th is 14 years.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And tell me, what has being in the industry changed for you about tea from before when you were?
I think it's really made it more real. So, growing up, I'm from Woodstock, Ontario, which is a very like it's close to a lot of farms who produce food for, Ontario. And so I had this very real understanding of where produce, milk, dairy, all of that
Yeah.
comes from. And for something that was part of my daily life, tea, always growing up, it was something that I never, because it didn't grow close to me, I never really thought of where it came from.
Yeah.
And so being in the industry has really made it such a real, just so much more real to me.
Yeah.
And understanding where it comes from is such an important thing. I've
Yeah.
always been very sort of interested in where my food comes from, and to have not ever thought really until I was more in the industry. Like I came here and I was like, oh, and then just discovering more and more and more. That's really, yeah.
It's I always say this, it changes how you drink the tea and what you think about it, and also what you talk. Like, do you find yourself constantly talking to everybody about?
Yes. 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 And it's also one of those things where people ask you questions. Once they know you're in tea, they have questions.
Yeah.
Yes. And the thing that still I think is so interesting to most people is that all tea comes from the same plant. So with you make the differentiation with like botanicals or herbal tea, but
Yep.
that all of these teas come from the same plant. Like the black tea in tea bags, it comes from the same plant as matcha. Like it just amazes people.
So tell everybody what the association does. Like, why do we matter? I mean, we talk about, the producers and that is definitely the focus, but I think some people really have a misunderstanding of what is an association and why do we exist?
Yes. So the simple answer that I always give first when we get our calls in about what we do, people thinking about joining the industry, is that we're here to protect and promote tea within Canada. So to raise sort of the profile of tea and ensure that it continues to be able to be brought in and consumed across the country. So on a more practical level, things we do are like marketing, so social media, our website, communicating with the consumer, the people who are drinking the tea. So there's that arm of it where we're dealing with, consumer questions. Our Tea Sommelier program has a lot of consumers in it, as well as people in the industry. But it also has as an association, we're here for our members who are selling the tea to make sure that they can continue selling the tea, that they have customers, that the work you do with regulations, that, everything that way is looked after in order for them to continue being able to bring it into the country to be sold.
And what does International Tea Day mean to you?
I think it's just such a beautiful celebration because it's such a, even though it's such a physical object, it's such a spiritual is not quite the right word, but it's it means so much in your heart. It's a connector. It is just so many things to so many people. And I think it's that connector. And so International Tea Day is really just a celebration of, respecting where the tea comes from, the dedication that all of the pluckers, the people who have put their lives into for, they're doing it as work, but they also, they work, it's in it's part of their being. And then it comes to us and it's just everyone celebrating just the whole of it from bush to cup. Yeah.
So for me, and that's, I was thinking about why did I get particularly emotional? I mean, I always get emotional, but particularly emotional when when I saw our member thing, International Tea Day video this year, is there's something about this day that I find powerful because it's the one time of the year where this industry actually comes together.
Yes.
And and it's what I was just saying, a minute ago, that we are the second most consumed beverage in the world. We're not coffee's poor second cousin. We're simply not. And we need to stop behaving that way. And yet, we don't often work together. We try to, but we don't always. But on this day, we do. And when that happens, there's something really beautiful and powerful that happens. And to see that actually come together is I find always extraordinary and really special. And my wish for the industry is carry this on every day. It shouldn't only be one day, but
it's a real day of collaboration. It feels very collaborative, which is something that I really like.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
So you've never answered a Proust question, have you?
I haven't. Let me get my cup ready too.
Okay.
Yes.
I need a good one for you. Oh, I have a good one for you.
Okay. Worried.
Never be worried. It's me. It's me. So I'll tell everybody a story that I've told often. When Addie and I first started working together, it was a Friday. It was 4 o'clock. I'll never forget. And I said to Addie, so Addie, I was just thinking, and she goes, "Oh God, oh God,
brand new idea, 4 o'clock."
I have a brand new idea at 4 o'clock on a Friday.
Yes. And me in my head, I'm thinking, how are we going to execute this in the next hour? Whatever it is.
And you know what? That's the beauty of the the relationships, not just a working relationship, the friendship, working relationship, etc. that Addie and I have is that she knows that she not only takes it, but then she also tries to figure out how to do it quickly, because she knows that when I say I have an idea, I don't mean let's do it in 4 weeks or in 4 months. I mean, can we do it in 40 minutes?
Yeah, before the end of the day.
Before the end of the day. Is that doable? And quite often,
we'll find out.
And quite often, what happens, Addie? You get it done. You do. You actually gets it done, and that's the problem. So you know what Jem would say right now? You're the problem, Addie.
Problem. Yes.
You're the problem.
I find a little magic in the air. I get it done.
Find magic in the air. Okay. So my question to you, my friend, is if you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be?
I do wonder if it would be if I could be a morning person.
Really? Are
Yes,
you not a morning person at all?
Not at all. No, I wish I could be someone who gets up and goes straight away in the morning. I am not a morning person.
Interesting. See, all these years, and I learned something new about you.
Yeah, I'm a late night person. If I could have the energy I have after 10 in the morning.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
I did not know this about you. See, I'm the opposite. If I can do everything first thing in the morning, I'm a happy girl.
Yeah, I'll do it all at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could front load the day, it would be better.
Okay, okay. Well, there you go.
But my circadian clock, it doesn't agree.
Well, I raise my cup to you, dear Addie.
I raise my cup
for being a friend and being my partner in tea, and just happy International Tea Day. Thank you, and I love you.
International Tea Day.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
All righty. See, we're nothing if we're not flexible. Okay, so with that, so for those of you that have emailed with Addie a billion times and have never seen her lovely face, that was Addie Baker. It was about time that she came up on screen, right? But it also took some time, I think, to get to a place where Addie is comfortable to come on screen. And I don't like to talk about Addie when I've taken her off screen, but she will agree with this, that if I would have done this 7 years ago, she would have said, no, please don't do it. But now she's quite happy to come on screen, and that's a good thing. All right. So from Toronto, hi, Maria. Hello. Maria, my writing partner in crime is here as well. I see her smiley face. So with that, from Toronto, we're gonna hop on over to Kenya. Rosemary, are you there, Rosemary? Rosemary Owino is marketing manager at the Tea Board of Kenya. Hi, Rosemary. How are you?
Hi, Shockman. How are you?
I'm so good. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you also. I've been following quite a bit.
Good. You've been
Yeah.
good. So let me start by saying, or asking you, Rosemary, tell us all of the things that you're doing in Kenya today for International Tea Day. I know you guys are all very, very busy, so thank you for taking the time to be with me today.
We've just had a lovely time today, this afternoon. It's 4:30 here, and
Yes.
we had a celebration at one of the tea factories called Momul Tea Factory in the far west of the country. They produce some very nice tea. Actually, here are some of the packs that we had today. Yeah, it's mixed with ginger, and it's quite a favorite. Yeah. So we celebrated with the farmers right inside the factory in the premises. We had our cabinet secretary coming over, our principal secretary coming over, the board of directors coming over. And we just celebrated Kenya tea, and thank God that tea can bring us so close. Yeah. We had youth festivals a week ago as a build up to today's activities. Nice. We had some competition, some tea tasting and also running competition, just trying to attract the youth back to tea and across the value chain.
Yes.
For purpose of sustainability, I guess, and to just keep them interested,
I love that. So we talk about trying to get youth. I mean, you and I, we've all talked about this so much, right? How do we get that next generation into tea, right? I mean, habits are formed at young ages. And I mean, I said at the top, you're head of marketing at the Tea Board of Kenya. Yeah. How do you find it difficult? Are youth in Kenya open to it, receptive to it, or not so much?
Yes, it is difficult because one of the things is, about tea for us, we begin to interact with tea from the farm.
Yes.
And there is this misconception, I would call it, that, farm jobs are menial jobs.
Right.
And therefore, I go to school to do my white collar job.
Yes.
And so I wouldn't go to school all the way and then come back to the farm. And that's where the problem starts. That's where the problem starts. And therefore, many of the youths ended up abandoning tea. We have an aging workforce, especially in the farm. And that's why maybe the tea harvesting machinery is gaining traction. But you see, automation can only go so far.
Yes.
You still have to get your hands dirty.
Yes. Yeah.
So what we are doing is engage them in the value chain at the point where they are comfortable. Now that comes at the marketing level or at the branding level because they're very good in design and all this. And then once you have generated their interest into tea, then they get exposed into the tea world. And then even production and even the farm is not a strange idea because now they can work backwards.
Okay.
That is the way to attract them.
That's an interesting concept. That's a really interesting approach because that's a challenge in agriculture everywhere in the world, isn't it? I mean, this isn't just a tea problem, right? People, people want desk jobs. People want, as you say, white collar jobs. Nobody, they're getting away from. And I think, as I said, we see it everywhere. Canada is an agricultural country, and but in Canada, at least, where we're seeing youth more interested in agriculture, or not youth, let's say younger people. Youth should be in school, but younger people interested in agriculture is on the craft side when it becomes, special. And so I wonder if that would be an approach. But Rosemary, tell everybody, what does the Tea Board of Kenya do?
We are a regulator. We are a government institution mandated by an act of parliament to promote, develop, and regulate the tea industry. And our vision is to make Kenya tea the preferred tea across the world. So we do two jobs. Sometimes people say we are conflicted because we are the good cop and the bad cop. We're the bad cop when you have to raise the stick and say you have to follow the good agriculture practices from the farm to the cup you have to follow the narrow path. It has to be good quality tea. And then at the same time, with the same one saying, let us promote this tea, bring in more tea, let us serve the world with as much tea as we can. So we do both the regulation part of it and also do the promotion part of it. And of course, promotion is generic promotion because we are government, we don't own the brand. So we bring everybody into the basket and then we say, look, this is Kenya tea.
Yes.
So once we do the trade facilitation, because ideally government's work is to facilitate, to create an enabling environment to facilitate business. Once we have negotiated for you, once we have gone out there and identified the market, Canada is a very good market, UK is a very good market, we know XYZ who can be able to do good business with, then the private sector now tags along and then they do the actual transaction because government wouldn't. Yeah, so that's basically what we do. And of course, we also do a lot of generic promotion within the country.
Yeah.
And Kenya, 95% of our tea is exported. And that points to the fact that we're not so much a tea consuming country. Yes, we consume tea, but we take it with sugar, with milk. And therefore, the quantity of tea in your cup is relatively small compared to the additives, you know? Yeah. And that includes water, of course, that's just functional. So we've been trying to create a tea drinking culture.
Yeah.
And work on the mindset because many people believe that coffee is the in thing. I'm going to take coffee. Let's go for the coffee date. It's coffee. Yet they end up taking tea or they end up taking soda, but they call it a coffee date. And yeah, it's just, but we're trying to make tea more trendy.
Yeah.
But they've looked at it more as a traditional drink. But we are focusing on the health aspect of it.
Yes.
And getting the buy-in, albeit slowly, but trying to.
Yeah. There's, it's we forget that people are people everywhere in the world. Youth are youth everywhere in the world, and they think the same, they behave the same. So everything that you're describing about the youth in Kenya is the same everywhere, right?
That's so. Okay.
It really is. They're not different. They just live in different countries. So the way that you promote is the same as we do with the association, right? So we're brand agnostic. We don't promote any brand. We promote tea. You promote specifically Kenyan tea. But I wonder, for youth, how do we bring the fun back into tea? I think that as an industry, we take ourselves far too seriously. That's my opinion.
Really?
I think that we forget to have fun with it. There are so many different facets to tea. I mean, it can be very ceremonial. It can be very spiritual. It can be part of my mindfulness, my meditation, my yoga. Of course, it can be that. But it can also be my, you and I talked about this. We saw each other in London last month. Kenya has such a big long distance running culture, right?
Yeah.
How do you get some of your your world famous runners holding a cup of tea and hydrating at the end of a long run and just bringing that fun back into tea? I don't know. Sometimes we need to.
Yeah, I guess the amazing thing is just this week past, last week, probably followed it over the media. We had the Africa Forward Summit hosted in Kenya, but the brain behind it was the French president coming over and meeting so many heads of states here. And yes, when we had the cocktail, the opening dinner at the State House, we call it State House where the presidency is.
Yeah.
And we had a toast, and this time it wasn't wine, it was tea. And we made tea, and I'll send you the video of it.
Yeah.
And said, okay, we are raising a toast for tea. This is Kenya tea. It was red wine, it was specialty tea, it was well done by a special chef and then cooled and they enjoyed it. But just the concept that it was tea and that's a high place. So it was quite an achievement for us. It was Kenya's property, and we were just so happy. It was quite an achievement for us in the industry that even in the high place, we can be able to serve tea and not the conventional red wine,
Yeah.
So
No, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that should actually appeal to the youth, and just the various ways of serving tea is what we need to look at. Okay, granted it is that if you want to get the full benefits of tea and indulge in it, you definitely have to brew it and take it hot, and that's the soothing effect is so nice. But then here they add the youth, they want something more funky. So will we stick to our traditional ways? Probably not. Maybe have some tea wine. Today, during the celebrations, we had the Tea Research Institute, serving us with some tea wine. It wasn't so much to get people tipsy, thank God. And we had tea yogurt, and they showed us the tea biscuits.
Perfect.
And everything just in tea, and get it tea until you're finally baited into the nice hot cup of tea,
Yeah.
And drumming up what's this thing called, the health benefits. For some reason, the youth are now so health conscious.
Yes.
So health conscious. So if you can just drum the health benefits without positioning it as a drug, it could also bring them in. But we need to make it more exciting, exciting.
Yeah.
That's where the challenge is, really.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, listen, you're absolutely right. There are they're very, very health conscious, but as an industry, I think as a tea industry, we need to adjust how we communicate health of tea to youth. So I'll give you an example. A couple of years ago at the FAO, our global campaign was actually focused on the power of tea. You might remember that. And it was about how do we communicate, excuse me, how do we communicate health to youth? Because traditionally, the tea industry has talked about cardiovascular health, bone health, and heart health, right?
Yeah.
And guess who doesn't care about heart? Guess who doesn't care about heart health? Guess who's not concerned about their heart? Youth. They don't care. They don't have to care. Not yet. So, we need to, I think tea is healthy in so many different ways, right? It's hydrating, it's immune system boosting. It's, there's so many different aspects of it. Anti-aging, calming, restful, etc. Those are the things. Skin.
Ooh, it's a big thing. Yeah.
I have nieces that are obsessed with skincare, right? All this
makes two of us. Yeah.
They slather all this garbage on their face when in reality it's, there's so many different ways that you can do this, and tea is definitely amongst them. So I think maybe we need to adjust how we communicate some of these things.
I guess so.
Right?
And you're so right. I mean, I've just heard from you, when we talk of hypertension and heart disease, it's the least of their worries at this time.
No.
Yeah. So
thank God.
I mean, to calm you after a day in college and you're so and reconnect with yourself. I think we should position it that way when targeting the and you're so right.
Absolutely. So, Rosemary, how long have you been in tea? Let's talk about you.
From 2010, that's 16 years now. Yeah.
Will you ever leave tea?
I don't think so. I think I still have a heartstring towards tea. I will never leave tea. At the very least, I'll be a consumer.
I compare us to the mafia. You can't get out once you're in forever.
Really? Yeah. You get hooked. Yeah.
You definitely get hooked. Are you optimistic about the future of tea?
Yes, I am. For one reason, the history. It has withstood the test of time through very many different beverages, everything coming and go, but tea still remains standing. And nothing can take the place of tea. Tea is just tea. Yeah. There's something about tea.
So we're the theme, the concept around this year and last year and next year as well is farmed with care, right? It's really communicating this, what goes into the production of tea.
Yes.
What do you think is most misunderstood about tea production? What do you think people just don't get? And I mean consumers. I don't mean us in the industry. I mean
Well, I loved your advert. I loved your message. And somebody said, to the lives behind the leaves, and it threw me off. I think it was just nice. When people don't understand the story behind tea, by the time I have my cup and I'm indulging with it, so much has gone on. Somebody had to wake up very early in the morning and, get their hands frozen and do so much with a heavy basket behind their back.
Yeah.
And so much research being done by tea research. Nobody knows about that. It's so easy to take it for granted when you're finally taking it and it's like, oh, I didn't but there's so much in the world of tea that we need to appreciate and tell a good story. And like you said, the spirits behind it, it's even become spiritual because it ends up connecting us. At the very least, today we are here. At the very least,
Yeah.
And I think that is one thing that if you take tea in its holistic form, not just as a beverage, but with the message it brings and the connection it brings, then you will be able to just honor it more. Let me use that word, to honor it more. I think so.
Yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'll tell you that, I mean, I grew up in a house where, tea was just always there. And I didn't think much about where it came from and what went into it until I got into this industry. And then I started to understand it on a textbook level, right? I mean, I could explain to somebody, this is tea production, this is where leaf is plucked, and I could tell you about how it's produced. But what forever changed me and my experience with the cup and the ability to honor what goes into my daily cup of tea was visiting and seeing it. And as you say, I think somebody else mentioned it earlier, most often it is women out in the fields.
Yes, precisely.
I know in Kenya it's a lot of men plucking, but Kenya is an exception.
But the women are still many. The women are
they
still
are. They are.
Yeah,
in the majority of the world, it is women that are out at the crack of dawn, cold, because of the time of day, heavy baskets on their back, plucking, and nothing will humble you more than when, as a guest, you're invited to come pluck some leaves with us, and you actually understand and appreciate how difficult it is, right? You think that it's easy because of the speed that they're doing this.
You have to practice for so long, and
And I remember the very first time I did, because I plucked some, quite proud of myself, first of all, at a fraction of the speed than the ladies were, number one. And then number two, when they looked at the little bit, half of the majority, 3/4 of what I plucked couldn't be used because it wasn't the right. So there's a deep respect that comes into understanding the skill that goes into that, which is amazing. And I don't know how we can bottle that and explain it to people, but we just have to take
maybe
everybody to Kenya.
One day we'll tell the tea story. One day we'll have the world tea story. I mean, the story, there's a place where we meet.
Yeah.
Whether it is from China or forever, there's a place where the story is the same, and maybe
we
shall highlight that. Yeah.
The story is the same, and I think that's goes back to what I was saying earlier. We are not in competition with each other because our story is the exact same everywhere. Are you generally, I mean, you've been in tea obviously for a while now, and you see different parts of it, especially Tea Board of Kenya, as you said, regulatory, the challenges, sustainability, etc. Are you optimistic about the future of tea?
I am optimistic. Tea will continue to grow to be a health drink. Many beverages will come, but they will fall on the side, because at the end of it all, what stands for health is what will carry the day anytime.
And on sustainability, because I talked to Shaibal from Goodricke earlier about this. We talk about sustainability sustainability has really three main arms: environmental, people, and economic. And we tend to talk mostly about environmental and people and not so much economic. What do you worry most about when it comes to, all of these sustainability issues that, well, agriculture deals with? It's not just a tea issue.
Well, I worry about two things mostly: the economic and the environmental.
Yeah.
Like in Kenya, there's the growing population, and therefore the farm sizes could be shrinking, and that could be a real threat.
Right.
Yeah, so that could worry when it comes to the environmental bit of it. Economic, the fact that year in, year out, the prices seem to stagnate and that it's not going up. We even began our tea auction, but looks like the prices are just there, and we were still very hopeful. But maybe guys look at it as just tea. So whereas the phone, I mean, many years ago, if the price of a phone was so much, but now it's escalating. I mean, as you add on and add on and add on, but that's not the same with tea.
It's not.
Even oil is, even with the crisis in the Middle East, the tea prices never went. You would have expected it to go high, but so tea, somehow the prices, it is so much inelastic to demand that the prices just keep. And maybe people want to see growth. You don't want to make $1 this year, and Granny made $1 20 years ago. Then why are we here? So the economic issue could be a real threat. Yeah.
And it's interesting because that's the same conversation that I had with Shaibal, right? Is that as an industry, we focus a lot on the environmental and the people, which are very, very important, but none of that can happen without the economic, right?
This is it.
It doesn't exist without this, and I think sometimes we're a little shy to talk about that because I don't know, people don't like to talk about money, but money pays for everything else. That's a PhD project for anybody who's listening. Why is the price of tea not reacting to even things like the current crisis that's happening in the world?
Yeah.
Good for the consumer, bad for the industry.
Bad for the industry, yeah.
Bad for the industry. What does International Tea Day mean to you? I mean, you've been part of this from the beginning. Tell me.
Well, I remember for some years back when we really were looking for an International Tea Day, and we were giving our proposals and proposing. And I'm so glad it's a reality that we can celebrate tea. I mean, when I got into tea years back, I got into the world of tea, and it was so different from what I see in the supermarket. It was so different, and it's humbling to see tea being honored. It's not just that simple drink that costs $1 or $2. There's so much behind it, and maybe with time we shall appreciate tea more. And thanks for what you did and what you're doing today. Yeah.
We can all do our part, and I really, really believe that. I sometimes think that, it's not just with this. I think it's most things in life. I think people, things seem sometimes so big and so overwhelming that they sort of shrug their shoulders and say, well, what can I do, right? Mm-hmm. But the reality is that if every single one of us does our bit, or as much as we can, whatever that means, and that includes the great work that you do, Rosemary, at the tea board.
Trying to do,
No,
trying is the word. Yeah.
No, you do. I don't believe in trying. I think you either do or you don't, and you do. So I thank you for that, Rosemary. It's always a great pleasure to work with you. So, Rosemary, you know that nobody leaves my sofa without answering a Proust question.
That's a catch.
Is it a catch? My goodness.
Hope I'll crack it.
Well, there's no wrong answer.
Okay.
Right? So it's what should I ask you? What should I ask you? Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. Here's a good one for you, Rosemary. I just get to know you all just a little bit better as a person when I ask Proust questions, and I love that. One of these days, I'm going to have to answer all these questions myself, which I will do. I promise.
Okay.
I will answer.
I look forward.
All right, Rosemary, my question to you is, which living or not living person do you most admire? Doesn't have to be living.
Margaret Thatcher, from when I
was young.
Margaret
Thatcher.
Yeah, she inspired me a lot into my career. My background is a biochemist. And I remember when I first read of the new British Prime Minister, who is a lady and is a chemist. And my mother was a housewife, and it just blew me off that a woman can. I was only 9 years old, and I made up my mind. I'll follow that route. And yeah.
See, how long have I known you, Rosemary? And this is the first time I heard this. I did not know that.
Yeah, there's always a first time.
No, there's good. That's why these Proust questions are so fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, bravo to you to not only thinking that and seeing that, but actually achieving it.
Yeah, by grace. Yeah.
Hard work, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Rosemary, I raise my cup to you.
Thank you, lovely.
Everybody at the Tea Board of Kenya and the great celebrations you've had. Do you want to tell everybody about the event that you're holding in October?
Yes,
September.
We'll be having the Africa Tea Convention being hosted here in Nairobi, Kenya, and it will be so lovely for us to gather around a cup of tea. And every day is tea time. Every day is a National Tea Day. Every day is International Tea Day. Every day we come together for a cup of tea. Let's meet in September. And Shabman, please come. Find it in your heart to come.
Yeah, I don't have to find it in my heart, Rosemary. I have to find the possibility to split myself into two human beings. If you can figure that out, then I will be there in September.
All right, my dear. Thank you. And thanks for having me with you today. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Thank you, lovely.
To you. I really appreciate your time and all that you do. And please, hello to everybody at the Tea Board of Kenya and Willie. Yeah.
Thank you. And thanks for all this. Yeah. Thanks for bringing it together. God bless you. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Rosemary. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye. We're gonna talk about, visiting tea producing countries all day long, and we're gonna make anybody who hasn't incredibly envious, and hopefully envious enough that you buy a ticket and you go visit a tea producing country. And sorry. And even if it's not for the purpose of tea, if you were in a country that produces tea, go for a visit. Most tea estates are happy to welcome you and show you around and do a little cupping with you and just share their story. And that's one of the things that I find incredible about this industry. It's the hospitality. So with that, I am very pleased to introduce my next guests. And hi to Shiromi and Kithsiri Balasuriya.
Maybe Shiromi Balasuriya and Balasuriya. So hi to you.
Hello.
I'm Shiromi Balasuriya and Kithsiri Samranayaka.
It's so wonderful to meet you. You are coming to us from Sri Lanka, so it is getting to evening in Sri Lanka, yes?
Yes. It's 7:30 almost. Yeah.
7:30. Oh, you got the early shift. So Shiromi and Kithsiri, you are coming to us from SereneTea Gardens, and I love the name of your estate. It's fantastic. It sort of tells me everything I need to know about what you do. But tell everybody about SereneTea Gardens and your tea story.
Yes, of course, our tea journey, it starts from during the pandemic period, and where we were both searching for a land for cultivation because we really passionate on cultivating agriculture side of it. And then we want to practice a little bit on meditation as well, being away from Colombo, and looking for a leisure, like lush, very calm and quiet place. And so we came across this land, and that was a very lushing and very serene kind of environment. So, and then we saw little bit on tea bushes here and there. So then we decided that we never intended to cultivate tea, but then we thought, why not we start with do some cultivation on tea. So then we again, because we both are professionals. I'm in the law in the field, and he's the software engineering field. So we are lacking on knowledge. So we thought that we'll learn a little bit on tea, and then we joined to Australian Tea Masters, and we learn about how tea manufacturing, grading, and how the production goes, everything. So the techniques behind it. And then, of course, we start with tea. So that's how the tea, the journey that we start from there. And thereafter, we made a little bit on then I saw, I was really nice to see those tender leaves, and I plucked from some leaves, and I prepared a small artisan tea, and I gave it to my directors when I was working as a corporate lawyer in a company, and they were glad. I got good feedback from them. So then that's how we start with the tea. And then now we, of course, some of our tea, we produce now a few varieties. And one of the product we got, the black tea blossom, we got Great Tasty Award. And so now we are almost in the tea journey. Yeah, so that is how our tea journey goes with SereneTea Gardens.
So, okay, so that's amazing, because what is highly unusual about your story is that most people in this industry have been in it for generations. So you're a lawyer by trade and you're a software engineer by trade, and you decided in COVID that you wanted a new life. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
and you
right.
decided tea was it.
Yeah. We had very busy life, and we were so technical, and so that's why we wanted to have this some sort of some mind. Actually, we used to practice mindfulness as well, so that's why we went searching on such a good land. So that's why we ended up with such a nice area in the country.
That's amazing. So you took over an existing tea garden, right? I mean, you didn't start from
No
leaves, right?
Yeah, it was a completely barren land. Actually, it has been a rubber plantation, and rubber plantations at one time you have to uproot everything, and then you have to replant rubber or anything, because it has a certain life cycle. So it's almost a barren land, and only a small plot of land with tea bushes. So we could have done anything in that land because it was not cultivated, or it was not natural forest-like thing. It's only a barren land.
Right. Okay. So, what was the most surprising for you to now be? I mean, you became farmers, right? I mean, you become tea farmers. What was the most surprising? What was the most surprising to you? What was unexpected?
Yes, when we once we cultivate, of course, the surprising as farmers to see that the barren land now refreshed with very greenish color, kind of lovely tea plants growing over it. It's really nice to see that. So, and that was the surprising scenery in our garden. So because it looks really nice with the tea plantation and with the tender leaves. Yeah.
Okay. And about producing the tea itself, what have you found the most difficult?
Actually, to produce these, we are in a sort of low elevation land. Then actually, so depending on the region, we have different tastes, different way of the leaves. So in our area, we have rain throughout the year, and we have sunshine. Because of that, we get some bigger stems in the tender leaves. So then we have to use the top leaf, I mean, bud and top leaf or bud and top 2 leaves for our artisan tea. Unlike hill country, we can't use more leaves. So then we have to do very small batches because of that. Yeah, because we can't get the whole leaf to do the artisan tea actually. So that's one thing.
Right. And the focus at SereneTea is the artisan tea. You're doing specialty teas?
Yes. Yeah. At the moment, because now we have started only for up to now it's 4 years. So we started with very small scale, and so we have to look after our people and everything. So to gain more, I mean, the profit or whatever. So we have to come up with, because there are other areas that we need to grow tea plants. So we are looking for new cultivars. Rather, we always see in a new way of doing things. So rather being planting some cultivars, the old cultivars, we are looking for new cultivars where we can come up with very special kind of flavor and things like that when preparing artisan teas and so on. So
yeah, and one more thing, I think we are a startup, so we just we have small young tree bushes, so they are not more than 2.5 years old. So still we are not getting full yield from some areas. And the other thing, we started giving our tender leaves to a factory. So still we have that factory, and only part of it we are doing this. Using this for artisan tea production.
And do you produce some just black tea, or do you also do other types? Do you do green? Do you do white? Or is it focused on black?
Yeah, actually we started with black tea. So once I think our signature tea was TP old, that TP golden flowery orange gold. I think that means with top bud and top few leaves, black tea. So we used completely hand rolling, and that was our sort of signature tea. Thereafter we started experimenting with new things. So we managed to craft one of beautiful blooming tea bowl. So it was actually invention from both of us, Shiromi and I. So we had our own ideas, and then we made it with tea flowers and black tea. Then we had made another one with silver tips and tea flowers, like so.
It's white, called white tea.
Yeah. So
and we got the Leafy's award.
Yeah, we got 1 star award for that blooming tea bowl last year, and yeah, so. Thereafter,
and we were called. We were asked to participate for Specialty Fine Food Fair last year in London.
September. Yeah,
Olympia.
That was our first.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And we got the Leafy's award as well.
Yeah, and actually for this because we made this barren land to this lush landscape, some sort of. Then for that we got this.
Leafy's award for the community commitment, environment and the community commitment.
Okay, so that's amazing for such a as you just called it, a startup. Startups aren't usually it's not usually that language comes from a software engineer. So bravo to you. Talk to us about the sustainability, the sustainable practices, and how you operate. Like, what is it that you do that is so important for you in maintaining environmental sustainability on your farm?
Sustainability is not that only environment. It's almost about the people and care about the small growers and future generation that continue producing with the dignity and care. So where we always care about the land and people and the commitment. So that's how we connect with it. So I think you can give more information about the climate. So then, of course, we at the moment we go as a conventional way of cultivating, but at the same time we now converting to the organic environment. So, and then we thought, so we whatever the weeding, everything that we from the garden itself, we convert into manual wording fertilizer. So likewise, so we are almost with the challenges that we're facing with the environment, everything. So I think we are moving with the sustainable.
And one more thing is we even experimenting one small plot of land with organic fertilizer, and to improve on our that side, we just joined Region T in UK. So I actually just before this meeting at 5:30 today, we had a Zoom meeting with them. So we are
sharing knowledge each other
for sustainable
farming,
regenerative farming.
Oh, good. Okay. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that, about Regen and that project?
They have started, I think, about 1 month or two ago, and I think last month we joined them. We had some sort of discussions, and actually we were eager to make this more sustainable without going for the chemical fertilizer. And actually, with the world situation, usually chemical fertilizers getting more costly,
and protecting the biodiversity and the soil health, concerning on that side also. So we thought of, and we have a little bit on kettle deployed in our.
So this region farming, actually, there's a sort of it's organized by leafies, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then there's a group of farmers throughout the world, and there are some people who are guiding this one. So they help us to get different resources or the knowledge, and they have prepared a platform to share our knowledge. So actually today we had a few success stories of organic fertilizer farm.
Nice.
So like that,
Nice.
So they teach us on how you should prepare cattle manure from the fertilizer that you get, the compost from the cattle, cow dung and all that. So today we discuss different things about way of vermicompost and
making the soil condition better with compost, and then some liquid fertilizer to improve the yield, and then using those things seed or the vermicompost and some similar stuff.
I'm curious about, as I said earlier, most people within this industry have been in this industry for decades, and then on top of that, generationally. So, and the two of you are coming into this as, new, really, I mean, in the grand scale of things. I'm curious what your perception of the industry is, because you have the luxury, sometimes when you come into something new, you come into it with fresh eyes and fresh perspectives, and you see things perhaps that the rest of us can't because we've been in it for so long. You know what I mean? I'm curious what did you see about the industry, challenges, things that the industry you think should do better, could do better?
When it comes to, I think you can tell something.
Yeah, as the challenges actually, as the newcomers, the main challenge for us is to find the market actually now. Even though we got this great taste for this black tea blossom, still we don't have a buyer for that. Actually, we have only buyers from UK, and I think we have to find buyers other than other regions of the country, the world, because we can't depend only on UK buyers. So since we are from low-grown region, I think our potential is in some other areas. So usually in Gulf area, then rest of the world, I think they are more keen into a low-grown Ceylon tea. So the main challenge is for us as a newcomer, because we don't have a big name, we don't have a popular name. So then we don't have a big, amount of money to do marketing or publicity. Actually, this is one of a good
question.
Good arena you provided us to give our story to the world, actually. So that is the main thing. So we have to find buyers, even though we have very good teas,
and with
carefully,
quality,
with the quality, with the traceable, with good taste, everything, but still we lack of.
And at the same time that we care about the people, because people thinks that simply that the tea comes from a box or factory, but they never think about the story behind it. So I feel that today, when every leaf has a human story, I would say. So in that sense, so there's a big story behind and lot of labor involvement when it comes to artisan teas. So we do a lot of we do these specialties without any machinery. So sometimes for the twisting and all, it takes 2 hours, 3 hours with the labor. So that costs a lot. So people, I would say that people should understand how this tea comes from that box. What is the story behind it? Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing is, since we are working in other industries and we pump our money earned from other professions, we have to devote most of our time on our own professions. Because of that, we have to work hard every weekends. Then sometimes until midnight, we have to work about this garden things and teas.
Right.
So yeah, so I mean, because of that. Again, another challenge.
For us. Yeah.
That's difficult. So you are okay. I get it. I totally understand. That is very difficult. So if I can just go back to what you just said about the human story, how do you tell that story? How do you communicate that to people?
Of course, we communicate. Actually, the story we managed to communicate through the CATA, the Ceylon Artisan Tea Association, where that is the gathering of artisan tea producers. That is the forum where we first addressed our story to the international visitors who came to Sri Lanka last year in January. So I think with that itself, we got one buyer from UK. So they really understand the story behind us, and they really appreciate us after hearing our presentation and the story behind it, and the way that the way that we treat to the community and to the environment. So that is, I think,
yeah. So, but yeah. So, I mean, this is a platform for you. We've got a lot of people watching live at the moment, and we get replays on our on the video. Up to the thousands that watch it. So, tell people the story. Tell them. Just pretend you're just looking at me right now, but there's a whole audience in front of you of potential buyers. So share just a bit about that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you very much for selecting us.
Yeah, actually,
then
regarding our story, actually, we started this cultivation. Actually, we had very good will to do some good thing to the Sri Lankan tea industry, then to the to the environment, and also to the poor villages. Actually, we are always employing some people from there. Actually, we got some normal tea pluckers and those people, and we made them tea artisans. Actually, we trained them at the TRI, that Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka. Then we also spent some money to train them on traceability and everything from the other good estates like Amba Estate in Sri Lanka. So actually, we are trying to improve their livelihood as well, because we
our workers' livelihood. So we see that their lives are, it's not in a livable condition. So we want to uplift and empower the women over there and share some profit with them.
Once we start profit earning, so we have promised them to share part of it with them. Then again, for the community, actually, even though we start recently, we did one good community project in the CSR project at school. Actually, we couldn't spend that much, but we got some fundraise. Actually, I got help from my own office. So those people, hundreds of people went there. So we renovate their school of these children. So they were amazed.
We built the library.
We rebuilt the library, and then one of the classroom was not workable, so we had to renovate because it was not usable when rainy days. So they are very amazed, and they told in their entire life they never saw something like that. So we have good intention to do lots of things, and and we have very good product. It is completely traceable. It created with care. So if we can find some more buyers, then actually we can help a lot of people in that area to improve
and we can uplift our workers' livelihood. So that's what we are targeting on. That is our story.
Wonderful. Well, I thank you so much for sharing your story with us. For those of you watching, obviously, SereneTea Gardens is the name, and they have a lovely website. Everybody must answer a Proust question for me. And I'm going to ask both of you the same question, and that is, what is your greatest achievement?
Yeah, you go ahead first.
Husband tells wife, you go first.
Ladies first, maybe.
Of course.
After the biggest achievement is, I would say, the Greatest Tea Award for our blooming tea. And thereafter, this year we won the Leafy's.
Greatest achievement.
Greatest.
You're stealing his.
No, there should be one greatest when it comes to greatest. So I should not.
She's giving two greatest.
She's allowed. You made her go first. She could take as many she wants.
So you wanted to greatest achievement in the tea industry, right?
No, in anything in life.
So that's what the greatest achievement that we participate for this specialty fine food fair in London. That was an amazing experience.
Wonderful. Very nice.
Actually, the greatest achievement is I think my education, because I got a highest rank in my exam that year. Last school exam, that advanced level. And I became an engineer, so I got to selected to engineering field. So that was the biggest achievement so far.
Fantastic.
But if I think about tea industry, then I think with the zero knowledge of tea, now we have become some sort of good tea producers or artisans, and we did our own experiments, and I think we proved that a person can learn so many things other than what you practice from your childhood. So then you can become a veteran in anything if you have a skill. So I think that is to become this the artisan is one of the
passion, of course.
Good.
No, I mean, listen, to as a startup, you've done fantastic things. So I raise my cup to you both, It was lovely to have you on my virtual sofa.
Yeah.
I say cheers. I say happy International Tea Day. And I hope you enjoy what is left of the evening. And I hope you had a chance today in your busy, busy day to just reflect and enjoy International Tea Day in your gardens. I'm sure it's beautiful.
Yes, I would like to share a little bit on it. Of course, International Tea Day, it's something reconnecting people in different cultures and nation and all. So, today I participated Sri Lanka Tea Board tea walk, actually. And so I got to know a lot of tea producers, growers, pluckers, everyone is there. And so you can tell about the SereneTea Gardens, how we
even for
celebrate.
the SereneTea Gardens, though we couldn't go there today because it is a bit far from our home, so we arranged everything. So we had arranged a small celebration with milk rice and some snacks, and then we asked them to have some sort of tea tasting session
And tea, the tree planting, the kumbuk tree planting.
To commemorate this, we asked them to plant some specialty which is very good for the environment. It's called kumuk. I'm not sure whether what's the English. It's a tea.
It's a tea. But we did some
we asked. We had some plants there in small bags, so we asked them to plant them to commemorate the day.
Fantastic. Wonderful. That's great. So you have definitely celebrated and done some fabulous things, not just, the walk and meeting lots of people, but also the planting and celebrating on your garden itself and the people that work with you, which really is what this all comes down to, is the people that make all of this happen. So cheers to you both. I wish you both a very, very happy International Tea Day. And it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Shabnam, for having us. Actually, we really enjoyed that. It was a great opportunity for us to share our thoughts. Thank you very much.
And our story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Thank you. So, delightful. Because, and of course, ask a question that's unexpected, and the husband makes the wife go first. Why not? So it's, as I as I said a couple of times, it's really unusual to have people on that are new to tea in the production side, because for the most part, people have, and you'll see this from everybody that I speak to, whether it's today, whether it's in years gone past. It's sort of that common thread that connects all of us, is that, we sort of end up in tea by accident, by serendipity, by, the universe aligning the way that the universe wants to align for us, and then never leave. Or it is generational. And on the production side, it is quite often generational. So, these are stories and skills, and it's something that's, within people that they don't leave. So with that, it is a great honor to invite, or introduce rather, my next guest, who is the Director of Marketing and Development at Jetwing Hotels. Everybody's thinking, what? Hotel? I don't understand. What is she doing? Hashan Kurai, how are you?
Hi, Shabnam. Thank you so much for the introduction and for inviting us to be a part of the program.
It is my absolute pleasure. It's lovely to have you. Now, explain to everybody why I said Jetwing Hotels when we're actually talking about tea. Tell us what you do, Hashan.
Yeah, so it's actually we are in tea completely by accident. So our, as my primary role does mention, we are a family of hoteliers in Sri Lanka. So my grandfather started operating a hotel back in 1973. So we've been in the hospitality industry for over 50 years now. So we're in the third generation of the business now. And actually, so in terms of the hotels, we do have properties. We have if you haven't been to Sri Lanka, you definitely have to. We
I
have
have.
Oh, perfect. So we have the
It's
beautiful.
magical.
Yes, it is. So I mean, while we do have beautiful, I mean, fantastic tea plantations all over the country, we also have, I mean, beautiful beaches, the wildlife. So we are lucky. We have a presence covering most destinations in the country. So having been in the industry for that long, and it was purely by coincidence that we got into tea because my parents actually purchased a tea plantation with a beautiful tea house, like the tea estate bungalows. The bungalows, which this particular one was built by Scottish planters back in the day, but most of them were built by the British or Scottish planters. So so they actually bought it because of the bungalow, since we're in hospitality. So they actually did up the whole place with 5 beautiful rooms, and it came with a 30-acre small tea estate as well. We just used to, I mean, until very recently, we just we maintained the estate, we picked the leaves, and we sold it to a nearby factory. Never even thought of making our own tea because, I mean, I think even the pure misconception we always had was, look, tea is a big industry. It's something we don't know at all. We should probably never touch it. And, just let the people who know tea do their thing. We'll keep doing our thing. And then, so we just kept picking the leaves and selling it. And it didn't really matter to us because it wasn't financially too viable, but because thank God the bungalow was doing well from a tourism perspective. So that used to cover the losses of the tea estate. And then it was during COVID actually that we completely by chance we met differently at the same time, but on different occasions. We met Simon from Amma and Udena from Kaley, who really, they changed our perspective on the whole thing. We had to give full credit to the Ceylon Artisanal Tea Association for introducing us to the world of tea as we know it now. They're showing us the fact that you could actually make tea even in a smaller scale production facility, and so then we started working with them. We also serve Qatar teas apart from us at our hotels as well. So we have a good mutually beneficial relationship with all the members, and it became it was something that happened completely by chance. We never expected or thought that we'd ever be in tea, but it opened up so many different perspectives for us, I would say. And the fact that now and actually, so it was again, because we never really took it too seriously, we ended up not putting any chemicals in the plantation anyway. So purely by coincidence, again, it was an organic estate, so it fitted very well with the whole concept. And now we do manufacture our own tea there. We also acquired another estate about 30 minutes away in an area called Valley Mudder, which is also in the Uva region. So both properties are in the Uva region of Sri Lanka's tea production. So we're building so we have 100 acres of tea there, and we're building a small factory at the moment to produce tea there as well. So that's in a nutshell, that's our story from hospitality and how we got into tea in a very completely by chance way, thanks to Qatar.
Well, I mean, you say completely by chance, but now you're building a factory. So, I mean, when you're in, you're in.
yeah, definitely. I mean, we take whatever we do seriously, and
clearly,
and that's why we thought if we're doing it, we'll do it right. And again, thanks to Simon, Udena, and the rest of the team, or rest of the partners in the organization. They just shared their knowledge with us openly. They wanted to build Qatar as well, and that was their whole philosophy about sharing their knowledge and growing artisanal tea in Sri Lanka as a whole, which we're very grateful for. So with their help, we were able to create the small factory at our current estate, and also the one that we're about to start building. So again, a small factory. I mean, although we call it factory, it's a very small facility, but it does the job. And everything that they say about how even the leaves being transferred 30 minutes by road affects the quality of it. So So these you really get a single estate artisanal tea going out to the tea drinkers around Sri Lanka.
I mean, one of your advantages, obviously, is that you know, one arm of the business is creating a market for what the other side is producing. Yeah. I'm assuming that you have already used that opportunity. This isn't a surprise to you, right? Yeah. So you're actually able to produce what you can then offer in your hospitality arm, which is a really amazing sort of, it's like an osmosis, right? It's sort of like it's a very organic in that conceptual word of a sense of the word organic relationship that you have between both sides of the business. And hospitality, and I've been in hospitality as well. So hospitality and tea are very, very different worlds. So tell me what surprised you most about the production side of it, because you know, you've grown up obviously in a country that is a tea producing country, a tea drinking country. You've got a strong tea culture. So you were a drinker of tea, but you know, seeing it and producing it are two very different things.
Yeah. So I think for us, again, it was how we got into production. Like I said, was with the knowledge we gained from our colleagues in Qatar. And it was a challenge at the start because we are not at the estate personally. We have offices in Colombo, which is the capital, and we needed somebody who had that knowledge as well. So we actually had to start another colleague in the Qatar network, Goodricke from Forest Hill Teas. Yes. He actually consulted us on a professional basis as well for a few months to help, you know, get it going at that time. And then we also got another planter. He was from a traditional tea planting tea planter background, but he also learned the artisanal way of making teas and started being with us as well. So Gayan, who you've been in contact on email. So he's playing two roles: handling the production side of the tea, as well as the being the manager of the bungalows as well. So he has a hospitality and a tea role. Going together at the same time. I think when it comes to challenges, it was a lot to do with maintaining that consistency. So at the start, we was trialing a lot of things we were using. I mean, now we have a proper even a dehydrator to make the tea properly. But earlier we were using old ovens, and then it was fluctuated a lot. It had like a very chocolatey character, but we thought it was nice. But then we later found out that a chocolatey flavor means it's burnt. Yes. So it's a continuous learning process. So then we, the quality kept improving, became good enough for us to start serving. Like you said, one of the good positives that we have is the fact that we have a existing market already at our hotels. So once we got the product to a certain level, we started producing enough to serve across our hotels. Mm-hmm. And now we do have a fair amount of excess production as well. With fine tuning it further meant that it was easier for us to produce more of a higher quality tea. So now we're also looking at different ways. So now the challenge for us is we never marketed tea before professionally. So we had our own hotels, but now that's also reached a capacity. So now our challenge is to bring the teas to the market, see where we can do it, whether it's to travelers to Sri Lanka alone, or also seeing how we can export it to tea drinking countries around the world who appreciate the artisanal organic teas as opposed to just a commercially available regular tea.
And as the marketing man, that job has fallen in your lap.
Yeah, somewhat. So again, like we've been marketing hotels for a long time, but this is something very new. I mean, to a certain extent, it does go hand in hand, I would say, because especially in Sri Lanka, since tea is also an integral part of our tourism offering, with a lot of people traveling to the tea plantations, seeing those as part of their experience as a tourist in Sri Lanka, there are a lot of similarities in that sense. But when it comes to actually, finding shops, finding places that we can have our tea available is something completely new to us. So again, that is one of the strengths of Kata as a network, because they also, bring the partners together because actually, at that time, what Simon and Udena were telling us is sometimes their own productions are not enough to go to certain retailers. So that's why they had discussed and thought of expanding the Kata network, assuming they found like-minded partners, as well as people with the who were actually going to do it in an artisanal way and not just mass-produce the teas. So their whole purpose was so that they could go to the sales channels that they couldn't go alone, and through that we're also now starting to explore those options to hopefully get more of our tea out into the world as opposed to just in our hotels.
So I'm curious about this because it's a similar question that I just asked my previous guests. I say it's unusual, and I've got 2 in a row, but it's for the most part, those of us in tea, we've been in it for a long time, and when you've been doing something for a long time, you can't see the most obvious things, and we need fresh eyes into it, which I think you are. And you have the experience of marketing hospitality side. And now you've gotten a glimpse onto the tea side and how tea is marketed. What do you think tea needs to do better in marketing?
Well, I think in Sri Lanka particularly, it's been a big challenge. Over the years, when it comes to traditional industry, from what we've seen, is the fact that it's like, I think over 90% of the tea sold in Sri Lanka just goes in big sacks, and it's sent out somewhere. Someone else puts it in a box, puts their label on it, and sells it in whatever country it is. So while that obviously brings in a lot of sales to the country, sometimes that tea is blended with other countries. So the consumer at the end doesn't really get a taste of pure, single origin Sri Lankan tea.
Yes.
So I think that is something that I think the bigger players are also moving in that direction now, pushing the more single estate teas into the market, because that was my dad always talks about a gentleman, I think Rob, can't remember his name exactly, but he was a British gentleman who was in Sri Lanka for a long time, and he always used to say that tea is very much like wine. Each estate, based on the terroir, based on the climate, even each month, each week, the batch could have a different taste. Especially in the Uva region where our estates are located, during the months of July and August, when it's a little windier, the wind comes through the valley, and that subtle wind during those 2 months, it gives this taste of it gives a slightly mintier taste, which is the natural minty taste.
It really is, yeah.
Yeah. So and what he used to say is that those 2 months, it's like in a hotel. If you take the Christmas holiday period, you charge a little more. So when it's the tea from July and August or during that season, you market it differently. Just that batch.
Yeah.
So honestly, we don't do that at the moment yet.
No.
But we want to get to that stage where okay, it's this estate. It's not only this estate, but this time of year from this estate.
Yes.
Which also adds further value. And there is a market, I believe, who is interested in that, who wants to see, not just, they are not just having tea from the Warwick estate in close to Norelia, also drinking it from this time of year, which has its own subtle nuanced flavor, which is different to the rest of the year. It also, gives something interesting for the regular tea drinkers to experience. So I think there are, opportunities for us to market not only ourselves, but as a whole, the Kata members and even the larger tea community in Sri Lanka, to position Sri Lanka as a premier tea producing country with our own labels going out into the market and getting high value, and at the end of the day, higher revenue coming into Sri Lanka, which is an economic requirement in Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's we did this to ourselves as an industry. We homogenized our flavor profiles. So what we've done, and nobody did this to us, we did this to ourselves. We decided that consumers wanted a particular flavor profile. So Company X, doesn't matter what the name of Company X is, but Company X decided that this is my flavor profile, and I'm going to blend the teas to taste like this every single time, and I'm going to put it in a box, and I'm going to sell it to my consumer, right? Doesn't matter if it's bag, loose leaf, I don't care. So we packaged it that way, and we trained customers to expect that tea that they buy in that box to taste the exact same every single time. And that's taken away from exactly what you're describing, right? That specialness of a first picking, a seasonal picking, a regional picking, an altitudinal picking, and that's just picking. Then there comes the production side of it, right? And and I don't know how we get back to that, right? I've talked about this before. As consumers, you know, if I will take tomatoes, I'm going to use tomatoes as an example because I love tomatoes. So I'm fortunate enough that I live in a country that produces tomatoes, exceptional tomatoes, in September. And I know that the tomatoes that I eat in September are very different than the tomatoes that I eat in May or January or February or whatever it is. I don't expect my tomato to taste the exact same time whenever I buy it. And yet we have trained customers to think that the tea that they're going to drink should taste the exact same. So I don't know how we get away from that. Hashan, if you have a good idea, you tell me, because it's no problem.
Since we're very new to this, still haven't got a really strong idea of how to go about it. But again, I think for us, we have that advantage. Again, we could maybe start doing it at our hotels, maybe during that particular time, featuring these seasonal teas as well to our guests. And then if we do see people actually liking the idea of it, then we could maybe share that knowledge with the others. And if it actually is a viable product in the market, then we could take it more seriously, and hopefully everybody then gets on that bandwagon. And I suppose if one or two start doing it successfully, then the others will see the potential for it, and then start going in that direction. So because we're starting it out newly, and we're doing it fairly small scale, we have that opportunity to do the trials, which maybe a larger tea operator won't have the flexibility to do.
Absolutely.
So I think together with Catrin, again, we could trial those out.
Well, and as you just said, you have the privilege of having a space to actually experiment that within, right? And the wine example, I think, is a really important one. We do need to start talking about tea in the same way that wine talks about wine, because we are affected by we're affected by terroir. So climate, growing conditions, altitude, temperature, we're affected by it in the exact same way. And consumers don't know that. They genuinely do not know that. They have
you just see a tea bag in a supermarket somewhere and think that's what it is.
That's what it is. And every time I buy it, it's going to taste the exact same. Every single time.
I mean, it's not a Coca-Cola or it's not something that.
It shouldn't be. That's for sure.
They've also been conditioned, like the mark, like we've also been conditioned to think that, okay, this is what it should taste like. And so hopefully we'll be able to change that, and then, try out something new.
So tell me, I do want to talk a little bit about the tea tourism that you do at your estates, because you said it started with a bungalow, right? But do you do more than just the one bungalow? Are there others now, or is it still the one?
Yes. So in our first estate, it's called the Warwick Estate. So we have a bungalow called Jetwing Warwick Gardens, and then in the new estate that we acquired also has two. It had two bungalows already in it, which are in good condition. So those also we operate as bungalows for tourism. And yeah, so we've actually, and actually we have a fairly unique experience in the Warwick estate, where we actually converted. So we have a row of line rooms where our colleagues who work in the fields do live, and we do maintain that facility in a fairly good condition. But two of them, because they were actually, I think the families moved out and they were vacant. So that actually because one of the ladies working, she stopped because she stopped working in the fields and started working as a housekeeper in the bungalow. And because then she had that experience in hospitality, she said, she told my dad, why don't we convert those 2 line rooms into accommodation for guests to actually experience firsthand where we live, what we do, all of that. So that's that's not a luxury experience, and it's a very authentic local experience that we offer. We don't even brand it Jetwing per se. We call it, her name is Meena Amma, and we call it Meena Amma's tea experience. So we have the exact same layout of the normal line room, with the living room, a bedroom, and we built a modern toilet at the back because the families usually share a toilet facility, but we did that. And we have a small local kitchen, like a traditional home kitchen, with a wood-fired cooker, everything. So she makes the meals, she takes the guests out on walks, and now because we have the factory, they can do the small factory tour as well. So we have a fairly fairly holistic tea experience in that for someone who really wants to experience something very different and quite authentic. But we also have the bungalow, which is more of a luxurious offering to live the planter's lifestyle, and you have a different experience as well. So I think that's something unique to Sri Lanka, which nobody else has done either. The bungalows, there are many, all over the beautiful estates in the country, there are fabulous tea bungalows. But this was something different and something that, we were also wondering whether people would actually want to experience that. But now we see a lot of people come in there sometimes, because our estate is also located, it's not necessarily on the main road, it's a little bit away. But so many, we get people just taking a tuk-tuk and finding it on their own and come in there. So it's becoming quite something quite interesting. So we're quite pleased with that and how it's going. So we also feel lucky to have been able to create something unique like that as well, and bringing that together with the tea now, the actual tea production just makes it even better.
Where tea grows in the world is some of the most beautiful places on this planet.
Yeah, exactly.
And everywhere. Sri Lanka, India, China, Japan, Kenya, Malawi, Rwanda. Now I started listing and somebody's going to get angry because I didn't mention them. Sorry. But my point is that Korea. My point is that it's some of the most beautiful places in the world, and I got to tell you, there are people clamoring for vacations that are experiences, more than just going to a city and shopping, or places that look the same, feel the same, etc. So I think that it's really it's an opportunity as an industry to do these kinds of things, and we are seeing more of it. You're right, Sri Lanka's done a fantastic job of converting some of these bungalows into these experiences. I think and it gives us the chance to do what I've been talking with some of my guests about. How do you get people to have that experience that we are privileged enough to have, to connect them with tea? But I have to say this, and I'm going to throw this out there I'm going to throw it out as a wrench in this whole conversation. How do we do that without over romanticizing the really hard work that is tea production? I don't know.
That's a tough one. I think especially in Sri Lanka, like you said, the terroir is beautiful, but with their beauty comes a big challenge of the hills. There are some countries, I think, where they're lucky to have the tea fields in more flatter land.
Sure.
So you are able to mechanize it to a certain extent. But in Sri Lanka, it's a lot of hard work. It's not easy conditions at all. And even tea plantations in the hills, the problem is it's cold year round. So some months get colder than others, and it's not easy at all. They really do work extremely hard, and I think it's up to us how. I did not romanticize in that aspect alone, but that aspect at all. But how we as the estate operators, people who are involved in tourism, especially, to make the customer know how challenging it is, and through that, because even now the wages that they get aren't that high. It's not at all incentivizing for them even to encourage their children to get into that. Most of them, the kids are now not they're going out into the cities, finding other work, which is completely understandable. I mean, that's not something that it is a challenge, but it's understandable. So we have to come up with a way to make it more financially viable for the estate workers, also to see the potential in, continuing that, maybe a little bit of mechanization here and there to help them with what they do to alleviate some of the real, difficult conditions. And I think when the customers also understand that the pain, the difficulties, they'd also hopefully be willing to pay a little more for certain types of tea, which at the end of the day, if we are able, if the industry is able to, like I said, one of the challenges again why the wages are low overall in the tea industry in Sri Lanka is because we are not selling our tea at the right price overall. So if we are able to reposition that, get higher revenues coming into Sri Lanka, and then distribute that with the communities involved in actually doing the hard work, which makes the tea. Because if they don't do that, there's no tea to sell, or there's nothing to talk about at all. So we have to bridge that gap, make sure that so Qatar members do pay a higher wage per day compared to the traditional industry, but still we have to do more. And to do that, we need to bridge that revenue gap as well, and then through that see how we can make more money flow down to the hands that actually bring the cup of tea to everyone's table.
Yeah, absolutely. And bridging that gap and making that connection.
Yes,
you've got a big job on your hands, young man.
Thanks. It is. But it's interesting. It's something new, and we're very excited. And thank you as well for inviting us for this, and to be able to speak to your audience. And hopefully we continue to work together, and see you soon in Sri Lanka as well, if you ever do plan to travel here again. And
I will definitely be back in Sri Lanka. Don't you worry about that. Loved Sri Lanka. The lushness, amazing country. Okay, my dear. Nobody leaves. You've been watching, hopefully, at least a few people today, if not previous ones. So this shouldn't come as a surprise to you. Everybody must answer a Proust question before you leave my sofa, my virtual sofa. And your question, Hashan, is what is your greatest fear? Doesn't have to be in tea. This is in anything, life.
Well, at the moment, I think my greatest fear is the state of the world. And and if you don't see what's happening change, it could be fairly bleak for everybody, not only us in Sri Lanka but all over the world. Like, we are seeing the impacts now in Sri Lanka quite severely, and we are a country that's used to a lot of difficulties. But I think if this situation doesn't change in the next few months, it's going to be quite bad for everybody. So I really hope and pray that there's common sense going into the people making decisions, and that our fears won't be what they are, and that we'll be able to get out of that. But that definitely is my biggest fear right now.
I think that is a very fair fear to have, and I would share that with you. So, Hashan, I raise my cup to you and Jetwing Tea, Jetwing Hotel, hospitality, all of the beautiful things that you do. And thank you for joining me on my virtual sofa, and say happy International Tea Day to you.
Thanks again for the invite, Shabnam, and happy International Tea Day to you as well. Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers to you. Take care. You should check out their website, because it's, if you haven't been inspired to do a tea holiday, which, well, in my world would be called a busman's holiday by the British, then seeing the, the estates and, the bungalows that Jetwing has to offer will definitely make you want to do it. They're gorgeous and they're stunning and they're beautiful, and anyways, I could go on and 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 on. And I think I'm going to until 6 o'clock. But not because my next guest is Anusha. Hi, lovely lady.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Missed you at the TRI convention, though.
Which one was that? Where was I?
TRI convention. You were supposed to come, but you didn't come, so we were just looking forward to meet you there.
Oh, yeah. Anusha has called me out publicly. Anusha, I promise I probably was somewhere else.
I was looking forward to see you. So good to see you. Good to meet you. And it's a pleasure to be here again, Shabnam.
It's really lovely to have you. Anusha, for those of you that don't, Anusha, introduce yourself.
Okay. So, the woman who managed to exist in this male-dominant industry for 30 plus years and still surviving. I know.
Yes.
Still batting. Yeah. So that's how it goes. So, whoever who knows the little about the Sri Lanka tea industry, so Anusha Kotalawala is someone that anyone would know a little bit, because I go and pitch to everything that is happening. So my career also just started as a tea broker, where I always say, there were these legends those days. As you used to say, Shabnam, if you want to be a tea expert, you have to work with a tea broking company at least for 10 years. Because that is where you get the nitty-gritties, the basics of the tea industry. Yeah. So I was privileged enough to work with 3 good broking companies in my career, and happened to be the first female who sold the ex-estate catalog. This is one of the prestigious catalog that you have at the auction back then. Unlike now, now we have the e-auction after the COVID pandemic. But those days we used to have the manual auction. So we have to go there, cry out, shout, and sell it. So I was lucky enough to do that. And after that, a multinational named Unilever hired me to manage as a tea expert to manage their 2 main brands in Sri Lanka. And then again, was lucky enough to be picked to head as the first female sourcing unit head of Unilever Sri Lanka to manage the Lipton iced tea. That's SereneTea Agarapatana, you call it. That's the Lipton iced tea instant tea factory in Sri Lanka. So a little bit of first women thinking was managed to do in my career.
Change, Anusha, I'm going to change your language. You were not lucky to be picked. You worked hard, and they recognized the hard work and promoted you into the position. You were not lucky to get picked. You worked hard for it.
Yeah, I think thank you, Shabnam. Sometimes you forget, when you're quite used to the environment, this is what happens. So I like to say, this is something that I wanted to actually share with you, and even with the young, the girls who want to get into this male-dominant industries. There was a time when I was working in the broking companies. 5 days out of the 5 days, 2 days you have to sell at the auction. 1 day that you do the prep work and getting ready for the next week. Then the 2 days they tell you, the broking company tells you to go on estate visits, right? And so where you have to go. So the 2 days is you have to stay overnight on 1 day. Me being a woman, you have to compete and bring the same thing what a man is doing, right? So, and I had my kids at home, so I can't stay overnight outside. There were days that I leave home around 4 o'clock in the morning, and I cover about 6-7 estates. And in the evening, by 11:30, you come back home like zombie. But still, because you got to do it. And that is something I always tell, I think, women also, and us women, and especially when you are getting into male-dominant industries, that you can't expect, to be a little soft on us. The moment that is going in that way, then our fight is not going to be equal. So those are the things that I have done, and now it's like, oh, did I do that? Okay, I did it.
You did. You definitely did. So for those of you watching, I had Anusha on. I can't remember what year it was. Maybe it was 2 years ago, where I decided my theme for International Tea Day was women, and we celebrated all the women in tea. And that was the first time I met you. And I met you virtually first. And then I met you in person. And let me tell all of you watching, Anusha is a bigger and better in person than she is on screen. And she's pretty remarkable on screen. You're such a big personality. And, it's maybe that's what it takes to sort of get noticed in an industry, which is, as you say, is very, very male dominated, especially your end of the supply chain. I mean, the entire supply chain, this industry in general is very male dominated. It's gotten better. It's definitely better today. I can tell you, I've been in tea for 25 years, and being in rooms today is different than being in rooms 25 years ago. Sometimes I was the only woman in there. Now it's not so much, but your end of the supply chain, it's even more than I think, where I tend to sit. So tell me about what you tell people when, to help them understand what is involved in producing tea, because you've been in it for so long, and it is such a part of what you do and understand, etc. And your daily life is surrounded by people that get it. But I think we sometimes forget that, our neighbor across the street doesn't have a clue. What is it that how do you communicate that to people? What do you?
Yeah, so this is something I think I practiced at SereneTea when I was heading SereneTea. I just moved out from SereneTea, the factory operation to Colombo, and working as a consultant for the same business. So this is something I, forget about the neighbor, right? Even the consumer who's having this, and especially this young consumer, do they know right now to what? Oh, I love the puppy. Oh my God, sweet. Okay.
I have two dogs with me today.
That's right. He had to come and listen to me. Okay, so even the consumer, the young consumers, of course, the aging generation, yes, they know because they have read it and they still believe, what is going in to make this cup of tea for them. But the younger ones that we are talking today, to what extent they know the effort that, our people from farm to cup, or leaf to cup is something that we always talk, right? How much is going. Now, this is where Shabnam, and I'm proud to say, in our Lipton iced tea business, right?
Yeah.
More, I would say 90% of the people who's doing the marketing and who's doing, the end of supply chain in the world has visited Sri Lanka, have visited all our factories, factory, the fields, and to see what the people are going through to make this nice cup of tea for them, or whether it's Lipton iced tea is the brand that I'm working for. So this is something that we have done, because now, the effort from downwards, from the farmer to the manufacturer to the exporter, it's a lined up structured industry. In Sri Lanka, one thing that I have to tell you is Sri Lanka is a very lined up structured industry, right? Yes. And we all, whenever it's a policy decision or anything, everyone in the stakeholders get together, and then we do we agree on one target, and then everybody's working towards that. And then everyone has a little bit of their role to play to meet the target. And the way, like how even the national policy, the strategic, the tea strategy is up in Sri Lanka right now. And so we know that by 2030 that we are going for X amount of the higher volume exports, and then high revenue, and also the value additions to go up. And I was just listening to Harshan. I think he also was telling, 95% of our product is going out. Yeah. So that, and then also whether it's going in bulk form or in value addition, right? So those are the things, the extent that we are working, and also So all this, the entire, the commitment of everyone, including the white collars, right? Including the white collars. When I say including white collars, of course, we know how the others, the plucker to everybody, what they go through is something we hardly know that the consumer, whether the consumer is really knows about it. So this is something I think it's again, I'm picking it from what you said. Not that we can do everything, but we can do a little bit. So all of us have to do our little bit and to show the world, the consumer, especially the main consuming countries, right? It's more than the Europeans. We know our main consuming countries, to what extent they know our commitment and how much of passion, with how much of love and care and warmth that we are bringing this stuff is something that we need to show the world. And I have started it. We have started it as for Lipton iced tea. So they have seen it. And even recently, the entire board of Lipton iced tea came to Sri Lanka and they saw in their eyes how this product is manufactured. So this is something that we all have to do and show the consumer how much of effort is going in to make this beautiful cup of tea for them. Yeah.
I think, so Anusha, it's a really, really important message that you're giving right now, because I think for a lot of people, the assumption is that, we're talking about farmed with care, right? Our hashtag this year, last year has been farmed with care. And the things that you just talked about, the care that goes into, the production of the tea. And in general, I'm generalizing, but in general, most people find that concept easier to understand, believe, whatever word you want to use there, when we're talking about small estates, family run, artisanal, et cetera, right? So farmed with, it's sort of a language and romanticism, whatever, that we can package easier, right, within that kind of environment. You, however, are coming at it from large scale. I mean, it doesn't get larger than Lipton, Unilever, right? So, but the concept of farmed with care is as important for you as a company and the size as it is for a small, right? Do you find it difficult, and this is where my question is, do you find it difficult to communicate or to help people understand that you value it just as much in your large scale operation as somebody does in a small?
No, it's very easy. No, we don't, because we work very closely with them, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't, because this is what, the beauty of Sri Lankan tea industry, and we are a small country, well knitted, very, we know everyone, and it's a small country, and that advantage also there for us. And if you take the entire structure of Sri Lanka tea industry, Shabnam, 75% are smallholder farmers, right? And then the smallholder farmers also, the average of their ownership of the land is less than an acre, right?
Yes.
So and then so that's one from the majority of the production going from there. And if you take our factory, CT Agarapatan, which is in our country, it's in the middle of a tea estate, right? And it's like a community, right? And the work that you do, and I have to tell you this, during pandemic, right? I was heading the factory at that time, right? We were the only factory who was running right throughout without a single day shutdown. It was not that easy, because the community around was very scared, because no one knew what this pandemic is all about, and they didn't want the people to come from Colombo. The containers were coming, but still we managed to tell them, and because of the network or the close relationship that we had with them, was that much easier for us also to tell them, look here, child, if you do this, you'll get something for the country. If you export this, you get something to the country, and then you'll be looked after. So this is again the way how you are going to your farmer and how you are showing them the value and the value what they bring it to us, for us to go and sell it in the out market, in the global market. So this relationship of the farmer, factory, or even the collector, tea leaf collector, to everyone is very important. And I think we have mastered it. And now that I'm saying, not only me, I think majority of our exporters are today, and we have our trust fund by Colombo Tea Association, Colombo Tea Traders Association, where we massively support the communities of the farmer community, the schools, to everything. So they know how much this exporter who's selling outside is giving them. And also, coming back to it, Sri Lanka is the only country, Shabnam, where we have the price formula to be paid for the leaf, right? So it says the price that you are selling at the auction, 68% of that is going into the small farmer. So you can see by the regulatory wise also, it's going into the consumer, to the farmer, to say how much you are important and how much we are giving from you, from what we are getting. So this is again, I'm just coming back to the earlier question of how much they know, right? If the consumer knows that this in depth of how much we are looking after the small farmer, and I think in time to come, I will tell you the other work that we are doing, how we are protecting the farmer also in sustainable way. Where if they know, then definitely they are going to give us that differentiating penny extra because they know how much it goes into the farmer. So there's nothing called difficult. There's no difficulty in meeting them because you're working closely with them.
So, but let me ask you this, Anusha, because I don't question that you do. My question is, you said if people know, it's right. And that's the key question here is, do they know? Do people actually know? I mean, you have listed all of these things, and I'm going to ask you to expand on some of them, but I agree with you. If they know, they would, right? There is so much valuable work being done in this industry everywhere on so many different levels. But do consumers know that? Do people understand this?
So if they know, I think all the earlier speakers were talking about the economic issues that they are finding the price that they're realizing it. No, they don't know, Shabnam.
Exactly.
If they know, no one will talk about, whether we are getting the right price for our tea. Something that we will never say. No, they don't know. But having said that, okay, if they don't know, what you got to do is something that I have to tell. So this is where we need to go to them and show them, look here, this is what we have done. And, this need to be spoken out, and I'm sure days like this, we do that in massively, right? And I know you also spend a lot of time on doing it, and everybody's doing it. So I think we need to speak about it and tell the consumer, because at the end of the day, it's the consumer who gives it to us, right? He's the one who pays for that product, and it's coming down to the to the grower. So they don't know, fine. They don't know as much as they should know. Yes. But we have a role to play.
100%.
We have to go and tell them.
It's our job. 100%. It's our job. 100%. And it's we have to take ownership of that completely. So Anusha, tell people, tell the people that are watching, tell the people that are going to rewatch this, tell them about the work that you are doing. Tell them about your sustainability work. Tell them about the trust fund.
Okay, so this is this is something I was very passionate also, and which I'm mainly driving also. So we this is SereneTea. In 2 years back, we signed a private-public people partnership with the government, because we always something that we always believed in Sri Lanka is rather than coming to the farmer from without a top-down approach, it should be always bottom-up approach. Is something with my little experience I faced it, and I thought that is the best way of doing it. And that is where Unilever and of course are funded by Lipton Iced Tea, which is Lipton International. So we signed the PPPP, which is People-Public-Private Partnership with the government to have a national sustainability standard for SereneTea. Now this is the first time, I think this I just touched upon 2 years back, Shabnam. And that was the initial stage, but today I have so much to talk about it. So this is the first time in the world a country is coming up with a national sustainability standard for SereneTea. Now coming back with that, now since our exports are not, we do 95% of our exports, tea is exported, our standard need to have the global acceptance. So this is where currently we are working of course, very, very soon, we are going to apply this standard to get the community membership of ISEAL Alliance, ISEAL Alliance, which is standard of standard, which once you go there, so globally accepted national sustainability standard is going to come from Sri Lanka, where the conversion will happen, and very soon. Even Lipton Iced Tea has its target by 2028. We are going to be 100% sustainably sourced. So that is one aspect of what we are doing as being in this country with the national support. And there's another two more areas that we are working on, Shabna. One is the regenerative agriculture program that we have started with the TRI and with the national, the government. How the entire tea industry is going to start on the regenerative agriculture. And also the other area that we are working is the deforestation-free tea supply. So these are the sustainability three areas that we are talking of is getting captured as a national approach is something that we are doing. And very soon you will see Ceylon Tea is having the globally accepted national sustainability standards along with working on the other two sustainability agendas of regenerative agriculture and sustainable deforestation-free tea supply. So this is entirely, it is not easy. It is not easy at all because, again, I'm coming back to the same story of whether, the conversion of getting sustainability certification or anything to the factory is again what they ask is, so what is in it for us? This everything, all the sustainability practices that you are bringing comes with a cost, Shabnam.
Yes.
So whether this cost is getting reflected in the bottle,
yes.
So I'm talking about bottles because we all
I know that's what you're.
So whether it's getting matched or whether it's get recognized by the consumer at that end is something that we need to show it to the people, the manufacturer, everyone, manufacturer to the farmer. So this is where, of course, the Sri Lanka Tea Board, the promotions division is massively involved in it. That is where we are going to tell the world, look, if you give a penny extra, that penny, this is how it's going to our small farmer. And so all that chain of custody will be declared and will be spoken very soon. So all those are the little work that we do for the national Ceylon Tea right now. It's massive. It's not little. It's a lot. But all of us are doing it together. Listening, little. I know.
Okay, so that's a lot of stuff, Anusha. Let me ask you this, because the first thing that comes to my mind, and maybe others that are watching, is this standard is a Sri Lankan sustainability standard. Yes? And so it's
a global standard.
No, I understand. No, I get that. It'll be recognized globally. You get global recognition. I totally understand that. But that bit I get. But the standard itself it's a Sri Lankan standard that is globally recognized, which means that it meets all the same standards as the global ones. Understood. How is that going to change other certifications that people get? And maybe it doesn't. Yeah. I mean, listen, this industry has talked a lot about the need to create its own standards. So I applaud you. Tell me how is this going to work?
So the one difference, or the major difference, is the cost of the certification, right? Mm-hmm. So for the other certificates, once it comes to Sri Lanka, the cost is pretty high. So compared to this standard is within the country, the certification bodies, everybody is going to be within the country. Of course, they also need to get accredited. So the cost of that is going to be massively come down into when you are going in for certificate. The same standard levels that we are giving to the world, but all the costing of the certificate, the auditing to all that is going to, because it's going to be localized. So it's just local entities will do it, and not like you have foreign travels, but it's locally we are doing it. That's where the biggest, I think the benefit is getting by the factories is the
administrative cost will be reduced. So there will be auditing that happens within this on the ground.
Yeah, so what happens is we are going to have a scheme owner. The scheme owner is the Ministry of Agriculture, which is the government again. And then we will have certification bodies where we need to have, according to the ICIL requirement, we need to have minimum 3 certification bodies for the for auditing purpose. Yeah, so we will have 3 or 4 or more. Where that's the final work is happening right now. We'll get registered, and so we will have all the certification bodies within the country, but it will be governed by the scheme owner, because that's the scheme owner is the one who's liaising with ICIL.
Got it.
In terms of going through with the standard.
Okay.
Continuous improvement. Yeah.
Okay. And can you announce when this is going to happen?
Well, the standard is out right now. It's in public domain, but the ICIL membership will be applied in 2 to 3 months, very soon. And then we will have the community. I know, so it's need to be brand new. So I just keep it
fantastic. That's fantastic. And listen, I mean, for a company like Lipton Iced Tea to be involved with it, I think is powerful, because it allows you as a brand, as a widely consumed bottled iced tea beverage, to take that as the standard that you're using on your products, a seal that you're using on your products. It provides it with credibility to retailers and supermarkets out there that say, okay, we accept it. Do you know what I mean? It's different than if Shabnam's Little Tea Garden decides to say, here's my, you know where I'm going with this, right? So it's pretty powerful that you have been behind this.
Yeah, absolutely right. So this is the advantage I also took at that time. Here, I think I was lucky enough to work for Lipton Iced Tea. It was a lack, of course, because that benefit, I know, but that benefit, like for me to capitalize on that benefit, it was world #1 iced tea brand, and 100% of their black instant tea powder going from Sri Lanka, right? And then if you do it here, see, me as a Sri Lankan also want to secure that distance to Sri Lanka. That's #1. As a Sri Lankan, someone, the little bit that we do as ourselves, right? And the other thing also, it's much easier for us because our infrastructure is so solid. Even everybody wants to do something good to the industry is something, Shabnam, is the beauty of it. And again, I'm coming back to what you were saying. We are not competing with each other. We compete together with the other. So those are the benefits that we got to run this entire program with the government and with all stakeholders. We are just behind because it's just the government is doing the entire program. We just fund, yes. And of course, there's a consultant that we have hired for ICIL, that advice, advocacy need to come down. So that we do. But other than that, it's the national approach, 100% by the industry. So it's a bottom up, not a top down. At least the farmers would love to see, okay, this is coming from us to up.
Yes, no, and I get that. I do. But they couldn't do this if they didn't get buy-in from some big names, and you're a pretty big name, just saying. So I don't know if I've told you this or not. So Maria, I think, is in the room. Maria Uspensky. She's my fellow co-author with Nigel Melican and James Norwood Pratt. We wrote a book called 101 Teas to Drink Before You Die. And Lipton Peach Iced Tea is on the list.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
so this is what I have. Raspberry.
You have raspberry. You have raspberry. Lipton Peach.
And that's low calorie. It's low calorie. So these are the new innovations that Lipton has done to these young Gen Zs and Gen Alphas and the young ones. Gen Z is getting old already, Anusha. It's Gen X. Sorry, not Gen X. Sorry, it's Gen Alpha that is the ones we need to be paying attention to. But it's about the innovation that your product ended up on there, because it's changed the way we drink tea. That's for sure. So, my lovely friend,
Next question. Do you remember what your last? Do you remember what your Proust? You know, of course you're ready.
I can't remember now.
Do you remember what it was last time?
No, I can't. I can't. Oh, hi. Yeah, there you go. Okay, you can ask.
I have two dogs with me. I've got another one over there.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, look at them. Okay.
They're my studio assistants today. One is mine and one is my mom's.
All right. Okay. That's so sweet.
I said, my mom's like, I'll keep them away from you. I'm like, you're not going to be able to keep them away. Just leave them. That's fine. Everybody knows I'm on my sofa at home. It's fine. And no, I don't want you. Yeah, this is a good one for you. This is a good one for you. What's your favorite journey? What was your favorite journey?
You know what? This is going to be very funny, right? So I went to visit my children. Both of them lives in Australia, right? And I was with them for 2 weeks, and I felt this is a little boring for me, and I know I'm going to make a solo trip. I know you won't believe that. So so I went and bought a ticket, okay, and then solo trip from Brisbane to Sydney, and I went and met my friends. That was my biggest, best journey which I have done for myself. You know, and I did a road trip from Sydney to Melbourne. And so that kind of a journey that I'm talking right now, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. So going to visit them, everything was like everyone together. Okay, this I have to do. You know, there was kind of responsibility that comes with you to do all what you have done, right? But this is the only one that so instantly I wanted to go, but and I love it so much. And when I came back, my kids were like, "Oh, Mama, you came to see us." I said, "Yeah, but I felt bored and I went and did this." So it was like a little one of those moments that I have done. Was the best journey in my long year. That
oh my God. Yeah. Anusha, to know you is to love you. I mean, bless, really. You are only Anusha would admit, not just say, admit that I was bored visiting my children, so I left. And it was the best decision I made. Good for you. Good for you. I believe it. That's totally what you would do. My lovely Anusha, it has been such a delight to have met you when I did. Not only, well, first virtually, and I remember when I saw you across the room. I'm like, that's her. I knew you right away, even though it was like this little screen that I first seen you on. You are such a force of energy and spirit and just wonderfulness. And I raise my cup to you. Nothing you have is out of luck, my friend. It is your hard work. Cheers. Happy International Tea Day. Not luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good night, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, all righty. I tell you that, imagine that in a room, and she's a pretty amazing person. Really, 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 really remarkable. Always fun to chat with her. My next guest, who is also lots of fun to chat with, has become almost a regular, Udena. Hello? Udena? Hello? Udena? Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can't hear me?
I can't hear them.
I can hear you. Oh. Well, away he went. Okay, then. I've been asking, oh, he's back. Let me put him back on the stage. Can you hear me now?
Yep. I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Line's clear.
Line's clear. You look different.
Always.
You grew hair.
Yep. Hair grows, hair goes, hair comes back. That's where life is. You know me.
You've become a regular, Udena. People are going to start talking.
You know how I live, right?
I do. Udena, does your wife like it's like longer or shorter?
Sorry?
Does your wife like your hair longer or shorter?
I've never asked.
You've never asked?
No.
And she hasn't told you?
Well, I think she's got used to this fact that every day is a surprise. So it goes like that.
All right, fair enough. Well, welcome. How are you?
Thank you. Doing good. Good to be back on the show, if I may call it that.
On the show?
Yes. Life's good.
Life is good.
Life's crazy. Life's good.
Let me introduce you to everybody who doesn't know you. And shame on you if you don't, because that means you haven't watched Sofa Summit before. Udena, I think this is your third visit with, third?
I think so, yeah.
Third.
Third
Udena is, a man who wears many hats. And one of those is the proud, I'm going to say steward. I don't know why, but calling you, using the word owner, even though you do own it, it feels wrong. I don't know why. I'm going to call you the steward of Kaley tea in Sri Lanka. Is that fair?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. And you are, well, I mean, you tell us about Kaley, and I mean, I know, but some of these people don't. So use this as your platform, dear sir, and tell people about Kaley first.
Kaley is, in one sense, Kaley is a tea company. We grow tea organically, regeneratively. We make tea artisanally. We export to specialty shops and restaurants and hotels around the world. We've been around for a little over a decade. From another perspective, Kaley has nothing to do with tea because we believe business is meant to do good. So we're all about healing. And if you ask why do we exist to heal. Our tagline is a very unorthodox, long, unmarketing-like tagline. We say healing one forest, one community, and you, one flavorful sip at a time. And that's purely because we believe, in every cup, every flavor, every sip, there are stakeholders that go to make this cup a reality. And the forest is a big part because we cultivate, we are an analog forest. We have half of our land is a preserved rainforest. So the forest is a key stakeholder of us. The community is a key stakeholder of us. And whoever comes in contact with us, be it a person who sips a tea, a connoisseur, a buyer, a retailer, a shop owner. So, it's everyone. And I think of us as a community that comes together to heal together. Profit was never really a part of our plan, if you believe me, and the listeners believe me, because it was started as a pet project. I'm not an agriculturist. I'm not a farmer. I'm not a tea expert. I come from completely different industries. So I worked for Unilever. I worked with Unilever in my first decade of work experience. So it was interesting to see the previous session. I was part of Unilever when the Brook Von Lipton Unilever merger happened in Sri Lanka and parts of India as well. And then I was in fashion. So I knew nothing about tea, which was a good thing. And I always say this project could have been coconut or rubber or lemongrass. It could have been anything.
And I say, lucky us.
Yes. And I bought this land purely because I was fascinated by the forest that was half the land. And there were 3 streams surrounding the land. It just looked perfect. It happened to be tea. When we bought it, it was a rundown, chemically run estate. We converted to organic. Everybody, the experts told us crop will drop 30%, but it will pick up after 3 years.
Yeah.
We are 8 years after, and it's still about 25%, 30% below where it was.
Below.
Then we thought below where it was when it was chemically run. So on that year of conversion, our crop dropped 60%. And the price gap between conventional and organic was less than 2%. So we began to lose a lot of money, obviously. That went on for 2-3 years. And then we thought someone will buy organic leaf at a better price. That never happened. Then we thought, we have to obviously start making value-added products. And because I retired early from corporate life, I didn't want to start a big business. So we went to artisanal, small scale. And we realized after a while that was not profitable enough. The cash flows were not enough. Then we started what I call today a micro-scale orthodox range, which is like knocking down a large orthodox factory into a miniature size orthodox factory where our batch size is 5 kilos every time we process. And bit by bit, we grew to a level that today we don't lose money and we make a little bit good enough to breathe and eat and sleep. So that's our story.
One of my favorite things about you, Udena, is your humbleness. Because I also know that you're a big believer in sharing knowledge and sharing, resources take many, many forms, but knowledge is definitely one of them. And some of that has been through the Salon Artisan Tea Association, so CATA, right?
Yeah.
And this artisanal network that you have built with Simon in Sri Lanka. And it's quite unique and very holistic. So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, see, artisan tea in Sri Lanka is new. I mean, even the tea industry in Sri Lanka is, a young industry compared to China and many other countries, right? Artisan tea is probably 30 years, and people like Herman Gunratna and Bernard Holsinger started this whole thing 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. But I consider Simon to be the modern day father of artisan tea in Sri Lanka. And this whole culture of sharing is thanks to him. Just happened to fit in perfectly with our kind of ethos. So he's the one who, when I really wanted to learn in depth, said, look, come, learn, copy, do better. And that is really shocking in South Asian cultures. I've worked across South Asia, and it's really shocking in South Asia because we love to protect what we know and, don't want any competitor nearby. So from that perspective, and this is the first time in my life I have ever joined an association, and it has really helped us take our story out to the world, share things, develop products together, market products together, talk to customers together. I mean, even today on SOFA, we were keen to be able to have so many of our new members talk with you and, take their story to the world. So the Artisan Tea Association has sort of not only created the impact on us, but on the industry as a whole. I mean,
right.
I'd say 5 years ago when we started as a group, people in Sri Lanka and the conventional tea industry, including some of the main institutions that run Sri Lanka tea, Ceylon tea, I think they thought we were a bit of a joke. People who had nothing better to do, selling 5 kilos at a time or 1 kilo at a time, kind of thing. But today we've come to create a serious impact, both locally and internationally. So CATA has played a substantial role in that. And I'm as much a founding member, I'm a big beneficiary of CATA.
But that's conceptually that's the concept of what you're doing, right? Is that everybody, because of the sharing of knowledge, because of this come and learn and take and whatever what you need, you created this community where, as you've just described, it's the ethos. That's the ethos, which so everybody is giving and taking from it, and presumably, I am assuming, presumably nobody is taking more than they are giving, right? It sort of works both ways. And I think that that's what's really interesting in what you created, because that's not a Southeast Asian phenomenon of not wanting to share. I think that's, and I don't think it's even a tea industry thing. I think it's a human thing, that the business, right? You build what you have, and this idea of Simon saying to you, come, learn, take, whatever, is special. It's really special.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's helped a lot of us. And we have trained probably over 200-300 people in regenerative ag, in organic cultivation, in artisan tea manufacturing, not just in Sri Lanka, but from overseas. We have visitors who come to learn from us and share. And with every visit, we learn quite a bit as well. So, even if it's our neighbor, if it's someone living 10 kilometers away, we surprisingly don't see sharing as competition and genuinely helping us. Simon once said, you travel overseas and you see artisan tea or specialty tea, you see Chinese specialty, a huge shelf. And so with obviously Japanese and Taiwan. And you see Ceylon artisan tea as a tiny little space.
Yeah.
And there is so much of room for probably 100 other artisan tea makers from Ceylon to make a name out there.
Yeah.
And the more you get, the consumer will have bigger choices.
Yeah.
There'll be unique flavors that come from each one of us. So
yeah,
that's the way we see it today.
Plenty of room for everybody. What do you wish a consumer would know about production that you think they don't know?
I don't know if I want a consumer to know of production. For example, if I go and buy a car, or if I buy furniture, I don't really need to know. I don't really want to know how the nuts and bolts and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
But if you're looking at sort of what is it that we do that I wish the consumer knew, or
yes,
as a group of consumers, we all want good things in life.
Yes.
We all want, better quality. We want our tea to be flavorful. We want our tea to be made ethically. We would love to buy from the farm. We'd love to know who made the tea, etc., etc. But we're so used to this whole concept of I want everything now at the lowest possible price.
Yeah.
And there is this big conflict in ourselves, be it me, be it probably you, be it consumers in general. I want what is best for me, but I'm not willing to pay the price that goes to make that product.
Yeah.
I mean, if I want a commodity product, go buy a tea bag, and that's fine. Okay, sure. Because it's diversity that makes this world beautiful, right? And crazy as well. But if you know what you want, then you should, I think, also go to some extent to study, how is it, why is it this expensive, or why does it cost so much? I'll give you a connected analogy or an example, not just consumers. There are people who tell me that, I could get the same green tea that you produce at half the price in China. And I'd say, obviously, right? You can buy toys at 1/3 the price. You can buy clothes at 1/3 the price. You can buy Chinese electric cars today at 20%, 30% cheaper than what the Europeans make or the Americans make. And it's obvious because of the scale, etc. But when it comes to food, and when it comes to tea, and when it comes to unique teas, you look for flavor. You look for something special. And Sri Lanka could never, ever match the prices that the Chinese would sell at, because we don't have the scale. I mean, how much tea would I make in 35 acres of cultivated land? Or how much tea would Amber make? See, it's limited volume, which means the prices are higher, but it's a unique flavor. So I think everyone involved in buying decisions, consumers, retailers, restaurants, whoever, I think once you decide, I want this, then to do a bit of research as to why is it at that price. And that's what I would wish for, probably.
Okay. I'm going to take it one step further, Udena, and I agree with you on when it comes to, the sort of that artisanal world that you operate in. And I will take it a step further and say that conversation needs to be had throughout this supply chain, throughout our products completely, whether it's your mass commodity, like whatever produce tea bags, or whether it's artisanal small scale, whatever it is. And the reason I say that is because we are an industry that is still largely hand produced. There's definitely machinery, there's mechanics, of course, there is some of that, but compared to industries that are mechanized, like truly mechanized, we're not mechanized at all. And I drew actually a fashion analogy at our North American Tea Conference a few years ago. I can buy a pair of jeans that are mass produced and pay $30 for them, or I can buy a couture gown that is hand stitched and takes hundreds of hours of labor and skill and work, etc. And I'm going to pay two very, very different prices. And the fashion world understands that. Yet we have an industry where we are still hand plucking tea, right? We are still hand sorting tea. We are individually tasting the tea. This is my mother taking care of me. Thank you. Hand making tea. But do you know what I mean? We are still within, and yet we are charging prices as though we are mechanized.
Yeah.
And when we're doing that for mass-produced tea, artisanal isn't going to get much better of a price, and that's the unfortunate reality, is that everything becomes relative to something else, and we have undervalued our product immensely. And I've been in tea for 25 years, and I can tell you we've been having this conversation for 25 years, 35 years, 45. There are people here that have been on longer than I have, and they will tell you this conversation's been going on since the beginning of time. I don't have an answer.
It's a lot to do with education, the way I see it. And that education comes not just from communication or social media, but it's also visits. When you travel overseas, I'd say go visit places that you're interested in buying your food or your clothes or wherever, and go see those places. See, I mean, you've been with us, you've come to us, you've seen us. Protecting, a 10, 12 hectare forest, a rainforest, ain't easy, right? We're part of a big village, there are loggers, that takes a cost. Ensuring that the community benefits before the shareholders per se costs a lot. I mean, we are in the Mathura district, 2% of the population are Tamils, and these Tamils have come from South India. They were migrant slave labor, and they continue to be treated as migrant slave labor. My friends in the industry will dislike me and might criticize me for saying this, but typical slave labor around the world, not just in Sri Lanka. Now, we have an issue. I mean, we have, say, 15 families who are resident, and the majority are Sinhalese. These kids don't have a Tamil school to go to. They think in Tamil and they speak in Sinhala. The village school refused to enroll them in school 7-8 years ago until we got involved. And do we still understand each other? I don't think so. And after years of work that we did, we finally, I think, came across a medium of communication, which is art, which is music and dance. And where when we bring people together around music and dance, there is no race, religion, language, people all dance to rhythm, right? And we've now got into, actually, we've just produced our first theater production, which is a mobile theater group that visits, which is our kids, where we take them from city to city saying, this is our story. And this is who we are. We're the kids of Kaley, and this is how we live. And, trying to build bridges within various communities around the country and build bridges of understanding. So we've performed twice now. Once at Simon's house in Matra, where we had a big audience as part of the Matra Arts Festival. Then we performed in Colombo. Hopefully in July, we'll have another performance in Colombo and we'll travel around the country. But, all of this costs money.
Yes.
And why are we doing this? Because that every sip you get is, we use this label, ethically sourced, whatever that means. But you'd want to drink a cup of tea, which is healthy for you, which is ideally organic, which is made properly and is flavorful. It is costly.
It does cost, absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, if there's one message I would like for me to say during this conversation, it is that it's not something I planned to say, but I think it came out of this conversation of, if that's what you want, if you want to, put a tea bag in a cup and run from one meeting to another, which I've done in my life, and, just, you don't think of flavor, you just want something to give you that little boost between two meetings and, sit and sip. Well, that's a choice we make. If you want to sit and relax and feel healed, sipping a cup of tea or dream, well, that's another choice you make. But each choice brings about, has repercussions, has consequences, and cost is one consequence.
We don't disagree about that. I think where we might be bumping ahead a little bit with each other is that I think that applies to the entire industry across the scale. And I don't think you disagree with that.
No, I'm in full agreement. I'm in full agreement.
I could talk to you for hours, Udena, which is why you keep coming back year after year. I have to come back to Sri Lanka, Udena. If for no other reason than to see this, show.
You have to. We will. I hope travel overseas one day. That's part of our plan.
September 22nd to the 24th, 2026, Niagara on the Lake. I told you.
Yep. You told me.
I know. All right. Well, everybody here heard it as well. All right, my friend. Ready? Or your...
Yes. Always ready.
What's a good question for Udena? No. Well, this is a good one for you. Curious what your answer is going to be. What trait do you most dislike in yourself?
I've never thought about it, but at this very moment, I don't think there's anything that I dislike in myself.
Oh!
Honestly, I'm in probably the happiest place I've ever been in my life. I think I've told you this. I'm someone I have never planned my life. I just go with the flow. So in agriculture, as much in many things I've done, I've bungled up a lot more than succeeded, and I've learned, and that's been my biggest and greatest learning in life. And right now, I'm the happiest place that I've ever been in my life. So,
okay. Well, I'll drink to that. That's a incredible place to be. It's always a delight to chat with you, Udena. Thank you for joining today. I really appreciate it. Are you in the gardens or are you in Colombo?
I am in Colombo today, traveling up tomorrow.
Okay, you're a lucky man. Enjoy, and I wish you a very, very happy International Tea Day. Thank you for introducing us to some lovely, lovely people. We had SereneTea on earlier, and we also had Jetwing on, which was lovely. And who else did we have? The very, very beginning, we had Catrin, Glen Nevis. Catrin was representing Glen Nevis from Sweden, representing Sri Lanka. Yep. But that's it, connected all around. So thank you, and I wish you a very, very happy International Tea Day. I hope we see each other in person sooner than later.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me, and Kaley. I'm very happy always to be in conversation with you. Happy International Tea Day to everyone on the show.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye, Udena. All righty. I really could sit and chat with Udena for hours. The very, very first time I met Udena was here again, SOFA Summit, and then was very, very fortunate the last time I was in Sri Lanka to go and stay at Kaley. And when Udena talks about healing, that their motto is healing the land, healing through the, it really truly is what they live. I can tell you as somebody who's been there, who's spoken with him at length about many, many different issues. This is not a man that is only speaking and saying what sounds good. This everybody is Oscar, as you all know. This is my dog. But he actually lives it. And he says that he doesn't plan, which I believe that's a lesson that perhaps some of us could take as well, because it seems to work for him, whatever it is. And it certainly works for the land that he is farming, because he allows the land to tell him what it needs. I think I remember that's something that he said when I was visiting Kaley a few years ago. So another amazing person that I met on that same trip was Almas. Hello, Almas. How are you?
Hi, Shabnam. I'm good, and great to see you, and it's an honor to be on your show.
It's lovely to see you. Tell everybody, well, first of all, everybody, we're still in Sri Lanka. We're spending a lot of time in Sri Lanka today, which is delightful and wonderful. And that gorgeous picture that you see in the background of is Sri Lanka, and that is not, I can tell you as somebody who's been there, that is not touched up, that is not AI, that is not photoshopped. That is truly what this gorgeous country looks like. So, Almas, tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Yes. So my journey to tea has been quite a journey. So it's been 7 years now. Before I joined the tea, I spent in the corporate. I have also had the pleasure working for brands like Adidas in Sri Lanka and Almarai in the Middle East in dairy, and and also again in Saudi with Renault Automobiles, the French brand.
Mm-hmm.
So I spent almost at age of the company maximum 4 years, and I joined tea, and this is the first time I have continuing to work for more than 4 years. Now I'm with tea for 7 years. So it's been quite a journey, and I have no plans of switching to any other industry, though I come from corporate background. In the tea, very traditional and conventional. So I like it very much now. So
yes. Almas, you're also very fortunate that you work for an extraordinary company. Bogawantalawa is a fascinating company that I was very fortunate to visit when I was last in Sri Lanka and spend some time with you and Tusita. Tell us about Bogawantalawa.
Sure. So Bogawantalawa, as you can see in the background and explained by Shabnam, it is known as the Golden Valley of Ceylon tea. So since 1869, this valley has been growing perfect tea and terroir. And so since 2009, we have taken a totally different route that has set us on a very different path, and for us to take the leadership and trailblazing role in sustainability. So as you know and seen in your own eyes, Shabnam, so even before the UN SDG goals were unveiled, we have embarked on a journey of sustainability by setting the Bogawantalawa Climate Smart Agriculture Center. So we started to measure our own carbon footprint. We started to in-house biofertilizer plants, so at the plantation, and we are proud to have become the world's first carbon neutral tea company in 2017. So when I say carbon neutral, it's not just at the plantation level, from tea growing, manufacturing, value addition, up to the end customer, up to the shelf. So that's one. And in 2009, we went beyond carbon neutral, and we became the world's first climate positive tea company. That is all together with 100% renewable energy. And we were the first to go solar and renewable energy in the upcountry, and it was quite new at that time. So though my role, I'm close to the market and marketing to the key, so we control the entire value chain. And Bogawantalawa is also the largest fair trade exporter of Ceylon tea for the last 1 decade, and we are the largest contributor to the fair trade from Sri Lanka in tea. And we are also the largest Ceylon tea exporter, value-added Ceylon tea exporter to the Netherlands, to the Dutch market. So that's some of the milestones and achievements. So now going beyond tea, we have ventured into spices. Herbal and spices, which is very complementary with the tea. Not just a few ginger, cardamom, cinnamon, turmeric, as well as vanilla. So all grown in our own plantation. So we pride ourselves of
Yeah, and what I was going to say, I was just going to pause there for a second, just to say that, you know, it's one of the amazing things I think about Bogawantalawa. Well, a number of things. Number one is this commitment to sustainability, all of the environmental work that you do. You know, understanding that, you know, you were, if I recall correctly, the story that you and Tusita said was that you were buying herbs from elsewhere and bringing it in and thought, well, this is silly, we can be growing our own. Which is such a logical thing to be, you know, it's a logical thought process, but very, very few, and I can tell you this because, you know, I've seen it. There are very, very, very few tea estates that actually do that. They continue to buy as opposed to understand that the same soil grows, you know, these wonderfully. So you're sort of integrating yourself across a few different channels. But what I was saying to Anusha earlier, and this is important in what you just said, is that you are the largest in this and the largest in that and the largest in this, is that, we talk about farmed with care, and it's something that people understand and embrace and accept very quickly and easily when we're talking about small scale, but they don't believe it when we talk about large scale. They just automatically assume that when something becomes big, the company stops caring and stops doing, etc. And my experience has been that in a lot of the cases, they almost do more because they can. So do you find that, communicating that is sometimes difficult because you're a large company, or do you find it's easier?
Well, in the beginning, when I joined, and I felt it was a bit difficult because coming from corporate, for me, it was very difficult to understand their philosophy.
Yeah.
Why the chairman has embarked on a journey of investing so much of money on people and planet. And when I don't see that the return, or it's a long-term return, and if we had taken a path that what normally in a corporate or a commercial organization would do, to invest so much money on solar, renewable energy, planting over 500,000 trees, right, to get the microclimatic balance, the biofertilizer and everything going, and also calculating the living wage gap. So what is the gap? How do we bridge that gap, rather than depending everything on the buyers? So for me, so yes and no. In beginning, it felt very difficult, but then I found out the chairman's philosophy, means Dinesh Ambani's philosophy, is to farm with care, to give back to the nature and nurture the nature's gift and the people around it. So even though we can't demand a premium, so I think it's done with his foundation philosophy. So now I'm quite gel with it, and also we don't do commercial marketing campaigns or brand building around this, right? To so it is done in pure, like, with intention.
Yes.
And so therefore I think I'm me and my team, so we are quite okay, and we have become used to it, and now it's easier than it was before.
Right. That must have been quite the shock for you, coming from corporate Adidas and that world, no?
Exactly. It was quite a shock, because looking at the numbers and really what are we doing, and carbon neutral, are we to charge a premium, or climate positive are to charge a premium? When are we going to get the return? So, but I think even we continue on that journey, we don't even stop, because when we do like investor on organic, it's true organic. We control the entire value chain.
I know.
Right from the soil development up to the fertilizer. We have got Tusita, as you know, he's full-time focus. It's not that other sustainability department you will see in a corporate, they'll be in Colombo and sitting in office. So this gentleman is on the ground and he's taking care of the nature, nurturing. So it's quite different. It's I think it goes very well with your theme, farm with care.
Yeah.
So for corporate, it's possible. I think we have proven that for corporate, it's possible, and it's doable.
Yeah.
So that we have got some amazing stories of brands, even the big brands we are working with on various projects, and from Sri Lanka, from Ceylon. Sometimes we are the only tea value chain that partnering with such projects.
Right.
For example, Gold Stand, that carbon credit, filling the living wage gap for the amount of tea they they buy from us. So these are the benefits which we can give as a corporate, because the global brands also need scale. And yes, smallholders, they do a tremendous job, and they're looking after the people around them, the much more needy, as well as I think for global brands, they need both smallholders as well as the corporate.
So within that world of sustainability, and you've listed some of the things that you do, carbon neutrality, et cetera, et cetera. What do you worry about most when it comes to these issues?
Yes, so Shabnam, talking about sustainability now, worries now, for example, if you take a brand, they would dare to call having the kosher certificate or halal certificate or Euro organic or USD organic. Nobody will say that they have it unless they have that certification.
Yes.
But when it comes to sustainability, people do claim we are sustainable.
Yes.
And we do. So there's a lot of as you know, a lot of greenwashing around it.
Yes.
So the issue is, I know you have introduced the cool farm tool.
Yes.
So right, and so my biggest concern and worry is there's no uniform certification as such for people to call as sustainability, as sustainable brand. But whereas when it comes to, as I said, daily kosher, you have to say you have the kosher certification.
It's not standardized, right?
Exactly. So the people, so it becomes a challenge.
Yeah.
And also one other thing is sustainability for different people, it would mean different meaning.
Absolutely.
And by looking at the packaging, if the packaging is looking green and earthy color, so now people has a perceive. Oh,
that's the marketer in you speaking now.
So these are the issues and these gray areas, and so I don't see any standard as such. I know you and Dr. Sharon has taken a good initiative. So I feel if this comes to because speaking about, I think you were talking about fashion a little while earlier about the brand. So if you take Nike, for example, I know as a fact in Sri Lanka, they have given a target to, they're working with multiple companies in Sri Lanka, India, and Bangladesh. They are given, you have to shift and move away from using fossil fuel.
Right.
So that's the amount of detail, the value chain traceability, and real sustainability matrix global fashion brand has taken at the route, and they have set the standard. So has any tea brand has any tea brand thought about it? You have to be sustainable in your value chain. You have to move away from fossil fuel. You have to bridge the living wage gap. So that's one. And the second issue I saw is I don't see a timeline. At least by 2030, you have to reach this many percentage. And I think we're at the early stage, like your initiative. I think that's where what my chairman and Dr. Bandara did way back in 2009. We started to map how much is our carbon emission, how do we have a plan. So I think so these are worrying issues and concerns for sustainability of the tea industry, because from Sri Lanka we see the crop is dropping. So these are the main reasons.
And I mean, I think that those are all warranted, and I think you're absolutely right about them. First of all, the word sustainability is sort of, I think somebody mentioned this at the very beginning. Don't ask me who right now, but it was. It's sort of thrown out there as well. You just said also green. You used the word greenwashing, but it is a word that is used a lot right now as a marketing word, as a marketing tool, right? Without much substance behind it. And I don't think this is just with tea. I think that we probably see this in a number of different well, in most things, right? And in most products and finance and everything that we deal with. And until we have some kind of standardization within industries at least, what does it actually mean, right? So as you said, Sharon and I have been working, well, we have worked to build, well, we built a carbon calculator for our members that our members can use to calculate their carbon emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3. And the objective was to reach exactly what you're talking about, is that when everybody's using different consultants and, et cetera, everybody's using different metrics. And then everybody's making a claim. And one company's claim, if measured by somebody else's calculation, is completely different. Like it's apples and oranges. We're not talking about the same thing. And I don't know if that's something, is that something we can do as an industry, or is that something that needs to be done externally? I don't know. Things like organic certification, for example, that's not industry specific, that's government specific, isn't it? I know that Canada, for example, now has greenwashing laws.
Yes.
So, if you make a claim, you better be ready to back it up. Otherwise, you've got some heavy fines. So I don't know. I don't have an answer, but I think those are all legitimate concerns that you're talking about. It's, from your perspective, and I'm going to ask you something that you're not expecting, but I'm confident that you're. So you've come to the tea world from, as you said, corporate and Adidas and marketing, etc. What do you think the biggest mistake is that the tea industry is making, from somebody who came in seeing how others are doing it, other products?
Well, I think not positioning it and not positioning is enough. And that is one. And secondly, in terms of convenience, I think we have done a bit less, because if you compare with coffee,
yes,
right, I think so one is, I think, heavily undervalued.
Yes.
And we have not positioned it. Yes, I know there are initiatives, bubble tea, instant tea, and stuff. I think there's a bit more positioning to be done, number one. And number two, more convenience.
Right.
Now, if you take coffee, you get the dip coffee, then take capsule, a coffee capsule, and then you have introduced the technology there.
Right.
So I think the use of technology at the convenience end, at the consumer end, is quite less.
Right. Yeah.
So I think these two are the top two that comes to my mind immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, listen, I think tea's greatest last innovation was the tea bag, and that was over 100 years ago. So it's time to innovate something. No?
Exactly.
Yeah. We need to get some youngsters. We need to get some engineers on this.
We are trying to do. We are also introduced the, if I may reveal, the tea capsule.
Yes.
And so I think while we prefer the tradition, the culture, still I think this industry has to evolve and to be more convenient, because the Gen Z and the Gen Alphas, you never know. I mean, they might not have the time to boil the water, to make a warm tea.
Yeah. I think that as an industry, we get so fixated on, we've always done it this way, so we can't possibly do anything different. Just because you want to do something different and want to innovate doesn't mean you have to give up tradition. We can have both. Look at Japan. Japan is the best example to me of a country that has balanced innovation and still honors deeply its tradition, right? The Japanese tea ceremony has been around for thousands of years. And yet Japan is also the same country that I can go to a vending machine, I can get a bottle that looks like water in it, turn the cap, and tea comes out, and I shake it, and off I go, right? So it's we get very fixated, frozen, paralyzed into not innovating. So Almas, tell me, what does International Tea Day mean to you?
Right. So it means in many ways. So first of all, I think the same thing. We ran an in-house campaign with our team, and we also asked them the same question. So, and one is the tea moments. So one set of team, they answered saying for them International Tea Day means a good reminder of their tea moments. And some they said they are connected the tea with the book, and sometimes tea we're thinking, tea time with we're answering issue problem, or during a meeting, after meeting. So that's one. And and also tea rituals. So tea moments also, International Tea Day also reminded the different ways of tea, and about making it having plain, no sugar, no milk, and some with milk. So that's one. And for us at Bogawantalawa, the marketing team, for them the International Tea Day, one set of, I think they were proud about it, my marketing team, or the interfering, the interaction, custom interaction team and customer service team is all female right now. So yes, so, and we have got 4 female leaders taking care of the 4 regions of the world. So when we asked the question of what does International Tea Day mean to them, they said for them the first thing is that this company, Bogawantalawa, has given the chance to all the female, the marketing leaders, to take care of their customers, because when it comes to the tea tasters and the tea traders, it's male dominated.
Yes.
So that's one. And so I said there are many. And then also, so we were working with one brand, and they said innovating a new tea recipe, or introducing a tea range. So with one client today, we are working about a few recipes around beauty tea. And so they say if they make it a point to introduce new recipes on the tea day. So that's some perspective. So for us at Bogawantalawa, International Tea Day means looking after the entire value chain, the earth, the people around it, from the tea plucker, our own tea fraternity, about what we can give back to them. So I celebrate and recognize them, what they're doing to the world, to raise a cup of tea for the future.
Well, that's certainly what I think about when I think of Bogawantalawa, and I didn't get it until I visited you. You do amazing things there. Really, really, really. I was stunned the entire time. So, Almas, one question that you didn't know I was going to ask you is the Proust question. Everybody has to answer a Proust question before they leave.
Right.
And your question, dear Almas, is what is your idea of perfect happiness?
Perfect happiness.
In life.
So that, you can wake up in the morning without any worry, or that you have not missed anything. I think that's more than enough.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I raise my cup to you, lovely friend. Thank you for taking the
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you. I know it's late for you over there, but I really
No problem.
appreciate your time.
It was pleasure being with you, Shabnam, as always. And wish you all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Happy
Thank
International
you.
Tea Day to you.
To you too.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. All righty. I'm going to jump straight into my next guest, and you'll understand why in just a moment. But it's such a delight to invite you on. Hi, Matthew. Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Now, hello.
Yes, I can hear you now. Phew.
Yeah. Sorry.
How are you?
All well, Shabnam, and thank you so much for having me again on your Sofa Summit 2026. It truly is a privilege for me.
Oh, it is my privilege, not yours, Matthew. You were on many years ago. It's been a while now since you've been on. But I have to say thank you. Matthew, everybody, has dinner guests at the moment. So he has walked away from his dinner guests to come and spend a little bit of time with us on International Tea Day. But I also have to say, dear watchers, viewers, and guests, Matthew has just been honored, or rather KDHP has been honored with making Matthew not only managing director, but also chairman of KDHP. So a big congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Shabnam. Thank you so much.
So, Matthew, why don't we start by you tell everybody your tea story. How did you get into tea?
Yeah. So, Shabnam, way back in the 90s, I was just completing my master's in organic chemistry and was on my way to the University of Missouri, Columbia for my PhD in polymer chemistry. And that's the year where our GRE scores got cancelled. So I couldn't make it for the spring semester. I thought I would make it for the fall semester, but then I had a call from Dad, who is a second generation Tata, employee. He said, you need to come to join the Tata group, and you need to come down to Kerala. So so I took his advice and came down to Cochin and applied for a job at Tata Tea, the plantations, and I got in. And so I joined the plantations way back in September '94, and I've never looked back after that, because probably it's probably the best job that one can look for, and if you really like and love the outdoors, then there is nothing to beat it. And the sheer joy of lush green, seeing the lush green gardens and smelling the aroma of the tea that comes out of the factories, there's nothing that's truly unmatched. And my journey has been, I started in '94 as an assistant manager in one of the estates in Munnar as in the field. So I've worked across the field for around almost 7 years. Then I got a break to work in the factories, and then I worked in the CTC factories, the factory that you visited, Matapati. I also worked in Chandavare, the Orthodox factories. So I had an opportunity to work across different cross functions. And then in 2005, when Tata Tea decided to bought over Tetley and wanted to focus on global branding, they decided to spin off the plantations as an associate company, and KDHP was formed. This was a very unique formation where the employees were also given the opportunity to become shareholders, and it was almost an employee buyout. And I was tasked to take over marketing and set up the marketing department for KDHP, which I did. And I worked in marketing for 2 years. And then we had a flurry of people who had left from the factories. I had to take over 4 factories. In 2011, the managing director, Mr. Alexander, again offered me the opportunity to work again in marketing. I came back to marketing. In 2015, I got the break as the MD and CEO when my predecessor, Chako, joined Tata Coffee as the MD. And since 2005 up to last week, I continued for the last 11 years as the MD and CEO of probably the finest company, tea company in India, as far as efficiencies is concerned. What we've done over the period is that we've tried to modernize, invest in the plantations, into new planting, into planting high-value teas, especially the white teas. You would have seen it when you came into Munnar. We've modernized, automated the factories to ensure the quality, efficiencies, costs are kept under control. And then, of course, we opened up our chain of outlets called Chai Bazaar, and a brand Ripple Tea, which sells through the Chai Bazaars. We have 10 of them. We're opening one next week. We have one at the airport. And then we also have a retail brand that we retail across the state of Kerala and in Tamil Nadu, and which is growing well for us. So what we've done is we've tried to improve the value addition of tea by improving, investing in factories, and then investing in the brand. Today, the B2C income from for our company is almost 29% of our total income. So that's where we are pushing for. We are on the digital platform, the e-commerce platform. So this is what we've been driving, and now we have Abbas, who's joined us on the board as the ED and CEO, and I've taken over as the chairman and MD. And so what we're trying to do is get the business of KDHP future ready. And how do you do it? You have to continue investing in the B2C business. You have to continue to value add in your plantations, in your factories and your operations, and at the same time keeping a control on cost while ensuring that your business is sustainable. First of all, economically, and then look at you have to obviously be socially sustainable and environmentally sustainable. So that's the journey so far, Shabnam.
That's a lot.
Very exciting.
Yeah, I know. That's a lot. And the one piece that you went through that I'm just going to go back to are your Chai Bazaars and your Ripple brand, because I think I mean, there are a lot of things that you do at KDHP that I saw and probably that I think is very, very different and unique to the way that you operate as a business. Cool. But one of them is the Chai Bazaar that I saw. The parking lot for the Chai Bazaar was packed. I mean, people open retail shops, but it's packed. First of all, it's absolutely packed. And the shop is packed. And what I found extraordinary is that it's tourists from the area, right? It's not, they're not Canadian tourists or American tourists or European tourists that are sort of one-time visitors. These are people that you are drawing from around that are coming into the shop and purchasing. And then on top of that, what the other piece that I found extraordinary is what's inside of that shop, because first of all, it's all your products, number one. And number two, the range of products from chocolate to tea to essential oils, all made with products that you grow and you make.
Absolutely.
And to align yourself sort of vertically, to have all of these vertical channels as part of your business. I think, people talk about it. People say this is the way that we should do business, but very, very few actually do. Very few actually execute that and carry it through. So how did that start within KDHP?
Yeah. So thank you for all the lovely words that you've mentioned about Chai Bazaar. The reason we did that was as single origin teas, you do have a competitive advantage of the terroir, the taste, the aroma, the flavor, the character. And I think that is one particular aspect which single origin teas can really ride on. It's a competitive advantage. And by opening these stores, what we did was we probably had the tourists coming in from all over India. We have tourists coming from abroad. They come into the stores. We have all these signages. We have all these shelf talkers. And we have stories about the company, the sustainability angle, the carbon neutrality, everything. So there is basically they are able to interact and understand the culture of the company while they buy probably a cup of tea at a very nominal rate, and then they decide whether they need to buy the packet of tea. So it's more of a wet sampling that we do. There's an exchange of culture, and the company gets literally a free mileage. And it's a branding opportunity that we are really making the most of. And tourists get to see the various kinds of tea that are there. Our white teas, probably we would be the largest white tea producer in India. We make more than 2.5-3 tons of white tea. It gets sold out even before we can. So we just can't make enough of the high value specialty teas. It sells at 25,000 rupees a kilo. But that's the kind of demand the tourists want to really, pay for quality teas. They want to experience specialties, super specialty teas. You would have seen the rose teas, the green teas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're understanding. So it's more of you could put up a product tomorrow. I could just introduce a new product line, check out what is the feedback from the tourists, and even when I roll out a packet, I normally put 2-3 versions of the packet, and I request the branding. I request the tourist to rate it on a scale of 1 to 5, and then we decide which packaging to go for based on what the tourists feel. We take the inputs. So this is something that I can bring out a product. It can fail, it can do well, and if it does well, I then fast track it. So I fast track it not only in the stores, I fast track it into the retail segment in Kerala and across the state of Tamil Nadu.
So for all of you watching and all of you marketers watching, I hope you heard what he just said, because what KDHP is doing is not just making money off of making revenue, making money off of the Chai Bazaar itself, because as I said, believe me when I tell you it was packed. But they're also using it as a way to see how consumers are going to respond to products before they put it out further. So they have almost their own little microcosm of consumers that you are getting feedback from, and that is, I mean, I say bravo to you. That's really why you have the success that you do, Matthew.
Thank you.
Besides being one of the nicest people in tea, really you are.
Thank you so much, Shabnam.
Topped only by your lovely wife, Geeta. So, Matthew, what do you think is the biggest misunderstanding that people have about how tea is made?
I think the biggest misunderstanding is that probably what they feel is that the green leaf is just dried, put into a dryer, and you get black tea coming out of it. But they don't realize that there are a lot of probably decisions. There are a chain of decisions that are taken, before, right from the field, the kind of cultivar you normally plant, the kind of size of leaf that you target, the choice of processing that you do, the withering that you do, the level of oxidation that you want to really let the leaf go through, the level of cell rupture, whether you want a stronger brew, whether it's CTC, whether you want a lighter brew, orthodox, you go for a lighter roll. It depends on the drying, whether you want, what kind of tea that you want, and of course there's a lot of nuances in the sorting and storage. So we do a lot of vacuum packing also, so that really gives you a shelf life of almost 12 months in the market. These are for not just for the retail packs, even for the commodity packs that sell in the auctions. So there's so much science, so much chemistry that is involved in tea making. There is so much of art involved in tea making that it's really people have to understand, and maybe there needs to be, I think the public needs to be made aware of it. There needs to be generic promotion of tea. That is the reason I've opened up the factory at Matupati for visitors to come and view how tea is made. The pain and the processes that are followed, how hygienically it is done. And that's when people appreciate it. And then they come into the store and they see that this is how tea is made. This is how complicated it is. You explain to them and they just want to pick up teas.
Yeah.
The next misunderstanding is, of course, that all teas are made the same way, whether it's green tea, oolong, white tea, yellow teas. Now they are all processed differently. The level of oxidation is different. So these are things that I think there are a lot of misunderstanding. Also, if you look at organic tea doesn't mean better tea. Of course, the benefits of organic tea we all know, but it doesn't automatically translate into a better tasting or a higher quality tea. So I think these are things that people need to be aware of or made aware of.
Do you think we do enough do you think we do enough in this industry to communicate that to consumers?
I think we do not do enough, and I think generic promotion of tea is something that I think all producing countries need to take up jointly, so that and today through social media, I think it can be done at a very low cost. A campaign can be run across the countries, and I think that's where we need to come together. Pool in resources and promote tea as a not just as a commodity, as a probably a magical drink which has so much of health benefits. I mean, we've heard you and Sharon talking about the flavanols. You have 10 milligrams of flavanols in a day. I mean, it can prevent a heart stroke. That's around 4 to 5 cups of tea. So there are the nutraceutical aspects of tea. These are all amazing things if it is communicated, and especially to the younger generation who's really who are looking for health benefits.
Right.
I think we could get the right target segment. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So one of the other things that we've been talking about today is sustainability, right? And there's these 3 main pillars when it comes to sustainability: environmental, people, and economic. And I know that you do a lot within KDHP, but what do you worry about most when it comes to any of these issues that we deal with, whether it's climate, people, economics, whatever?
Yeah, I think what we are seeing, especially where we are in the position in the Western Ghats, and we are most prone to climate change. We've been seeing some very adverse weather conditions over the last 3 years, something that I have not seen over the last 32 years I have been in planting, and it's a new normal. So this is where we have to gear up. We have to look at climate resilient, sustainable agricultural practices, starting from planting materials, use of biologicals, controlling pests and disease through biologicals. I mean, these are things that you need to look at. We have in a very high employee-intensive industry with spiraling cost of production, which is a major concern. The global tea consumption is lagging production. I mean, we have huge carry-forward stocks of tea, probably hundreds of millions if you look at the global production and consumption pattern. So this is resulting in, we are just looking at a steady decline in tea prices in real terms, if you really look at it. So that's really going to hit the economic viability of tea plantations. And if economic viability is hit, you can be rest assured socially and environmentally, the pillars of sustainability are definitely going to get a hit in plantations, take a hit in plantations. So I think this is where I think we need to be cognizant of what are the challenges and what do you do about it. Of course, you need to probably invest in R&D, look at how you can improve quality, value addition. You need to look at how you can get the younger generation to start looking at the health benefits of tea, probably drinking more tea. So these are things that we need to look at to be sustainable in the long run, because otherwise we are, I mean, not in a good place at the moment.
Well, we run the risk of going down the route of cocoa, right? Which is
absolutely
in not good shape at all. So on that note, are you optimistic about the future of tea?
I would say I would be rather cautious than optimistic about the future of tea, given the uncontrolled increase in production, which is not in line with the consumption pattern. So this is a big challenge. So I think I would be cautious, but I think there are opportunities to take full advantage of, like I mentioned, the magical health benefits of tea. We need to look at value addition, and then we need to look at the tea in nutraceuticals. As nutraceuticals, we need to look at the medicinal properties of tea. And I think this is an area which we need to explore, fast track, and also talk about. I think this is what my recommendation would be. We also need to look at, adopting technology, including genetic engineering. Now, you can genetically engineer tea plants to improve quality. You can reduce nitrogen fertilizers because you can do seed coating. You can genetically engineer tea plants to absorb nitrogen straight from the atmosphere, reduce the application of fertilizers. You can look at increasing carbon sequestration with the possibility of additionality, leading to, a possible, monetizing of carbon credits. So these are things that we need to look at in a big way. And these are options that are there for the future of tea to see higher value revenue coming into the tea plantation business.
I think the point you raised about looking at other avenues, you mentioned nutraceuticals, and there is, to some extent, there's a little bit happening there, right? I mean, you see it in skincare, in cosmetics, but it's still, all of that is still very, very niche, which is interesting because it's been going on for a long time. There's nothing new about it. I mean, if you visit Korea being, the motherland of all skincare regimens at the moment, if you talk to the kids.
Absolutely.
We tend to look at where we sell our tea in only one area, right, as opposed to looking outside of the traditional avenues, as you say. And it doesn't always have to go like this. It could be on my skin. It could be, I mean, heck, you can use you can use tea leaves to make paper. I mean, there's lots of innovation out there that we're not actually looking at. How do you make it into like a hard plastic? The coffee grounds, for example, are being used. I read about this years ago. Ford was using it to make bumpers out of old coffee. Exactly. There's stuff out there. Ichoen, the Japanese tea company, has taken tea waste and made like hard plastic out of it. I mean, it's bioplastic benches. So there are things out there that, to your point, we're just not really looking into. So what does International Tea Day mean to you, Matthew?
I think International Tea Day for me would be a day of gratitude and responsibility. It is probably a day for us to honor the people, the workers, the supervisors, the staff, the management staff, who work across, work on the plantations to make every cup possible. It is also a day, I think, to remind ourselves that tea must be grown, processed, and also traded in a way that lets our planting communities thrive.
Yeah.
So great tea should nourish both the drinker and the people and the place it comes from. So I think that's a thought I would like to leave with you.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I just want to I'm curious what your thought is on this. So, Shaibal, I had Shaibal Dutt on earlier, who's the CEO at Goodricke.
Okay.
And we were talking about, the supply chain, and he said that, the producer is at the bottom of the supply chain. And I said to him that I think that language matters, and maybe we need to change our language within this industry, because without the producer, we don't have a supply chain. So maybe we need to flip the whole thing on its head and actually consider that the producer is at the top of the supply chain. And then somebody else said, who's at the top is usually the one with power.
So you
But
have to
maybe
grab the power. You have to grab the
you have
power
to grab the
because
power.
no one
So
is going to give you the
it's a
power.
bit,
So
well, that's true. So it becomes a bit of a chicken and egg argument, right? Do you have to get the power first before you get to the top or whatever? But I'm just wondering, can we as just within ourselves, within our own industry, stop talking about the producer being at the bottom of supply chain and actually talk about it being at the top of the supply chain? And
absolutely. So there are just two kinds of businesses. I mean, one is a commodity business and is a branded business. The second is a branded business, to quote Michael Porter. But I would only say that we tea plantations are in the commodity business. But what we are doing out here is how can you move up the value chain? How can you also get into retail? How can you get into branding? And that's where you have the power of pricing coming back to you. So I think there's an effort. Each terroir, each region has its own unique characteristics, which cannot be replicated by blends. So I think that is what we need to work on, the competitive advantages with the plantations, with the characteristic of the tea that you have planted, with the way you manufacture, process, with the conditions, with the elevations, with the soil. I think all these are to your advantage. And I think you must work on promoting the characteristics of single origin teas, which cannot be replicated. This is a big thing for plantations, I think.
Yeah. And I can't remember who I said this to earlier. It's the challenge that we have within tea because we've homogenized the product and we've actually taken away that specialness out of the product itself. Consumers don't actually understand that we are an agricultural product. Seasonality matters, region matters, et cetera, et cetera. I could talk to you forever, but you have dinner guests waiting, and I need to let you go. But you can't until you answer me my Proust question. This one's for you. If you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be?
I think I should be a little more patient in listening to others.
Really?
Yes, of course.
Is that what you would say about yourself?
Yes, why not? We all have things that we can improve on. Why not?
No, I 100%, absolutely. And to be fair, I've never worked with you, but I've been around you, Matthew, and a lack of patience is not something I would ever describe of you. So, okay. Maybe people who work with you would say different. Thank you for taking time and joining me. Please give my deepest apologies to Geeta for having dragged you away, as well as your guests. I thank you and I wish you all a very, very happy International Tea Day.
Thank you, Shabnam. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to be with you. Thank you for inviting me. My pleasure.
Thanks.
My pleasure. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. All righty. Literally has dinner guests sitting over there. But it's what time is it in India right now? It's 1 o'clock here, 9, 10. They're probably just starting dinner because that's the reality of eating in India and Sri Lanka. So with that, I'm gonna take a sip and add my next guest. Hi, Anil.
Hello, Shabnam.
How are you?
I'm fine. The question is, how are you?
Delightful.
Those of us who are crazy about cricket do appreciate someone to be able to be at the crease for so long. And staying with cricket and batting after Matthew is no joke. But it's lovely to be here with you once again. And congratulations and thank you for what you're doing for tea globally, I must say. The International Tea Day that is being talked about, all of us, has a lot to do with that brain of yours and your work ethic and your team. So as part of the FAO team that did little while you did most of it, I hope that the world of tea as we know it knows the role you played in making this year's event so meaningful. So thank you.
Well, I thank you, dear Anil. Those are kind words, and I appreciate them. But the truth is that, without people saying yes when I send out the call, will you join? It would just be me and Oscar sitting on a sofa, chatting away. And you know that I would do it, right? I would honestly sit here for 11 hours and just talk.
But you talk sense all the time, and you
I talk
bring out
sense?
the best. and you bring out the best from the people you're talking to. So that's a special talent, and it's a very wise person who can do that. So
Well,
hats off to you, lady.
You are very sweet, dear Anil. Thank you. Let us introduce you to those people here that don't know who you are, and say that you are MD and CEO of Asia Siaka Commodities, and tell people, what is Asia Siaka Commodities?
Asia Siaka Commodities. Let me start with the name. Siaka has its roots in Sanskrit and Sinhala. Siaka means seer, yours and your own, by your own effort, which is the name we gave our company when we formed it in '98. We are a leading broking company, tea broking company, and the #1 auction logistics company, tea auction logistics company, warehousing in particular. And yeah, we've gone into commodities. We do a bit of coffee, and we've stayed true to this. Recently, we've invested in a fertilizer startup, just getting it off the ground, and walk straight into one of the most complex global situations. I think from the people I was listening to, there were so many thoughts shared, but nobody knows if we're going to have fertilizer to put in the fields in the next 6 months. It's in the quantity and the quality we want. It's going to be a critical aspect for the tea industry. So let's see. It's one day at a time.
It's
yeah.
And you're absolutely right. I don't think fully. Well, I don't know if people don't fully appreciate or understand. I think I think people are horrified by the reality of what we could be facing in the next few months, in food safety in general. Right, there are parts of the world that will be suffering immensely because of a lack of fertilizer for food. We're potentially looking at dire situations. So it's bad.
I can see this creeping in, and I think also some of the more advanced economies, if to just use the phrase, do have significant parts of their population who are going to be pretty vulnerable as well. And
100%.
They're the weakest segments in every society.
Absolutely.
Because, as we watch the price of fuel rise, transport, inflation, these are realities that we have to contend with.
Yeah. And that, Anil, is I mean, that's just the truth, right? The people that can least afford to suffer are the ones who end up suffering. So okay. Let's lift the mood a little bit, Anil. You didn't come on here to make everybody say, okay, goodbye. My numbers are going to suddenly drop because Anil and I started talking about the global economy and state of the world. So let's talk about the state of the tea world instead. So Anil, you've been in tea for ever?
40 odd years, 45 or something like that. Somewhere there. I stopped counting because I was happily diagnosed by a psychiatrist as having suffering from a Peter Pan delusion. So I don't count years, and it's good for me.
I'm fairly certain your wife might have diagnosed you with Peter Pan syndrome. You didn't need to waste your money on a psychiatrist. Tell us, how did you get into tea, Anil?
Well, it was a bit of a shock start. I had registered to join law college, and I lost my father, and we were pretty young, and I had to start working, and I applied to this tea broking company. It was easily the leader in the industry, and for some crazy reason, they decided to employ me. They took in 5 management trainings, and I went straight into tea, and some of my colleagues went into rubber and other products and came into tea later and so on. That's where it started. I've been in broking. Broking in Sri Lanka is regulated by law. The tea board issues us a license. We can only represent the tea producers. So you can only be a selling broker. You cannot represent a buyer as well. I mean, you have many buying brokers across the world, in Europe and wherever, in every market. So about 98% of all Ceylon tea goes through the auction system. There's just 8 companies. We've worked hard, we work smart, we look to differentiate ourselves, and we are in the top 3 compared. The guys who are ahead of us been around for 100 years. We're giving them it's good fun, and
it's kept you around for 40 odd years.
Absolutely, fed my cared for my mother, my younger brothers, and our family as we rebuilt our lives, and and my family too, and almost 2 million people in Sri Lanka are connected like me, and get up each morning and thank God for the tea industry because of what it does for all of us. Why I started off with a bit of a reality check was that tea is primarily consumed across the world by the poorest people, and it is on that base platform do we look to leverage the global markets for premiumization and specialization and so on. But this base demand is what keeps the tea industry going, because the largest producers consume most of what they manufacture annually. So coming back to the role of SereneTea, we built at the time what we considered the most technically advanced logistics center, and later we doubled our capacity. We handled around in North American parlance we carry at any given moment about 20 million kilograms of tea. That's around 11 million kilograms. 20 million pounds, about 10 million kilos of tea.
That's a few cups.
It's great, and the beauty of the Sri Lanka tea industry is that a lot of the tea is now housed in warehousing systems that are very similar to ours, easily more than about 75% of all tea. It's a measure of the passion, and I'm not passion, but the seriousness with which we take how we care for a sack of tea on its way to the markets around the world. We respect everything that has gone in to bring it there, and we make sure that it's treated in VIP accommodation. If we want to have a look at what I'm talking about, it's easier to visualize it.
Which one do you want me to put up?
Put up the warehouse so that you can understand what it looks like, with racking systems and reach trucks and computerized processes. Doesn't matter if it doesn't pop up.
Come on, it's getting there. Give me a minute.
There we are. Yeah, this is the one. If you just look at these, each one of those trucks, they're battery driven to make sure that there's no contamination of the tea. And you can see.
Sorry, say that again. They're battery driven?
Yes, these trucks, because you don't want a petroleum engine in one of those which is spewing out smoke in these warehouses. Of course. Yeah. So these go up 12, 13 meters high. At the time they were purchased, they were the latest available. And many of the warehouses run by the leading broking companies have similar structures now and support systems. So we make sure that this tea is handled with kid gloves. The particles don't get damaged, and they're as close to the origin of how they were made on their way to the world. So on the right, you see this is another first for us. We first built the American Leads System Sustainable Engineering, the warehouse, and now we are the only zero carbon neutral warehouse. That's the certification we just got late last year, and it's a way of. This is not a commercial. It's just a reality that, every player in the value chain, that's okay. We can leave that. Yeah. And all of that. Just, yeah, that's fine. Can play their part from the smallest farmer all the way. The people are trying their damnedest to, do something special, make something special out of this. I've been listening to many of the speakers so far, and it's a common
it's definitely the common language.
Purpose. Kenya, India.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, I mean, you worked with me in this concept of farmed with care and this here soil to spirit. Tell me, what does it mean to you? I mean, what does it mean to you?
Everything. When you came up with that clip of those gnarled hands covered with soil, but at one with the soil, for me, I got goosebumps because you didn't have to say anything. That is what we are about. We are custodians, transitional custodians of this multi-million-year planet, and we have to get it right. We have to get it right. This year we are going to have possibly the worst El Nino climate event in the next 3 months, and they say it's been exaggerated by global warming. It could be made worse. So these realities, despite, it doesn't matter what the others say, what the science says, enough for us to accept that these truths are here to us. And I believe that as a country that produces tea, and I'm sure every other country thinks the same way, this is our land, the land of our ancestors, the land for our, there we go. Look at those hands. I mean, those hands are fabulous. This is what it is. This is who we are. Yeah. I mean, it's an unbelievable gift that has been given us. And, we have to be smart enough to care for that little patch at home or in your country, in Canada, how you dispose of your pods and bags and plastics and whatever. We all do, but it's so real. No amount of certification can restate the seriousness and the urgency of what has to be done and the value of what we are doing. These are truths that are evident to those of us who take the trouble to know and who are working with it every day. But it's everything. It's everything we do.
Do you think that people understand that everybody is a part of that conversation? I mean, customers, consumers. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that the reason I ask this is because I kind of feel that, people tend to think, well, that's my government's job, or that's a company's job, or it's somebody else's responsibility. Or am I being pessimistic?
There are some hard realities we have to contend with. I'd start with the fact that there are people who are aware, and I'm talking about the consumers and opinion leaders, media, but believe, like you said, when you point a finger, they forget that there are 3 fingers pointing at them, as I was taught in school, right?
Yeah.
And it's this cancel culture. It's a threat without appreciation, and that is that is not sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
There is accelerated migration from tea, out of tea, by anyone who can get on a bus and head for a city. Every child every mother who's a plucker aspires for their child to be anything but working on a tea garden.
Sure.
So we don't care for our own people. We can have any number of labors and show compliance. But if you recall our presentation at your very well conducted Canadian Tea Convention, the last time I was privileged to be there, we pointed out that you can't sell 100 bags of tea for the price of a cup of coffee.
Right.
We have to evolve from that. I don't know how. I have a rough idea how we got there, because given when I came as a junior, I started my career, how on earth did we get to this point where one by one, origin, taste, season, grade, whatever is blend, and so on and so forth, just moved away. And we all became prisoners of great corporations that relied on marketing and brand loyalty.
Right.
I spent a lot of time sitting in classrooms and reading books about this concept. And I realized that later how much it harmed the tea industry. And I think I saw flashes of this conversation earlier, but just to emphasize my point, that I'm really optimistic, because there's been a major change in the industry, where the biggest brand in the world is now a tea company. It is not a multi-product company.
Okay. I know what you mean. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So all of us in tea have this opportunity to rediscover the niches that build these great brands and come up with niche channels to reach targeted consumers due to e-marketing and the new channels of commerce. There is unbelievable potential to find and service niches, and we can even go into customization to those niches, because the producers are so informed and flexible. The real marketers they are, and we put our heads together. There's enough space for another 1,000 niche brands in the most sophisticated markets of the world. I mean, there's plenty of space.
I've said this earlier today. We should not be competing with each other. We are not each other's competition. But
not.
So I'll tell you one of the things that, I mean, there are many great things that frustrate me, but one of the things that frustrates me with this industry is the number of rooms that I have sat in where we talk about innovation, collaboration, this is the time for tea, etc. I mean, you can count them probably far more than I can. And yet we don't do it. And yet we are still having the same conversation over and over and over again. And I don't know where that comes from. I don't know why. I think that, I've tried to wrap my head around it. I've tried to understand. I've tried to, we're a very traditional industry, and we take pride in that, which is a good thing. But as I was just saying earlier, I mean, look at the Japanese. The Japanese are the kings of innovation, and at the same time, the greatest nurturers of tradition and history. So they've managed to walk and chew gum at the same time, and yet we don't seem to be able to do that. What do we need? What does it take? What does it take?
I think each of us should take our little corner of the world. 100%. Look at the people you have selected. That's why I say you're a wise woman, Shabnam, because I've seen this in action. These conversations are meant for all of us,
Mm-hmm.
to listen and start thinking, for example, what on earth would a carbon neutral warehouse do to a value chain? It is because,
are you serious?
no, just think about it. No, we are
Yeah.
all focusing on the soil and the plantations and the brands and so on and so forth. You say, so each of us just take our little corner
Absolutely.
and make it happen.
Yeah.
I was listening to. I've been a great admirer and follower of Udena's great group of people, and they're growing.
Yes.
Because years ago in Sri Lanka, we initiated a competition called what is it? There's single estate quality awards for the regions.
Yes.
And after the first 2 years, got this bright idea to add an innovation category.
Mm-hmm.
And that opened up so much creative thinking. There were people who had been putting leaf in from here, even though it was rolled and manufactured with so much care. They didn't explore particles that didn't fall into the commercial straitjacket. So we said, right, do your 99% and just have fun with that 1%. And one by one, they started coming up. And we even had laws in the country based on, I suppose, the colonial system and food safety, to be practical, about people making tea at home.
Right.
Just, oh, that's a good-looking guy. Yeah. And we said, right, convince the tea board, just back off. Let people who are sitting by the tea bushes experiment with hand-rolled, pan-dried, or whatever techniques they want. Go and look at what China is doing and has done for years, right? So a little bit at a time, we've grown this segment of artisanal innovative teas. I would think that all orthodox manufacture is primarily artisanal, but these niche producers, and as they grow in number, they start creating a critical mass for somebody who's consolidating it and has enough to service one tea shop at a time.
Right.
I mean, I was so thrilled. I have a brother living in Washington, D.C., and I rushed to call Udena from the States to tell him I found one of you guys' teas on sale in this little shop here, and I was so proud and so happy for them. And I was going around telling every little kid who was working in that shop, that is from my country. That is made with utmost care. What you are selling here is something extraordinary, special. You can charge double the price and they'll still want it. But one little store at a time, one tea, premium tea in a coffee shop of 100 coffee shops.
Yeah.
Grow that segment. We will grow it. And I think I don't know if I shared this story with you, but there was this group of Japanese monks who visited the country during the war, and it was a peace mission, and they gave out a sticker, and I had it in my office for years till it just collapsed and fell off, and it said, when the people lead, the leaders will follow. And for me, in the world of tea, Matthew's single estate, the Bogawantalawa single estates, and their cluster, and what Roshan and Haley's are doing, and every the organic tea we saw coming out of Africa. I would treat organic in the category of innovative tea, just to create niche value and premiumization, not in the mass marketed tea bag kind of product. And last year, we came across a where were we? In Berlin,
Right.
there was this a little store with knickknacks, but premium cheeses, a few fancy looking bits of sardine in a tin.
Yes.
And they had this organic tea, and we needed tea, so we bought this black tea. It was fabulous. It tasted so good. So there are so many dimensions to value that we could take a niche at a time, and we have to. And it's been a drive that Sri Lanka has followed through our 2030 roadmap and so on. And then again, the 2030 roadmap is about when the people lead and
the leaders will follow.
We have so many issues. So I think we will go through a change, and once we break through the initial the space, it will accelerate because the commercial opportunities multiply thereafter.
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think that we shouldn't be afraid of it, because at the end of the day, there are so many of these individual shops and consumers that are interested in these, right? There are shops that sell just different types of bottled water. There are shops that sell, different, it's a whole shop full of just vinegars or just olive oils. Absolutely. Or and people that are looking for that specialty experience, etc. And this is what I mean by year after year, there are new things that consumers are putting value on that other products are dominating in, where tea should be dominating. Right? Absolutely. I mean, you can list it endlessly. You've got a younger generation that wants the provenance of their product. They want to know where it comes from. You've got younger generations that are into health. We've got it's not a trend anymore. It's here to stay, apparently. And that is reduced alcohol consumption, because health, etc. These are all, I know you and I don't understand it, but we're not the audience. We're old at this point, Danielle. I hate to tell you this.
All right.
That's what the kids tell me. But
no, it is true. Yeah.
But the point is that, these are everything that I'm listing for you. And then there's the craft, there's artisanal, all of these things. Tea. The first time I saw vitamin water, remember vitamin water about 15, 20 years ago came out? My brain went, how's it possible that vitamin water is selling like crazy and we're struggling in tea? What is tea?
At a price greater than I bought the equivalent bottle of iced tea. RTD.
At a price greater. And, steeping tea in water is literally vitamin water. So the opportunities are endless. And yet.
Yeah, but I think we are getting there. These global disruptions are irritant to me, because it's taken away the momentum, because the consumer markets. That's why I started this with, just to give it context. It'll take some time for people to have discretionary income. If it means getting a better cup of tea is discretionary, because right now, and I think it'll sort itself out sooner than later. So there is that phase, and we have to make sure that the tea garden, the farmers, the tea estates or the gardens are all kept well and tied through this transitional change, because the history of commerce has, particularly tea, really has been impacted by a series of external shocks, going back to the Russian ruble crisis, the Russian banking crisis, invasion of Kuwait, liberation of Kuwait, invasion of Iraq, and so on, whatever, that causes disruption. So today, the cost of moving a product from point A to point B in terms of time and money is huge.
Oh, it's astronomical for sure. But we tend to we tend to focus on the same markets, the same products, the same delivery method of our products, and I think that that's key. You know what I mean? Maybe I don't know. Maybe instead of I'm going to say something controversial, and everybody don't bite at me, please. Sustainability is important. It is. I get that. I get it. I do. But maybe we need to put some of that money into a huge, big, fat marketing campaign, because the person who came up with taking water and pumping vitamins into it and putting it in a bottle, that was a marketer.
Yeah.
That was a marketer.
And they identified a niche that people were walking over all day and not noticing.
That's it.
They didn't stop to smell the daffodils or even gaze upon them.
They didn't.
Yeah.
And they laughed their way to the bank as every Tom, Dick, and Harry went and bought for $7 a bottle of water pumped full of vitamins.
And $7 then is $10 now. Those of us in the economies that are struggling tend to benchmark everything against the price per dollar. The dollar itself has depreciated, the US dollar, 10-11% over the immediate short term. But
maybe we just need a good marketing campaign, a really good one though.
Yeah. And I also like what we are trying to do through FAO, but should be done in a much smarter, grander scale, is to try to harmonize the message on the heart of the matter. You know, you can look to differentiate yourself when saying my soil is deeper and darker, and yes, we've got the rainforest on the edge, and whatever works for you. But you've got a consumer just turning their head and saying, "What did you say?" And thereafter, the conversation will grow.
Yeah.
And it's the beginning of the process.
Yeah.
You know. I think this was tried with FAO when Tea and Health, now my age is showing, was to be marketed as a global campaign. We got an agency, got a logo, and didn't get going. But in the end, it did get going. And it was the brand owners and the consumer countries that took.
That's what it took. They had to take it and they had to run with it. I know.
Yeah.
I know. All right, my friend, are you ready for your Proust question?
Absolutely.
No. Oh, this is a good one.
Sounds like she's ready to punish me. All right.
If you could come back as any person or thing, doesn't have to be human, what would it be?
Oh, wow. That's deeply philosophical.
Can be.
Come back. I would want to come back as a human who can see a glass that is half full every day. I think.
Are you a pessimist?
No, I want to know that it's half full. Too many of us see it as half empty. I spent a lot of my life, and I'm not. It's not a cliche. We talk about what is not working. It's absolutely miraculous that the market in Sri Lanka, a country that has 65 to 75% of its tea going through those two Gulf and into other markets and indirect, the market is vibrant and it's happening, right? So the glass is always half full, folks.
All right.
Whatever you choose to have in it.
That's
let
true.
It be tea. Yeah.
Well, for me, it's still tea.
Yes,
you can probably put something else in yours at the moment. I still need to stick with my tea.
I know. Look at my mug.
Very nice.
This is given me by my nephew. It is named after this little coastal town from which everyone goes out to see the whales. Sri Lanka has a fabulous population of whales on our coast and dolphins. You've been here. Your biggest problem is you didn't stick around long enough.
I know. Yeah, I have this silly thing called a job.
I know. Who started this?
Such an inconvenience work.
Yeah, and you have gone and doubled your load.
I decided I didn't have enough, so I got a second job. Cheers, my friend. It's always lovely
Cheers
to see you.
My
Happy
pleasure.
International
Great talking
Tea
to you
Day.
again.
Thank you.
Always.
Thank
See you
you.
soon.
Thank
Take care.
you.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Strength to you. Cheers.
Bye. Alrighty. So from Sri Lanka, we're gonna go hop, skip, and jump to Kenya. Hello, Jasker. How are you?
Hi, Shabnam. How are you?
I'm good. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Since the last time I saw you and you disappeared.
I just okay. All right. So we have to tell everybody what you're talking about. So
yeah.
So Jasker and I were both at the UK Tea Trade dinner a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I just came and said hello to you.
Oh, yeah, you did.
I know. And then after dinner, I disappeared.
Yes, you did.
But do you know why I disappeared?
Now I want to know how you disappeared. How you disappeared?
No, how I just no how I used my two little legs and I left.
Right.
Why did I disappear?
Yeah.
So the room was so full and so many people that when everybody got up to sort of do the milling around,
yeah,
I lasted for an hour and then suddenly everything was spinning. I was dizzy.
Okay. No. Oh no.
So
no.
I left.
But you tried. I guess you tried. I didn't wait for that long.
So you left.
I started spinning before you.
You're a little sneaky one. You're calling me out and you left before me.
I just wanted to help you out so that you can be nice to me right now.
I'm always nice, Jasker.
I know you are. How are you?
I'm good. It's lovely to see you. Let me introduce you to everybody. Jasker's Regional Tea Marketing Manager at Eastern Produce Kenya. Yes. It's lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
This is your second time. Second time?
Yeah. Second time.
It's your second time on my virtual sofa.
Right.
So I'm gonna let you just start, and because I've figured that instead of me telling people about the person that's there, you tell people about you.
Let me try and do that at this particular time. I know I came into this last year. Is it last year? The year before? And my journey, I started that in 2022. Like I said, when I came in, I was quite, trying to get around, see how tea is made, how tea is sold. I began this journey and I got out of my way to try and understand the journey that led me straight to the bush. So when I came there, I came up with this phrase. A tea bush is nature's quiet overachiever that's rooted in patience, trimmed by discipline, and endlessly giving. And it turns sunlight, rain, and time into conversations shared over cups across the world. And I came up with that with everything that I have done since 2022. I thought that was depicting what I felt and who I am right now.
Perfect. I love that.
Yeah. So what do I do? What do I do in Eastern Produce? Okay. So together with a team, definitely. Together with a team, I sell tea that is grown by Eastern Produce in Malawi and in Kenya. So the role entails understanding the global market that is, ever changing with things here and there, then positioning EPK and EPM teas into the various markets. Then together with operations, we always ensure that the teas meet the global quality and sustainability standards. And most important of all, I build relationships. And then I maintain those relationships with the buyers and partners in the supply chain. So that's just kind of a nutshell. And
in a nutshell, indeed. tell me, what is it that you Eastern Produce is a huge company, right?
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
so and you deal with buyers, and
Yes.
you know, I think that one of the challenges that we hear about a lot, and we've been talking about today, whether it's today or in the past, whatever, it's about the challenge of producers being able to maybe communicate, or maybe it's getting buyers to understand the value of tea, and the need for recognizing that value. Would you
Yes.
say that is your biggest challenge?
Yes. Well, I should say that the biggest challenge basically in the tea, or what I have done with tea, is people not understanding and or assuming that tea is a very simple product to make.
Yeah.
So my thinking is, initially, before I was tea, I was in that bandwagon of basically thinking that tea is so simple to make.
Right.
One, if you don't look at the weather, if you don't track the weather, if you don't time it, if you don't check the circumstances around the processing, you will not make good tea. You will make tea, but you will not make quality tea. So basically, the challenge is to get people to understand that it takes a lot to put that cup on the table. It takes so much for that tea to get on the table, in terms of from the bush, where it has come from, who is at the bush getting that disciplined enough to pluck that tea, take the 2 leaves and a bud, and put it on the basket, and the producer taking care of that person who's putting that, the tea in the basket, taking it to the shade, to this person who is going to wait and check whether you have given me the quality tea or the quality leaf, remove it from the shade, transport it on road, and make sure it gets to the factory in good time before it's burnt, so that it can start the processing by being with it and all those things. So that process is a very intricate process, where it takes a lot of highly coordinated steps, so that it gets you that property that you are looking for with quality in the cup. So some of the challenge is just to convince the buyer that it's a lot going on in that whole chain of production before it gets to the table. After we get after the processing, the packing and all that, now we need to get it on the table. So that's where the big role that we have here is. We need to get that cup, that tea that has been made, the quality tea that has been made, to your table, Shabna.
Right.
Or somebody else's table.
Yeah.
So that also takes, you look at, are we going to sell it privately, or am I going to sell it through the auction? So there's the auction aspect of this. The buyers, you have to meet them, you have to explain to them, and try and explain the whole little process. That is quite important as well.
And everything that you just described is just one. It was just one portion of it, right? I mean, you didn't talk about I'm not asking you to, but we didn't talk about what goes into taking care of the land itself before that allows that leaf to grow and then plucked and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And then what happens in production, what happens in, there's so many different steps that are involved. And every single one of those not only requires a person in making a decision about quality in order to achieve quality, but also people to execute the work itself.
Absolutely.
Right?
You're correct. I was trying to bag it into one big, but yes, you got me right. You got it just right.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people involved. It is the plucker, it is the processor, in between. It is the factory manager. It is it's the packer in the factory. It is the transport from the factory to the workshop, to Mombasa, or in our case, Mombasa, Blantyre, or wherever our warehouses are in Malawi. So it's a lot of processes going through that. So what we try also to do is to make sure that everybody, every person in that steps, in those steps that we are taking, is actually, we look at it from a very holistic point. Are they okay? Are they able to do the work? Are we supporting them to do it? So how do we do that? When you get people in an estate, they don't stay alone, they stay with their family. Are we looking at the stakeholder, at the community? Are we looking at the partners, our partners, growers who are supplying us with the tea? Are we providing the safe environment for, being able to articulate your voice as a community? Are we helping them in the education sector? Do we support the schools? Do we get some of those schools in our land? So there's so much that comes with this, and that is actually takes time to be part of that cup of tea.
I'm so glad that you brought this up, Jasker, because it's something that we haven't actually talked about today. And that's the enormous amount of responsibility that estates like yours take on in being an estate, right? It's not just about about plucking tea and producing tea, right?
No.
Tea estates in India and Sri Lanka, in Kenya, all different parts of the world. They take care of their workers from start to end, and it's not just the tea workers, as you just said, it's their families, etc. Right? So it's about housing, it's about education, it's about healthcare, and on and that goes. And I've said this so many times, I'm employed by the Tea and Herbal Association of Canada. If I cut my hand today, I don't call the association and say, hey, where do I go? I go to a hospital, and
Exactly.
and that's not the way that it works within the industry. And I think if I had to pick one thing in terms of what do people most misunderstand about the industry, there's the hard work and everything, but I don't think people appreciate and understand the responsibility in taking care of entire communities. So can you talk to us a little bit about that?
So I'll take, for example, our Eastern Produce in Kenya. The whole, we have like 7 factories, and we house over about 2,000 people. That's housed by, so you talk about housing, that's housed by the company. You provide healthcare. You have clinics in every estate that has the factories. So that's the healthcare aspect of things. And I see we've taken about 6 of the sustainability development goals in the UN COP. So you'll see the education bit of things. We have schools around there. So you have the workers, they have children, the children have to go to school. So what do? We ensure that the schools that are around there, whether they're government schools or private schools, are actually equipped with the learning equipment and the services there. And you have qualified teachers that are there. So we have that education. We tick the education box for everybody who's in the community. The clinics, I have said that. We have health clinics in the various estates. We take care of mothers if they have children. I mean, we have our percentage of the gender percentage. We have quite a good percentage of ladies who work for us. So basically, whenever there is they need to take care of their children or newly born children, we have creches that we have built for them in the estates, so they don't have to go. There's breastfeeding, sessions that we have. We have playgrounds for children. When they're on holiday, we have programs that we arrange for the children who are around so that they can get busy or they do not, we have a whole department that takes care of that. And that's under the corporate affairs department. So really the community, the organization takes care of all aspects of that person, that tea plucker, every aspect of their lives.
Yeah.
We take care of, and we make it easy for them to be able to work for us freely and also willingly. So the environment created in there is able to gain. It's both ways, because you will gain a happy worker who will work happily and get for you the 2 leaves and a bud. And you will get the 2 leaves and a bud and put it on somebody else's table.
Yeah.
So that's basically, I think I've tried to capture almost everything that we do. But
and you have, and I think that, for anybody listening, if you're in the tea industry, nothing that Jasker is telling you is a surprise, or nothing that you don't know. For those of you that are not within the tea industry that are following along today, I want you to think about what Jasker just said, because a bag of tea in this country, in Canada, costs 12 cents. 12 cents. And I need you to think about what you're paying for your tea and what is actually being done, because everything that Jasker just listed requires resources. And let me be clear about this. I said this earlier. Resources is just a sanitized word for money. It is. We don't like to use the word money. It costs money.
It does.
Right? We can say resources, but it's money. And I want, as a consumer, when you are looking for discounts and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I want you to think about that, because at full price, a bag of tea in this country costs 12 cents. And I've broken this down for people. I have said to them, I want you to think about this. That 12 cents includes the box that it came in. It includes the overwrap. It includes, the overwrap of the tea bag itself. It includes the cello that went over that box, right? Because food safety. The bag itself, it includes the string. It includes the tag and all of the printing that was involved. It includes the marketing that went into creating the design, etc. The regulatory person that got paid to make sure that the box is compliant with everything that went into that country. It includes shipping to the store. And then you can, I'll let you, I could sit here all day talking about,
I know.
Everything that's involved. And when I describe this to people, Jasker, I say to them, do you know what I still haven't mentioned in this whole and everything?
Yeah.
The tea.
Yeah.
I haven't actually even talked about the tea. So everything that you can list for 12 cents. 12 cents. And I still haven't
mentioned the tea.
I haven't mentioned the actual product itself. And I think that people they just don't think about that. They just don't, they want it cheaper. They want it, somebody said this earlier, we're sort of living in a world where we want things faster and cheaper, more, faster, cheaper.
Yeah.
And it's hurting people. And that's
with compliance.
With compliance. It's not a good thing. I'm going to throw out a concept to you that it's an idea, and I'm going to throw it out onto Sofa Summit right now, because it's a concept that we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. So we talk about compliance, and people want certifications, people want ethical, people want, but they're not willing to pay for it, right? And maybe we need to start selling tea at a base price. This is what the base is. And then if you want If you want it to be organic, this is the extra you
Then
have
it
to pay on top of
goes.
that. Right. It's kind of like when I buy a car, right?
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah.
base model. It's the base model. That's the base model, right? You want a
Yeah.
radio? You want
Then you
radio.
have
I'm
it.
dating myself, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want it to be fully automatic. You want tinted windows. You want this. It's add-ons. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we need to start thinking about our product like that. Base
Good
price
thought.
plus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Good thought.
I don't know.
Good thoughts. I mean, food for thought.
Food for
Definitely.
thought. Something to
Food
think
for
about.
thought. Yeah.
Try something differently. Who knows if it'll work? Somebody's going to email me and go, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
But that's okay. You know, you throw things out and see where it goes. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No easy answers.
Never.
Are you optimistic about the future of tea?
Yeah, I've always been optimistic about the future of tea. I believe it's rooted in tradition.
Yeah.
And tea will constantly reinvent itself in every cup. I think so. From the bushes to these global conversations that we are having, as long as we are talking about it, I think there's something to it. So I believe we'll still be there. And being that traditional person who believes that, you know, the traditional takers are always there and will always be there, I think so. Because it's been years and we are still at tea. Yes, we might be seeing growth in some areas. We might not see growth in the black tea, but we are seeing the health aspect of tea coming up. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
We are seeing the decaf doing quite good, you know, in terms of being in the market.
Sure.
Recently, I think that was last year, I saw sparkling tea. So yeah, so we're trying to reinvent and see how, you know, we can keep being in the future. But being a traditional beverage, if I may call it that, I think I'm optimistic that tea is going to be there.
Me too.
In the near future. I don't know what you think. I don't know what the previous. I wasn't early enough to see the others. What they said about that. But that's
I have to tell you, you know, despite the, you know, the challenges, et cetera, that we all talk about, and I've certainly talked about with other guests, when I ask this question, everybody remains optimistic about tea, and I think that there's just something special. Yeah,
good to hear
it's
that.
A good thing. It is a good thing.
Good to
all right,
hear
my
that.
friend.
Yes.
You know you have to answer this because you've done this before.
Yeah. And that's why I was nice to you at the beginning. So look for a nice question.
Oh, is that the only reason? Jasker.
Let's try. Let's see.
Who's your hero?
I answered that the last time.
Oh, then forget it. I
answered that, yeah.
Did you? Okay.
Yes, I
was just going to say that about every question I asked now. What's your greatest extravagance?
My great... I think it's shoes. I'm not sure.
That's why we get along so well.
I think it's shoes. Yeah.
All right. I'll show you my shoe closet one day if you show me yours.
I'll show you mine. Let's meet on that. That's a date.
Okay.
That's a date.
You know what we should do? Actually, I have an idea. I'm not gonna tell you right now. Okay.
Yeah.
It's been such a delight, Jasker. Thank you. I know it's late for you. I really, really appreciate you.
No worries. No worries. This is good for me. I was looking forward to this.
Thank you, my friend. I raise my cup to you and Eastern Produce and Camellia PLC and all the amazing work that you guys do, because it really is amazing. You guys are set the standard, and I appreciate it. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy
Cheers.
International Tea Day. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah.
All righty. Always a delight. And I'm going to share with you We make videos every year for International Tea Day, but I have to say last year was one of my favorites. So here you go, our letter of gratitude.
A letter of gratitude to the hands that sow with quiet grace and tend each root, each sacred place, to those who walk the waking land and guide the leaf with gentle hand, to the ones who harvest with mindful eye, plucking green gifts beneath the sky. Your love, your labor, your patient art breathes spirit into every part. For every soul your tea has stirred with warmth beyond what words have heard, we offer thanks, sincere and deep, a gratitude we'll always keep. From every heart your work has touched, we thank you endlessly so much.
So there you go. That was 2025. And I was looking through the videos that we've done over the last few years, and they're really, the common theme with all of them is deep gratitude. Gratitude for the hands that bring us all of our tea and everybody within this amazing supply chain. So it's a great pleasure to introduce to you my next guest, who is a first timer on the sofa. Wedel-Klein. Schönen guten Abend. How are you? Oh, I can't hear you. Nope.
Now?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Schönen guten Abend. I'm very excited. Happy International Tea Day. Thank you very much for the invite.
Oh my goodness, thank you. We've been trying to coordinate this for, I think, last year and maybe even the year before. I don't remember, but it's always a little challenging with schedules. So I'm so grateful and happy that we were able to get it done this year. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Same here. Thank you.
So, and tell everybody who you are.
So my name is Anne. I'm actually a great-granddaughter of Martin Bauer. That's also the name of our family business, which I am leading for 1.5 years as the CEO.
Okay, so I don't know if, well, I didn't know that you were the great-granddaughter of Martin Bauer. Full disclosure, I obviously knew you were the CEO, but I did not know you were the great-granddaughter, and I didn't find that out until I started doing my research, because obviously I do research on everybody who I have on today. But and I'll tell you what I found most. I'm like, what? And I'll tell you why. Because I don't think any of us think of Martin Bauer as a person, even though Martin's a first name and Bauer's a last name. But as a company, you are so deeply ingrained within this industry. I think there are a lot of people that probably don't think of you as, or think of Martin Bauer as a person versus a company. So tell everybody about the company.
Right. So we are a botanicals company. So we source botanicals from more than 80 countries and manufacture them in different stages in order to create ingredients, botanical ingredients that suit for our industry clients' applications, whether it's in the tea industry, in the beverages industry, in the phytopharmaceuticals industry, animal nutrition, spices, and food.
So what is amazing about what your company does, and you do deal primarily with botanicals, I know, and you do deal with camellia. So everybody out there who's saying, why you have somebody on botanicals on International Tea Day, there's a connection, so pay attention.
Yes.
They deal with camellia as well. I know you do. I know you do. So I'm just telling everybody else so I don't get, the nasty text messages and emails later. But what is important is all the things that you just listed, because what you deal with in this in botanicals is beyond just a cup of this, right? You just listed all of these other areas. And we've been talking today, I've had a conversation with a few people in terms of innovation within this tea and the traditional tea industry, and the lack of innovation, and how we are so fixated on one format to deliver our product to consumers. What do you think we can learn from botanicals?
Well, I mean, first of all, let me quickly list what we do in tea.
Yes.
Because you said we also do tea. So tea is our largest, like Camellia sinensis is our largest botanical item, volume-wise, worldwide. So what we do with tea is we source leaf tea worldwide. We extract Camellia sinensis in liquid and dried form. We produce matcha, and we decaffeinate tea for decades. Mm-hmm. So these are the steps that we do, or the depths of the manufacturing that we do for the Camellia sinensis plant. And originally, we come from like herbals, like peppermint and chamomile, were the first products that my great-grandfather, who was a farmer, started his business with. That's how he founded his startup. And then step by step, we added more of those botanicals, rosehip, guarana, etc., to that portfolio for the tea industry. So our first industry, and but still the largest we supply to, is the infusions, herbal and fruit infusions and tea industry. And then step by step, we thought about, okay, what else could we do with that extent portfolio of those fantastic botanicals? And then step by step, we developed into our extracts business for food and beverage industry, but also phytopharmaceutical industry. And yeah, simply went with opportunities that occurred on our way, whether it's the decaffeination business that popped up, and we just, okay, well, that's an opportunity, we could get into that, and did it, or matcha, for instance. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I guess the variety of botanicals might be a little bigger than in Camellia sinensis, but I guess the approach you look at it, probably similar.
Yeah, yeah. And it just occurred to me that you refer to Camellia as a botanical as well, which of course it is. Right? Or not?
I would say so.
Yeah, no, it is. No, I okay. And I think
sure how we use the terms in.
No, you're 100%. No, you're 100% right. You are right. We're all wrong. And I'm going to explain to you, because in tea, in traditional tea, we call tea, and botanicals are everything else. Mm-hmm. They're flowers, and they're seeds, and exactly, right? Mm-hmm. But the reality is that that tea is a leaf. Surprise, everybody, which means it's a botanical as well. So why are we treating it differently? All right, I'm going to get in trouble for that later by somebody. Okay, that is absolutely okay. And tell me what, we're celebrating International Tea Day, and our theme is farmed with care before the brew, and everything that's involved in getting tea to the consumer, right? There's a whole chain, there's all this work that goes into it. And I've talked to a lot of producers, since 8 this morning. So we've had lots of producers. We're sort of moving into another part of the supply chain now. And, the work that they do, the care that they do, is then passed on to you. Mm-hmm. And to carry that forward. What does that mean to you as a company?
Well, I think it just beautifully draws the way we are operating, right? As a matter of fact, we consider supply chains as a chain of people, like a people chain, mm-hmm. or as a partner chain that can only work if we do that hand in hand.
Right.
So we consider our suppliers rather as partners, helping us fulfilling the supply chain with the respective care that it needs and the responsibility.
And one of the things that I talked about today with some of the producers is, you and I and us within the industry, we have the luxury of being able to go to producing countries and see the work and the care, et cetera, that goes into these products. How do we communicate that to consumers in order to, really represent and show the value that the product deserves? How do you think we can do that?
I guess it's just very important that every part of the value chain communicates about the challenge that we see, really transparent, and to try to get all value chain partners into those challenges, because it will only work if we all open our eyes and see what's happening and what we need to do in order to make it possible to also source in like 5, 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
The challenges are there, and we can only face them if we're working together. It's not a one partner thing. It's not impossible. And that's why I think it's just all about creating awareness, being honest to each other, and keeping up the value chain thought and approach. I think the attitude we look at them, the mindset we look at it, has to be there. Otherwise, our business will not work for the future. It won't be future-proof.
Yeah. What do you think is most misunderstood about like the supply chain, production, whatever you want to look at it as?
Well, I mean, I guess the obvious misunderstanding is clearly about Camellia sinensis, that it's one plant, right?
Right.
The different varieties that occur during the production process, it's one brand. I still meet a lot of people with, oh, wow, I thought it's a tea bush and a green tea bush and there's a white tea bush. But yeah, that's I think the obvious one. But I think what's the one connecting to what we just talked about is that a lot of consumers who are either drinking tea all the time or trying tea for the first time, doesn't really matter, are still surprised to learn that these like come from the same plant and are a simple leaf. So it seems like it's a very simple product. It's a dried leaf, looks pretty effortless to produce. And in reality, every cup of the tea really represents a careful farming behind, deep respect for nature and its resources, and also a huge amount of skilled human work. So what we always have to face is that tea is grown by 1 million of people on this planet, often in fragile ecosystems, and it's deeply affected by climate change, by biodiversity challenges, and also the social conditions that you talked about, I'm very sure, in the previous talks. And if you don't farm with care before the brew, you risk harming both the land and the people who depend on it. And I guess once we truly understand what it takes to grow tea responsibly, you would never look at a cup of tea the same way again, right?
Yeah.
And connecting to our previous topic, I think that's what's the challenge. We need to get that to the consumer, also to ensure the willingness to pay for that.
Do you think that they are willing to pay for it? I was just talking to Josker about the fact that, in Canada, a bag of tea, full price, not on sale, is 12 cents. And, we talked about everything that includes, right? If that price doubled, let's say, to 24 cents, which even at 24 cents, it's ridiculous if you actually list everything that is included in that. Do you think that people would be willing to pay it, or triple, or I don't know? Like what is I don't know what the price, the sustainable price could be, should be, but.
Right. I guess a lot of consumers don't really have transparency and resulting trust. If they pour more, if they go for a certain certification, it really ends in the supply chain for the land or for the people.
Right.
I mean, we know that, but if I compare it, for instance, with clothes, like, do I really know if I buy this brand or this certification, it really is better? Like, is it worth to spend it? Does it end up where it should end?
Yeah.
So I guess either there needs to be more transparency, what it really means for the people in the supply chain and for the planet. Question is how more can you do to communicate that, or there needs to be an industry standard.
Right. Yeah.
Like a baseline.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's, and you know, I guess some of that comes from, you know, a lack of trust, right? To your point of if I'm going to pay more, do I actually know that it's going to end up wherever it's going to end up? That a lot of that comes from the consumer side, from this lack of trust, right? Am I going to believe blindly or whatever the case is? And sometimes maybe that trust, as you say, comes through standards and certifications, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. But there seems to be a disconnect, especially with black tea, when it comes to, you know, what we as an industry charge for it, right? Somebody's written in the chat reminding me that botanicals and green tea in this country, I know in Germany as well, and in Europe, in most of the West, consumers are already paying more for those, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's the baseline that is needed and really to long-term ensure the supply regarding climate change and people who are harvesting the botanicals.
Yeah. You mentioned that you also produce matcha. So you are, I mean, matcha fever is everywhere, as you well know. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Everywhere that you go, it's matcha. What do you think that the industry should learn from this phenomenon that's happening at the moment? And do you think it'll last?
Wow, that's a tough one.
I know.
What do I think the industry should learn about that? Well, I guess a lot of players in the industry supply for matcha produce. What we can learn is, well, maybe a different way of serving tea.
Yeah.
That for whatever reason becomes on vogue.
Yes.
Maybe because it tastes so nice. I'm just wondering why so many people consume matcha with such a high amount of flavor. That's so funny.
Yes.
We have to go with the wave. It's still tea.
I think it's fantastic.
More awareness and
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fantastic. The more people I see walking around with tea in their hand, the happier I am. I know that there are people who are like, well, you know, it's all full of sugar. Like, I don't care. If that's how people are going to drink it, or boba tea. I mean, bubble tea has been nonstop big, and I've heard the same thing. There's hardly any tea in it. But there's tea in it.
Yeah.
And that's the point, right? The fact that there's tea in it, and you've got young people.
Yeah.
And that's the key here, right? Is that it's appealing to young people. In my mind, what do these things have in common is it's fun. It's fun, right? I said this earlier to somebody, we take ourselves far too seriously in the tea industry. We need to have a little bit more fun sometimes.
And get the younger generation on board.
Yeah. Do you worry about sustainability in this industry?
Yes, I do, because I'm interested in handing our family business to the next generation. And in order to do that, we need to ensure the supply chain. And what worries me most is probably the long-term resilience of tea itself for both nature and people who grow it. So tea, as we all know, is incredibly sensitive to climate change. Rising temperatures, changing rainfall patterns, extreme weather already affects the yield and also the quality in a lot of regions that tea is grown. So my concern is that these effects hit smallholder farmers first. There are people who carry most of the responsibility and have the fewest buffer. We also need to say that if the whole chain is squeezed, they have the fewest buffer. And at the same time, there's ongoing pressure to produce more and faster and cheaper. And if sustainability is treated as nice to have, instead of a foundation for long-term supply, then we risk exhausting soil, losing biodiversity, and also undermining livelihoods. So for me, sustainability in tea is really not just about protecting the environment. It's about ensuring that tea can still be grown, as I said, in 5, 10, 20 more years with care, with dignity, and the quality that we need. And if we get that wrong today, there may simply be no good tea leaf left to enjoy for tomorrow.
Which then begs my next question that I've been asking everybody, and that is, are you optimistic about the future of the industry?
I'm still, yes, I am optimistic, but only if we continue to act with care and responsibility.
Right.
And tea is one of the oldest and largest natural drinks on this planet, and it has proven that it's healthy, it's safe, it's pleasant, it's variable, matcha, tasty, and affordable for centuries. And in my opinion, tea is undervalued, and I think they can have a lot of more potential to explore and develop in the future. And that's why, from my perspective, what gives me the confidence is really that more stakeholders are recognizing that sustainability is not optional, but essential for the survival of tea and botanicals in general. And that farmers and companies and institutions are investing in sustainable farming practices, better waste management, water management, waste as well, but and resilience in general to climate change, rather than only looking at short-term yields. And I think it is needed to have that as an industry initiative, and they have to be industry standards. And then, of course, also consumers are increasingly interested, let's put it like that, in where tea comes from and how it is produced, and which creates the right incentives for responsible action. There could be more, but my optimism is conditional again. So if we are willing to invest in people, ecosystems, and
Let me ask you this about industry standards, because a few people have mentioned industry standards today as well, and I'm always curious. Do you think we can, as an industry, and I say this because we don't have an international coffee organization. You know what I mean? We don't have any kind of, we've got individual associations. I guess collectively the associations could sit and have a meeting and try to set a standard that way. I suppose that's one way that it could happen. But do you think that as an industry we can have an industry standard on something like what you're talking about?
I think if we sit together and all have the same commitment, we could theoretically do that.
Right.
And I think it is needed.
Yeah.
It will be needed, whether it's in the tea industry for such standards or whether it's overarching standards for climate neutrality, etc. So I think that's very needed.
What does International Tea Day mean to you?
For me, International Tea Day is it's like as a birthday. It's a day for reflection and appreciation. And for me personally, it reminds me that tea is much more than just a beverage. It's the base of our family business. It connects millions of people in that supply chain, that people chains around the world, from the smallholder farmers in the fields to the consumers enjoying a nice cup of tea. And that's why International Tea Day is for me about recognizing the care and the skill and the responsibility that's in every cup. And it's also a reminder that it only has a future if we all look at the challenges in there and go for the long-term perspective.
Well, dear Anne, I thank you. I know it's late in Germany. I really, I really appreciate your time. I appreciate that you've, stayed late for us. And I thank you for the work that you do at Martin Bauer. You lead the way on a lot of these conversations. So I raise my cup to you and say Happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shabnam. I raise my cup to you today because you do so much for the industry, connecting all of us and raising the awareness for a lot of important topics. It was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Alrighty, my light is getting bizarre here at the moment. I either have to be like in direct sun or in complete shadow, but it is what it is, and we're just gonna live with it because there's sunshine, and we never complain about sunshine, do we? I'm gonna read some facts that I wrote down, things that I wish consumers knew about tea. Every leaf in your cup was touched by a human hand before it reached you. A person's skill at multiple levels is involved in knowing what to do in order to create that perfect cup. Tea has seasons, and they are extraordinary. Like the best fruit, the best wine, the best of almost anything that grows, tea tastes different depending on when it was harvested. It is alive to its moment. And number 3, every tea-producing country grows teas of remarkable distinction, each one extraordinary in its own way. Most people have glimpsed only one tiny corner of this world, so I encourage you to drink tea from different regions. And that is the segue that I'm going to use to bring on my next guest. Hi, Simon.
Hey, Shabnam. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. I can see you great.
Cool.
Thank you for joining. Now, Simon, my dear, you are joining from the UK.
That's right. Yeah. I'm here for about 5 minutes. In amongst
Where are you off to?
Soon to be back in Rwanda.
Good.
I've recently got back from Germany, and I'll be in Kenya again, I think in the summer.
All right. Yeah. So, Simon, tell the fine folk who you are, what you do.
My name is Simon O'Neill. I've worked in tea probably over 20 years or so. I worked in quite a lot of different origin offices for traders such as Van Rees or James Finlay, and bounced around, I suppose, through Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Indonesia. Worked for a long time in Malawi, Kenya, then over in the US, in New Jersey, and then in Toronto as well, and ran the UK office for Van Rees also. But in amongst all of this, these travels and everything, I'd never really worked on the side of a producer, and that's where I am now, working for Suate and the Silverback Tea Company. And we make our teas in Rwanda, where we produce around about 10 million kilos of tea.
So I wanted to, I segued from what I just said about different parts of the world to you because, for most consumers, they would never list Rwanda as a country from which tea comes.
Yeah.
And yet, I think some of the best, like amongst the best teas that I've ever had in my life actually came from Rwanda. Maria, I've said this before, Maria, who's in the room right now and watching us, is one of my co-writers with Nigel Melican and James Norwood Pratt. We wrote a book, 101 Teas to Drink Before You Die, and Rwanda made the list.
Yes, it did. Yes, thank you.
Carrie made the list.
Yeah, we're very proud of that.
Yeah. So tell people, I mean, Rwanda, who knew? I mean, we know, but
I think for Suwati with our mark Rakeri, it's got a very long established history in the tea industry, dating back to the late 70s. Although I'm sure Andrew's father would say probably began in the 60s when they were clearing the land and everything. And My familiarity with it was Andrew Wertheim's father phoning me when I worked at Van Rees London in the late 90s, early 2000s, and he'd phone on a Friday, he'd send through his samples, and it was the tea that you took home. You know, it was the samples that you weren't supposed to send them out to everyone, but you did kind of keep a little bit back. So I was always very familiar with the Rwandan tea from a blending point of view as well. It was the secret ingredient that you could put in to just sort of add that extra sort of traffic light brightness to a CTC blend. But it's the orthodox tea that then has taken on a lot of sort of life of its own and really sort of made a name for itself, I think, over the last 10 years, where at Suarte we're producing 4.5 million, probably this year 5 million kilos of tea. About 1.5 of that is organic, and I would say this year we'll probably produce something in the region of about 1.5 million kilos of orthodox tea, maybe a little more. Wow. Our orthodox tea doesn't quite look like everybody else's, and that's a challenge when it comes to the marketing, because it's got its own way of being sorted, and people's understanding of it from different regions. For the German market, they know very well what our tea looks like, but when you bring it to other markets under the same name, it looks a little different. But the main thing is that in the cup, it comes out bright and it comes out sharp, and it adds an awful lot of flavor to what people are drinking. So yeah, the Rwandan model, where it's focused on quality and it's very tightly interwoven with the government and NIAB, where their involvement and their day-to-day interaction with the tea industry is something I've not really seen before. It's really dedicated, it's really insightful, it's very helpful. It allows the smallholder farmer to earn 50% through the green leaf price mechanism of the US dollar exports of when tea from Rwanda is sent abroad. So we are really working for the smallholders, and the incentive is there to pick good quality tea because it will achieve a higher price, and that will in turn give the farmer more money in his pocket. So
sorry, repeat that for everybody, because I think that's a really important point. The farmer makes 50%. No, you go ahead. You.
Yeah. So on the green leaf price mechanism, the way that NIAB and the tea producers of Rwanda have set this up, it's in the farmer's interests then to pick good quality tea, because when we export, that price mechanism brings that back to the green leaf in Rwandan franc to the farmer with the cost removed and everything at 50%. So we are working for them, definitely.
Yeah. And as you said, it incentivizes.
It incentivizes. So, I mean, we do an awful lot for fair trade as well, but I can see that in Rwanda, you don't always necessarily need fair trade, because the incentive is there and the money is there in the way that the mechanism controls the flow of the return of funds back into the smallholders throughout the supply chain. And it's most of the estate is the area of Suarte, for example, is smallholder,
right?
And they have involvement in that running of that operation. There is an ownership of percentage there as well, yeah, it's something that's very fascinating to be involved with, and you see it when you visit and when you go back into Rwanda. I try and go like 4 or 5 times a year, but there's very much a collective pull in the right direction.
So definitely doing something right, which then begs the question: why isn't being, let me not ask you the why. Is there opportunity for it to be replicated elsewhere?
I think that there have been attempts to do this in other countries. I'm just not sure whether sometimes it is easier with a smaller model, and then when things get too big, it becomes far more unwieldy to manage. Rwanda's not a big country, it's not a huge population, but it's very manageable in terms of the way the government is able to interact with all of the tea producers through RMT, through ourselves, through Chato, with the Wood Foundation as well, with Lindy Shigasha. So there is that challenge, because we kind of know an awful lot of the people in NIAB by their first names, and they're often coming through the office. Everybody's, you can you think about how that would scale up in a country like Kenya or India or China. I don't know, but I would love to see it work elsewhere. I think that it does. That message of let's not overproduce, let's not follow the route of other countries and produce too much of what not necessarily or everybody needs, of that sort of plainer middle segment of tea that doesn't have too much to shout itself above the rooftops for. I think with Rwanda, the dedication to quality and that constant competition and innovation is really positive.
And quality. I mean, you know, as you said, the flavors of the teas are extraordinary, and that's why I say, you know, anybody who hasn't had a tea from Rwanda, do, because it'll be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful experience for you. Now, Serwate is one, but the other that you are going to talk to me about today is Silverback. Talk to us about Silverback.
So at Silverback, we have Funda, we have Gisovu, and we have Rugabano. Our owner, Mr. Chatterjee, his family history goes back to 1912 with Lakshmi in India. And you know, tea's always been deep in the family history and the heart of that company, of the people that were involved with it. And he oversaw the purchase of the land and the setup of Rugabano in 2019. Yeah. And now producing in the region of around about 1 million kilos a year, with the tea in the ground. You know, the ambition is big for that factory, to see where that can go. Gisovu is one of those factories that everybody mostly knows if they know Rwandan tea. I think that goes to 1982, but that came under the ownership of Lakshmi in the late 2017, 18. And again, highest hills, golden cups. You kind of walk around the factory, you think there should be classical music playing kind of situation. It's a little tricky to get to with the road, but it's a beautiful part of the world. And then Funda, it brings from a lot of different areas, but it's on the foothills of the volcanoes where the gorillas live. You know, it's quite a setting. So any trip to Rwanda, any trip to Rwanda is always a bit of a treat for the eyes as well. So I had a little bit of time in tourism while I was in Malawi, so that kind of set me up for when people come to visit. We've got quite an established trip that we do, sort of 5-6 days around all the factories and sort of see the best of Rwanda alongside seeing the best of the factories at the same time.
There's no tea tourism happening in Rwanda, though, is there?
Well, it's one of the ambitions of Rudra, I think. I think it's something he's heavily involved with in India with Mako and everything that he's got plans for in Assam as well. I think it might be too early to say, but I think it would be something you'd watch in the future, the link between tourism and some of the more established hotel chains, and trying to sort of see that if you're going to have a hand plucked, you know, there's no machine harvesting, you know, there's no pesticide use, there's no of those elements in what we're doing in Rwanda. So plucked tea and having that generationally continue onwards, and there will always be moderate growth year on year as well with what we're doing. How do you create a situation for people to want to stay on the tea fields and not drift away and work to the bright lights big city? And I think one of it is bring tea tourism in alongside the tea. You know,
well, I mean, the reality is that you know, people are constantly looking for experiential travel, right?
Yes.
And this is, I mean, the height of experiential travel. And there's no
rough and ready then.
well, that's true. I mean, there's no ugly tea country. I'm sorry, there just isn't. There's no place in the world where tea grows that one can say it's ugly. So we kind of have that built in to it, and think that, you know, India's doing it and Sri Lanka's doing it. I don't see a lot of that kind of tea tourism, maybe a little bit in Korea, but I don't see a lot of it happening in other regions, and it's something that I know a lot of people talk about and perhaps aspire to, so it'd be interesting to see there too. Can we just talk about Rugabano for a minute? So the research that I did, was it fallow land a decade ago?
Yeah.
So,
And
yeah.
people were
Go ahead.
relocated because of flooding, and the government working hand in hand with the people that ended up being then as smallholders on the land. And the topography is extraordinary, and it's a very challenging area to try and grow tea. It's very diverse, very different to the other estates. Each estate's got its own challenge in that respect in the field. But I mean, one day could be organic as well, because the fertilizer we're using is largely organic there. It may be orthodox is a possibility in the future as well. We'll see how the market develops a little bit. But it's got the space at the moment. It's got, for another couple of lines, 2-3 lines to go in beyond the 2 that are in there at the moment, or 1.5. But I think, as the years go on, the growth will keep moving, and the tea will expand, and hopefully the livelihoods of the people improve along with it, as it seems to be doing at the moment.
That's amazing.
Launched in the Mombasa market last year, one of the highest selling gardens for the BP.
So this is what I was about to get to, is that land that was fallow 10 years ago is fetching at the highest prices within a decade. That's extraordinary. And I guess the question is, how?
I think that there's an awful lot of tea expertise in Lakshmi. I mean, it's something that does fascinate me each time I go, that I'm learning each time I'm visiting. And I'd never been to India. I've been to an awful lot of places on this world, thanks to tea. And then last year was the first time I went to India, and one of the reasons being is that as a trader, I never really had a role to play in selling tea from India, because everyone in India was pretty good at it themselves.
Yes.
So there was no need for me to get involved in that. And to go there and then be in Assam, and then that knowledge coming through and being shared with everybody in Rwanda. We've got quite an interesting mix of different people working all across our estates, our whole company. There's Austin from Malawi in Rugabano area, there's Bikram and Dilip, and there's Alan at Kosovo, who worked with KTDA, and Zeki used to be with Sotic, and he's running everything single-handedly. Sometimes it feels there in as the CEO in Rwanda. It's a fascinating group of people, and there's a lot to learn from them. Virendra was running Frunda beforehand. He came across to run Sawathi. So there's this interchangeable ideas between the estates and people moving around. Dilip was at Kosovo, and then he moved across to Funda. Nitin, one of my great friends in the industry, he was at Funda for a long time, and he's moved across to Kosovo. So everybody has their sort of 2 or 3 year period at each place, and then brings what they know to a different estate, a different factory, but something useful, and learn something, but bring something new from the other place. And that's happened at Rugabano. The clones that were put in, it's interesting to hear there was a few Malawi clones in there. So I love how dear that country is to my heart. It keeps following around. So there's a little bit of a Revada cup there when you taste Rugabano sometimes. And I like to think there's a bit of the warm heart of Africa is also there.
The warm part of Africa. Yeah. That's amazing. Tell me this, Simon. I mean, you at the top, you talked about, obviously, you've been a trader in the industry for a long time, and you said that you've never had. This was the first time that you worked on the other side, the production side. What's that experience been like for you? What did you? I mean, let me start with that. What's that been like for you?
I think knowing the cost and the race is on the moment the fertilizers hit the ground.
Yes.
The money's being spent a lot earlier. I always used to think about, we're starting our starter's pistol at the sale price, the Mombasa auction, the FOB or something like that, in terms of when the whole race starts. I always used to work around an awful lot of different interesting people throughout the trade. Like John Snell had this sort of inside knowledge of tea production. I remember he gave me some encyclopedic printed document of tea production. He always knew everything when he went to the factories and such. And I kind of picked up a little bit of that here and there through my visits to different origins. But the ebb and flow of the weekly meetings and the rainfall and the discussions of harvest and pruning and when the right time is for everything to start taking place, those risks. I got a little sense of it, I suppose, when I was in Malawi and I was even in tourism, and it was all the guys and everybody were talking about maize and planting season and praying for the right time for the crop to come through. That's really poignant, I think, in Rwanda, because we do have quite a dry season. It will begin sort of around about the end of June and might run through to the end of September. Give me a little break, but but it's Kenya is kind of all year round, you know, that keeps on going. There will be seasons there, but Rwanda is a little bit more pronounced in that respect.
Right. And what do you think is most misunderstood about production now that you're in that side?
That we've got so many different markets looking for different things that one person's cup of tea is completely different to that of another. But what works here in the UK in terms of manufacturing doesn't apply at all to Egypt or Pakistan, for example.
Right.
But there'll be other aspects of the cup and the brightness and the flavor that people really love, and others just will, you know, they'll mark that down. At Sawathi, for example, we produce tea that's still got a little bit of fiber in there. It's going to be a bit of a browner leaf. There will be ways and means through manufacture that will be sort of addressed in the years to come. But it is a perfect blender's tea. You know, it's a perfect packer's tea.
Right.
But if you put that up in the Mombasa auction to fight for itself alongside teas that had a blacker leaf that will be moving to the larger markets in Pakistan or Egypt or, you know, the Eastern Bloc, you know, Russia and everywhere, then it's going to get challenged on its price. So the challenge with Sawathi's tea is that's all direct sold. There's nothing goes in the auction. You know, we're doing 4.5 million kilos of tea, selling that privately, Orthodox and CTC. Whereas with Silverback, you've got a flow to the auction and you've got a flow on direct sales, and you're balancing this relationship where you don't want to have too much of one or the other. So it's a very difficult thing to juggle on these two mindsets in these two different ways. We produce tea the first 2 weeks of a month that is tuned in for one particular market, one particular set of flavor profile for, say, the UK or Ireland, and then you'll switch perhaps to another market, and you'll have a private contract that's based on what they're looking to see. So yeah, there's a little bit of magician work going on in there in the factories to try and align everything. The perfect world is when you find the harmony and everybody absolutely loves it, you know. So
well, I mean, Simon, that's life. The perfect balance is finding harmony. Come on. Is there do you find that there's a market at the moment that really appreciates and values the teas coming out of Rwanda more than another?
I think if we're talking about a tea with milk, I think that certainly the Irish, the UK, that you know, certain parts of Germany, they're looking at under the milk. This is the backbone of an awful lot of those gold blends at Rwanda, and I think it blends beautifully with East of the Rift, and it blends beautifully with Assam, and all those three things come together really well. But I drink it on my own anyway. I mean, in terms of, I've got enough tea coming out my ears as it coming through the doors with the samples. But yeah, I think that it is in those markets it works really well. But then you look at the Orthodox loose leaf and how well that seems to fit the German market at the moment as well. But then we're ticking off countries all around the world in terms of where the exports are going to. So there's tea that's going as far afield as Australia and Japan, and throughout Europe, expanding throughout the US and Canada, of course, as well. So yeah, the idea is to try and tick every country off. I don't know how I'm going to sell to Antarctica, but I'll give it a go.
I'll go sit in Antarctica for a week or two, Simon. You can sell me some tea, tick it off, and then let me fly home.
That's it. We do the DHL parcel. We'll get an Instagram shot of that, and then
I mean, that's all you need.
Yeah, like Metallica, they played on every continent. This is all we have to do. We have to.
That's all you have to do. Well, this is it. I mean, define sell, right? How much do you need to sell? A cup, a box? I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I know that Sarawate and I know Lakshmi in general, so Silverback as well would, does it work in, sorry, does work. This is, I'm in almost my 7th hour. So forgive my words. Forgive my words.
No, not at all.
As a company, I know that Surwate, before Lakshmi bought, did a lot of work in sustainability and caring for its people, etc. I know that Lakshmi's carried on that work and has done that, as core itself as well. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about that and what?
Yeah,
it's a lot of stuff, I know. So sort of whatever you want to tell us.
It was, I think, in choosing who to pass the torch to, Andrew had met with Rudra for a long time, and he knew they shared similar sensibilities. And I think the same sort of sensibilities were within what Lakshmi was doing anyway, as a natural way of running their tea industry in India. In terms of the packers that came and started buying tea from Lakshmi in India, they found that an awful lot of the questions were already answered because it was the natural way of doing things. So that kind of went hand in hand for Sawati. Gisovu now has fair trade as well, and obviously everything's Rainforest Alliance, of course. But I think I've seen a lot of changes in the industry in the last 5 years or so, where the buyers have their own in-house sustainability projects. They have their own in-house things they'd like to achieve in harmony, working with smallholders on the estates. That perhaps that's a little bit more value to them than certification. Not that the overall certification for everything isn't important, but I think that they like to just make sure that everything's being done correctly themselves in certain cases. So
yeah,
I think those projects are happening throughout Silverback, but those projects are really on quite a scale at Sawati, and that's picking up from where Andrew left off, but it's also expanding it. So I think there's like 2,500 workers connected to the fair trade organization at Sawati, and the income from fair trade has really increased. I think over $400,000, $500,000 or so this last few years. It's really expanded, and they've got too many projects in some ways. You kind of go, well, let's not have 25 projects, let's finish 10 of them and then go on to the next 10. But there's a lot of different things that are taking place at the same time, and we have quite a dedicated team there that's I just can pass most of the questions onto for certification and QA and all these sort of things. But there's a lot going on there with the Sawati Foundation, fair trade, and all the things around it.
Do you think you can ever go back to the other side now that you've been on this side?
I don't. I mean, I've bounced around quite a bit in tea, haven't I?
No, I know, but I mean, you've been around in that trader side, and now you're really experiencing a completely different side of the, or not a complete. I mean, it's still tea, but a different part of the supply chain. I guess that's my question. Like, are you? Yeah. Can you imagine going back to the trader side?
I think for the places I've always been happiest, where I've always really got the most out of my day, has been when you are very much connected to the source of what it is that you're selling.
That's what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can have that as a trader anyway. You can be involved in the supply chain, and you can bring expertise and knowledge. I'll bring other people's in and pretend, right on the back of it sometimes. But I think that is possible as a trader. But I've used that trading experience in hand with the producers that are running the enterprise that I'm with now. So there is this sort of marriage of two different worlds in some ways. An awful lot of the people running everything at Silverback and Sawati are inherently planters from their history and their field, their factory. They understand why people drink their tea and everything. But in terms of the sales and the marketing, and that's what my role is for the tea that we produce. Because of the travels I've had, I think I've got a reasonably good roll call of people that I can knock on the door of and make sure that they'll do me a favor by putting a tea on the batch and see how it shines out. And if it does the job, then I can appreciate in the same way that all the work in the factory is there being done to get that tea in the paper sack and out the factory door, getting it out of the factory door and into a cup is a whole different challenge, and especially at the moment as well. So that kind of that experience of documentation, of shipping, of logistics, of sampling, of tasting, of the visits, of the blending, all of these things that go on top of, you've made a great tea, but where is it going to end up, and how's it going to get there, and how are you going to make sure that people see it? That's a large part of it too.
Well, how can you just get somebody to drink it? Because once it's right, and it's because once they drink it, you know they'll buy it because you know the product. But it's how do you do that? Yeah. The joys of the industry. Are you optimistic about the future of tea, Simon? I've been asking that question of everybody.
I think that my wife drinks about 10 cups of tea a day.
Your wife does?
Yeah, whether they all get drunk or whether they get left as half-drunk cups around the house and such, I don't know. But I think, once small people turn up, or once kind of like you get past 30, you realize that tea actually really helps you get through days, doesn't it? I think I drink a lot of tea, I think. And I don't worry so much whether it is the main drink out of habit of certain demographics. I think that people will come to it eventually anyway, not necessarily through generations of passing down that you should drink this. I think it's just natural that people will find the comfort and the ease and the sort of handbrake to the day that a cup of tea can kind of give you, I think. And I think that from traveling around everywhere, I've always loved how it kind of, you do sit around the table. Like my mum comes up and we put a brew on, then you sit down. And it's the first thing you say is, do you want a cup of tea?
You want a cup of tea?
Yeah, when I lived in Vietnam and everything, you go to everyone's pouring round, and same in China, same in India.
Yeah.
In Indonesia, everybody was smoking a little bit more and drinking coffee and running around. But I think you'd like to see it take on more of a cultural identity as part of everyday life in Africa. You'd like to see that on something that was part of people's day-to-day practice. And everybody in India drinks their own tea. Everybody in China drinks their own tea.
Yes.
Imagine how profitable being a tea farmer could be if everybody in Africa drank their own tea.
Drank their own tea. I know. And then maybe I can't buy a bag of tea in Canada for 12 cents anymore. That'll be a good day.
Yeah.
It would be a good day. It would. It would be a phenomenal day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Mr. O'Neill, first of all, thank Mrs. O'Neill for drinking 10 cups of tea per day. That's fantastic. I don't care whether she drinks them. She's brewing them. That's all that matters.
We're going through them, definitely. But I'm optimistic. Yeah, I'm optimistic.
I think you are.
I think that quality shines through. I think that quality on the shelf shines through. I think the best teas in England, the leading brands in England are packing quality tea. I think brands that are chased down the rabbit hole of
that's it
on the blend, and it hasn't worked out for them. And there were some pretty big companies that did that.
Yep.
So I think the ones that are standing tall and proudest at this moment are the ones that are actually putting the good stuff in the cup.
Yep. Yep, 100%. And it keeps getting shown over and over and over and over and over again. Is flavor. That's what consumers value in their product.
Yeah.
Above everything else, it's flavor. Yeah. It's above the price of the product, above everything. It's the flavor of the product. So, All right, my dear, your Proust question is, which talent would you most like to have?
My talent most like to have, I could do with being able to add up. I'm a trader. Yeah, I'm a trader with no head for maths. I don't know how I've managed to get this far without being able to count properly.
Your phone has a calculator.
Exactly.
Really? That's what you're going to tell me?
No. The talent I'd most like to have. If I could play football like Lionel Messi and teach my son how to do that, that would be pretty cool.
That's a good one.
Never a gift. I was not blessed with much in the way of sporting ability. It was pretty much video game based. Yeah, I could do with running around a little faster.
That's a good one. That's definitely a good one. Well, I thank you, Simon, for joining me today and sharing the story of Sirwathe and Silverback. Cheers to you. Cheers to Lakshmi and all that you do there. And happy International Tea Day.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and I'm really, really pleased to have been asked to be a part of it. And yeah, let's all just keep on drinking the good stuff.
Exactly. Everybody should be more like Mrs. O'Neill.
Yes.
Bye, Simon. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Whoops. All right, there we go. 10 cups of tea per day. All right, everybody. Yeah, we all need to buckle up and drink more, because I don't drink 10 cups of tea a day, but maybe my next guest does. Joydeep, hello.
Hi, Shabnam. Good to see you.
how-
Wishing you a very happy International Tea Day.
Wishing you a very happy International Tea Day, Mr. Mover of International Tea Day. You were part of this whole thing. And you know what? Let's start there. First of all, congratulations on your son's graduation.
Yeah, thank you, Shabnam.
Proud father.
Yeah.
So you are actually not celebrating International Tea Day in India this year. You are in New York at the moment.
Yes.
Yes, fantastic. Let's start with International Tea Day, Joydeep, because what better person than to tell all these fine folk the history, what went behind getting International Tea Day?
Yeah, you see, what happened, like, you see, we were in Milan for the intersessional meeting of the FAO-IGG. And I think I remember the date, it was on 15th and 16th of October in 2015. And 15th October was the World Food Day. And then, so while, and we found that, like I saw, and the Milan Expo and the intersession meeting was happening in the Milan Expo grounds. So we found, in fact, while I was walking, there were a lot of International Coffee Day celebration, which was done, I think, on 2nd of October. There were a lot of signages. Then World Food Day was there. So these are all mandated days which had the UN backing, the United Nations backing, and then formally the day celebrated by all the governments, like you see, of each country. So we thought that, like, although International Tea Day existed before, also in 2004 they started, and one NGO in UK, they started 15th of December as the International Tea Day.
Yes, that's
but
right.
that didn't have, like, the backing of it was not a formalized kind of a setting, so the governments did not back this day. So we, in fact, I proposed to the leader of the delegation of India, which was Mr. Santosh Sarangi, who was the chairman of Tea Board. He, being a bureaucrat, he said that, look, I can propose, but only thing is that you have to make sure that, like I say, everyone supports it. Right. Whoever is there in the room, they have to support this idea. And then, of course, I had one day, like, normally intersessional meetings are for 2 days, 15th and 16th. So, like, from 15th onwards till 16th, I had time to speak to people. Louis Roberts was there. Like, Louis helped out in speaking to the Chinese delegation. So everyone was very excited about having a day for tea, and that's how we proposed. Of course, the date was not fixed. So, but since we proposed from India, so the responsibility fell on India to take it forward. So we had to do a lot of paperwork in formally proposing the proposal through the Indian representative in the FAO. But it took time, 2015, and by the time, and it slowed down in between. And I should give due credit to China. Actually, Miss Yulu was there. Yulu was actually very, very like aggressive in pushing through from the Chinese government. And then finally, I think in 2018, we were given a set of 2 dates in the Hangzhou session of the FAO-IGG.
That's right.
And then finally, 21st was decided as to celebrate International Tea Day. So that's the brief background, actually.
And here we are in 2026, 6 years after the first one. I should tell everybody who you are, by the way. I just realized I didn't even introduce you. Joydeep is Principal Officer and Secretary at the Tea Research Association in India. And tell us, Joydeep, how long have you been in tea?
Yeah, I think tea I completed 25 years. I exactly joined tea in 1999. And then 2024, 25, I completed 25 years in tea. Of course, 25 years in tea is like, there are a lot of people in India who has completed 50 years, 60 years. So it's like pretty short time.
You're a baby.
Even then, like, yeah. But even then, like, so I feel that like I've come across, like I was in the Indian Tea Association earlier, then I was with the Guwahati Tea Auction Center, and now with the research organization. So more or less covered the entire spectrum of the tea industry.
Yeah.
So but my initial fondness for tea grew because my mother's family was from the tea planters family, and we had the tea broking firm. There used to be a firm called Catrin and Company in Calcutta and in Guwahati. So whenever I used to visit Catrin, you used to get the smell of fresh tea. Actually, whenever you enter the building, it was a 3-storied building. The entire whole building used to smell of tea, brewing. Beautiful. And this thing. So like, so that somehow attracted me. And then I applied for Catrin. I didn't get the job, but later on I got into a different role, especially with the Indian Tea Association.
Very cool. So, Joydeep, I've, as you know, we're celebrating International Tea Day under the motto of Farmed with Care, and really connecting people to where their tea comes from, what happens before the brew, etc. And I've been speaking today to a number of producers and really, giving them sort of the opportunity to talk about producing tea and what they wish people knew. I don't think that most people know that that tea research institutes exist. So I was hoping that you can tell people what is a tea research institute and what is the work that you do at the at Toklai.
Yeah, so basically I represent, my organization name is, although it's Tea Research Association, which was like TRA was formed in 1964, but the Toklai Experimental Station that precedes the TRA, and Toklai was set up in 1911. Although like the research started way back in 1895, but formally the research at Toklai, it was set up in 1911. So from 1911 till now, it's 115 years, there's been uninterrupted research happening at Toklai. What I feel is that, and it's one of the oldest and pretty large in terms of the volume which we cater to, actually, the production we see. We look after about 75% of the Indian tea production. So if you see over the last 115 years, the major innovations or inventions are like, say, the CTC technology. They're like the cut, tear, curl. So this has, like, it was a work between Amguri Tea Company and Toklai. So Amguri was our member, and the Toklai scientist was there. There used to be a tea taster who was very famous, So it was a 20-year project. It started off from 1934-35. By early 50s, CTC was stabilized, and then earlier the orthodox tea was giving, the cuppage was much lesser, If you see 1 kg of orthodox would give you about 150 cups. But once the CTC technology came in, the cuppage increased to 300 to 400 cups. So India, I think the British, they planned out that like if they had to have good quality tea, uninterrupted teas, even after independence, so they had to have a different technology. So CTC was introduced, and then Indians got instantly hooked on to the CTC, and then gradually it spread around the entire world. So what I feel that CTC has been a biggest contribution from Toklai. Then you have the Rotovain, then the agricultural, the agronomy of tea plantations in India. If you see, especially North India, which covers about, say, like 7 states of the Northeast India, plus West Bengal, that's Doas and Darjeeling, and then in Sikkim, almost 90% of the tea planting material or the clones are all derived from Toklai. So it's like the contribution in terms of planting material, in terms of technology, in terms of the quality. So it has given immense, like the contribution has been quite good actually from the organization. But since we have been there for the last maybe 100 years, there has been ups and downs. Initially, there were a lot of scientists who were from all over the world actually. Like we had scientists from the UK. In fact, Toklai had a temporary bench in Cambridge University. Whenever our scientists used to go on long home leave for 4 months. So 2 months they used to stay at home. 2 months they used to work from the temporary benches in Cambridge. So it's got a long history, tradition, and then which we are keeping up. We are trying to keep up with. So I feel a lot of people may not know about TRA, but Toklai is synonymous with research all over. In fact, I still remember first time when I met Professor Cheng Jong Mao in China, I think 2007. I was introducing myself as working with TRA, so he couldn't recognize. When I said Toklai, he immediately bowed his head. Yeah. So that's the kind of recall and recognition actually.
It is, and I would say of all of the research institutes, Toklai was definitely the first one that I'd heard about. So now the work that the Research Association does, and obviously it's, as you said, it's you explained the connection with Toklai, and the innovation. Can you talk to people a little bit about the importance of clones, and as you said, the majority of the clones that come into the fields are being developed by you. Yeah. What's the importance of those? Can you talk to people about that? Because I'm not sure everybody, I mean, obviously within the tea industry, people understand it, but outside of the tea industry, we're not talking about genetic modification, everybody. So please don't panic. Can you talk to people about clonals and why do we have them? What's the importance?
Yeah, so basically, if you see, like way back till the 40s and 50s, especially 40s, 1940s, it was the seeds, mostly the planting material used to come from the tea seeds. So the tea seeds were like, initially it was very difficult to grow from tea seeds. Like say if you have 100 seeds, out of 100 seeds, maybe 50% or 60% will germinate. But once it germinates, you had a strong plant actually. But the industry needed a quicker and faster way of basically like taking out plants or producing plants. So what happened is that like the first Toklai, it's called the Toklai vegetative clone actually. It was set up in 1947, 48 it was introduced. And it has got an interesting story, basically because what happened, the scientist, the British scientist who was there, he was called on war duty in the 1943-44, and it was his wife who took care, who took daily notes of how the clonal plant was working, and then finally it was released in 1946-47. So it's a joint venture between the concerned scientist as well as his wife. So and she is equally credited to developing the first tea clone. So it was a very good quality clone called the TV1. Even now it is very popular.
Yes.
And it is very, very popular among the pest also, because it's very like the output or the tea made out of TV1 is very good. At the same time, the pest attacks on TV1 clones are also very, very high, because I think it's tastier and the pests like it. So if you see, till now we have developed the Toclai vegetative clones, about 35 clones. And the focus is basically as per the industry requirements. So like say for instance in 1975, we were given a call by the industry that like by turn of the century, like that's in 2000, India needs to reach 1,000 million kilos of tea. So in 1975-76, India was around 600 plus million kilos, about 615, 620 million kilos. So over the next period of 20 years, we developed, I think, about 12 clones, which increased the production quite in a much bigger way. Like you see, from a jump from 600, we didn't actually reach the figure of 1,000 million, but it was around 967 or 970 million. We were 30 million short of 1,000 million. So I think the scientists did a brilliant job in trying to bump up the quantity. But at the same time, overall, if you see from 2010 onwards, each country has been producing quite a lot. So now the focus is basically on quality. Second is basically drought tolerance, climate resilient. So we have in the last, I think 3 to 4 years, we have released 2 clones which are fully based on quality as well as drought tolerance because of climate issues. So it is what we develop, the clone is as per the requirement of the industry. Because if you see, majority of the industry, our members are tea companies who produce, and it's as per their requirement.
Right. Yeah. And those are key things that you just mentioned, right? I mean, I remember the first time I visited, I'm going to say Toclai, but the first time I visited Toclai was in 2014. And that, I mean, that's over a decade ago. And that's when this, you know, I remember the research on drought tolerant and really like talking about how climate change is going to affect tea and what needs to be done was really at its prime. And so you've now developed these clones to put into the ground. And I think that's what people need to understand is so important about these research institutes, right? Innovation in farming, and that's what tea is, it's farming. It doesn't happen on its own. It has to be resourced.
Yeah.
From the, you know, we're talking today about you know, as I've said, farmed with care and the importance of people understanding where their tea comes from. What do you wish more people knew about what happens before the brew, before me sitting here in my living room with a cup of tea in my hand? What do you wish people knew that they didn't know?
You see, basically, the kind of effort in making the kg of tea, or like right from if you see the tea plantations are quite vast plantations in quite remote areas, mostly in Assam, like in India as well as in South India, even other countries also. So the kind of effort which is given by the tea workers, right from, like you see, they start their day, especially in India, in North India, they start their day 1 hour earlier than the Indian Standard Time. So they are in the field by around, say, 7 o'clock in the morning, and they work for about 8 hours, going through like facing harsh conditions like sunshine, rainfall, even leeches and this thing. It's a like kind of a agroforestry kind of a setup which we have in the tea plantation. So from the plucking, the effort in and the good part is that like in India, like almost, although we say 50%, almost now 60 to 65% of the workforce are women workers actually. See. So they taking care of their own household work early in the morning, going out, working for 8 hours, coming back. So it's like a great effort from the workers, first of all. And then second, once the leaf is plucked and then it is shipped out of the garden area, it goes to the factory. Then the factory runs overnight actually. The whole night the factory runs, and there are also the different set of workers which are there along with the managerial personnel. So it's quite a lot of hard work which goes into making the teas which we drink. That is one. Second thing is that you see what is happening now, that so this aspect people do not know, the kind of hard work and the effort which goes in. Maybe we are not being able to focus in the right context. Second is the cost. Because if you see it's all human, like nowadays everything handmade is all expensive. So like like thousands of workers pluck the leaves and it is transported to the factory. There are also a lot of human interfaces there actually. So the kind of the price, or maybe the kind of the return which one should get in terms of what the effort which one puts in, I think that needs to be recognized by the people who buy teas. I'm not saying only overseas, but within the country also. So because if you see tea in India, tea has not kept pace with the inflation, the yearly inflation itself. So in terms of price appreciation. So I think the effort which is put in and the vast scale of workforce which we have, and plus you're protecting the nature actually. See, it's like it's although forests, there are deforestation happening and all, but the tea ecosystem mimics agroforestry. So I think we are keeping it's a lot of pluses which are there. Like you see, you have got large workforce. The woman it takes center stage. Second thing is that like you're protecting the environment. So I think maybe in terms of remuneration, in terms of prices, that should go up actually. And if people know about it, I think maybe they might be willing to pay more for their teas.
I mean, there's no question that it's an undervalued product, right? Especially, I had Josker on from Eastern Produce earlier, and you know, it's if people actually understood everything that you know, tea producers are responsible for. You've named some of them. We were talking earlier about everything from education to housing to healthcare, and on and on and on and on. Then maybe you know, there would be a greater value for tea. Maybe people would understand it. Maybe people would appreciate it. And maybe as an industry, we need to stop undervaluing ourselves. I don't know. You know, it's maybe we produce less, create demand. It's called basic laws of economics, right? We saw it during COVID. What happened to the price of tea? It went up.
Yes, true. No, even if you see, like, even the smallholders who are who have like now replaced the organized sector, like not replace. I'm saying, like, you see, they have they produce small growers produce about 55%, and the organized sector is producing about 45%. But if you see the average price which a small grower gets, I think over the last 10 years, he's getting more or less the same price what he was getting maybe 10 years back. So it's like prices going up. It's going to benefit both the smallholders as well as the entire value chain which is there actually, apart from the workers.
I think it would be an interesting exercise to do for somebody, and I've said this already once today, if there's a PhD student out there who needs a project, to
Yeah.
understand why the price of tea is less today than it was in the 20s.
True. Yeah.
There's what other, I mean, everything in life is more expensive, and yet tea has gotten less expensive. And there's to understand, I mean, we can't change something unless we understand why it is the way that it is, right? We can, so I don't have an answer to that, but that would be a project for somebody. I've been asking everybody, Joydeep, whether they're optimistic about the future of tea. Are you optimistic?
I'm fully optimistic, basically because first of all, I think tea, as I've said, like you see, there's so many positive attributes which are there. Like you see, it's first, like now we are talking of AI and reduction of people and this thing. So of course, tea industry also, automation and mechanization, that is there, but at the same time, always hand-plucked teas fetch a much higher price. Until unless people get, like if I'm a tea worker, like you see, if I'm getting a better opportunity somewhere, it is my choice leaving this and going for a better opportunity. But I think, so in that way, so there's so many people who are involved. Second thing, as I said, like you see, the environment. And the third, what I feel that, like you see, it's a product which is pure. It's so much of value which is there in the entire beverage. It has survived for last 2000 years in India. The Britishers brought it, like it has survived for the last 200 years. So I feel maybe we need a major repositioning of the beverage is required. But at the same time, I'm fully optimistic that, like, given the attributes of tea, its goodness and the wellness value, we have got, I think, a very positive outlook for the future.
I'm with you on that one, 100%. What does International Tea Day mean to you? It should mean more to you than everybody. So tell me, what does it mean to you?
I International Tea Day, what I feel that, like I say, we celebrate this wonderful beverage which is there, and then make people aware, more and more people aware of its qualities, its benefits. So I think that's what we felt, that, like you see, maybe if you have a day, like you see, we plan that, like, and if you see, like you see, a lot of activities happen like as we had planned earlier, like you see, during this International Tea Day. So I think every year it is increasing and it is becoming bigger and bigger, actually.
It is.
In fact, yesterday I was I had gone to an Indian restaurant here in New York. I called the Bungalow, actually. See, and then the chef who's there, he's quite a celebrity chef called Mr. Vikas Khanna. So he said, like, you've got such a wonderful product. Only thing is that, you see, you need to have a vision and a roadmap, and then, like you see, you're all sorted, actually. So he's doing a great job. He's offered his help and expertise, and then I think, like, people get somehow tea gets, like, we get a lot of like people try to help out when it comes to tea industry, and then, like, it gives the immediate connect to people, actually. See.
I agree with you. I agree 100%. We should do an event in New York.
Yeah.
We should do an event, really.
Yeah.
With the chef?
Yeah.
And the Indian consulate?
Yes, yes.
We'll talk afterwards.
Yeah.
I raise my cup to you, Joydeep. Happy International Tea Day to you.
Yeah.
I thank you for everything that you do for this industry. You are tireless in your work and your optimism and just being around and an ambassador for tea. So cheers to you, and congratulations again to you and your wife and your son on his great accomplishment as well. So cheers.
Cheers, Shabnam. Thank you very much for having me here. Like, I hope that we have a very good year ahead, actually, for the tea industry all over the world.
I hope so as well, Joydeep. Yeah. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. Always fun to talk to Joydeep. And I had invited Lillian from Calero on as well so that you could hear from two research institutes. But unfortunately, Lillian's connections didn't work. But you can see the importance of science and research and innovation within this industry. We've had a few people talk about the importance of innovation, and it is happening. It really is happening. And it's happening at these research institute in tea producing countries. So I'm going to share with you another one of my favorite videos, which is which we did in 2021. And this is our love story. All right, here's some more of the things that I wish people knew about tea. The people who pick tea carry generational knowledge. They know the feel of the right leaf between their fingers. Skilled work often done by women that shapes everything that follows. Next fact. Tea gardens are someone's home. Estate communities live on the land they tend. Schools, clinics, cultural life, all a part of the garden. It's a remarkable responsibility for a cup to carry. Think about that the next time you drink your cup of tea. So, with that, I think that's a perfect segue to my next two guests. Hello, how are you?
Doing good, Sabnam. How are you?
Let me start by saying happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
Thank you
Pretty.
so much. Thank you so much.
And it's nice to see you, Nishal. How are you?
Good, Shabnam. How are you? It's almost been 7.5 hours.
It is actually it's 7 hours, 30 minutes. No, it's 7 hours and 31 minutes.
31 minutes. There we go. Going absolutely strong. Amazing. That's what tea does to you.
Fueled by tea.
Yep.
So, Pratik, what have you done on your birthday?
Work mainly.
Drank a lot of tea.
Drank a lot of tea. I started my day with like a first flush. Now I'm moving on to some black teas after 10. So it's been a lot of tea for sure.
It's been a lot of tea for sure. And you told me when I reached out to invite the two of you, you said to me, it's my birthday, but there's always something tea related going on my birthday. So it is the universe telling you you are in the right world.
Right. I think it's destiny these days. Because I didn't know about this until like 2020, right? That it fell on like International Tea Day itself. So after that, it's been great. Yeah.
Well, International Tea Day started in 2020, so you didn't miss anything there. There you go. All right. So let me introduce you to everybody else. Pratik Rijal and Nishal Benskoda, co-founders of the Nepal Tea Collective. You're based in the US.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Who's crying?
Oh, that's my 9-month-old.
Oh, next generation.
Yeah, she's already into all of that stuff. Yeah.
You get him started young there.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So I'm gonna give you the start here to tell us your stories first. I want to hear both of your stories, and you can decide who goes first.
Nish, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. Well, 1 second, okay.
It's okay. So no, Pratik, you're gonna go first.
All right. So let me start off with like some background about our family itself. So I call myself a third generation tea producer. The reason being my family has been in the tea industry for about 44 years now, 44 or 45 years now. So my grandfather and grandmother, Nish's father and mother, they started a tea garden back in the 1980s. My grandma was the first person to plant the first 2 bush in our backyard. That is now turned into a 300 acres tea garden, employing about 350 plus farmers in eastern part of Nepal, right? So always had the family lineage. But to be honest, I had no idea about tea other than black tea that we drank early in the morning, chai, the milk tea, right? And then green tea, because our family used to drink green tea later in the evening. That was all in regards to tea knowledge, right? And I will stop there. I will let Nish start from 2015, and then I will continue back again from 2020.
Okay.
Cool. Well, thanks, Pratik. So yeah, as Pratik mentioned, our family, we come from a tea family. In fact, I was born in a tea farm. At least that's what I'm told. I was brought to Kathmandu, which is the capital of the country, when I was about 17 months. Again, no idea in tea. I came to the US in 2011. That was my first introduction to the US. 2011 was when I came here for undergraduate studies. Always wanted to get into finance. Getting into Wall Street with suits on, working on finance was my thing. But I went to a tiny little liberal arts college in the US, which pretty much killed that finance dream in me. And here I am selling tea, which is I don't regret that a tiny bit. It's just been a fabulous journey. But then, yeah, right after college in 2016, I was trying to merge my business degree with my passion for social impact, and was always seeking something in the lines of social business or social enterprise in some ways. And I was almost overlooking what my family had already built, which was the best form of social enterprise that I was just, it was in my home ground. I could not even see it in a way. So interestingly, that was the time when one of the largest earthquake hit Nepal. So I went back to Nepal, and that was the time I really got to understand what tea is from a very business perspective, from a family perspective, from the community perspective, pretty much a 360 overview for what tea exactly means to the people around me. And that was when I understood, like, tea industry, or just getting into the tea business, was a lot more than just buying and selling tea. It was entirely building a community around tea in some ways. So I went back to Nepal, and I told my father, I told him, I actually think I want to get into the tea industry. He told me, think twice.
What he actually said is, did I send you all the way to America for a college degree so that you come back to the tea industry? That's what he said, isn't it?
Probably. But then he was very, what he told me later on was like, think twice. And then I was like, okay, that's fine. I thought about it. And I was like, tell me the same thing again tomorrow. And I was like, okay, I'll tell you the same thing tomorrow, but I'm getting into the tea industry. And the next day he tells me, you know what? Getting into the tea industry is super easy. Yeah. Getting out of it, it's almost impossible.
It's the mafia.
And that's what he told me. And it's been 10 years for me. I don't see myself getting out of this. So which is great in a lot of fashion. But yeah, essentially, right after that, I started a tea bar in Nepal, which kind of didn't work, but we now have a very working model.
then came to the US and back again in 2016 to start the company here. And basically two major reasons for starting a tea company in the US. One was really to create a global identity for Nepali teas. Nepali origin teas, as they are known now, it wasn't the case 10 years ago. People didn't know about Nepal as a country, and that a tiny little country is producing pretty amazing teas. So did that. And then the second reason was really about traceability, transparency, and some sort of identity for the producers, because obviously we call, tea to be one of the most popular beverages after water. 3.6 or almost 4 billion people drink tea every single day, but the farmers are living under poverty, and that didn't sit right with me. It's like there must be a better way to find a way to elevate the farmers who are living under poverty, but they're creating the most popular beverage. How can we solve that? And that was the idea behind the company itself. And then it's a slow business, but it took us 10 years now. And Pratik joined me exactly about 5-6 years ago. 6 years ago, and until then I was just a one-person company doing everything by myself. But then as soon as he joined, the company took a massive big turn into something double, triple the size. Then my other best friend from grade 1 essentially joined the company 2 years later. That opened up so much more possibilities as well. And now we're very proud to say we're actually the largest importer of Nepali origin teas in North America. And we have about 60 team members. Most of them are Gen Zs working in the tea industry, essentially from Nepal. And we're trying to build this global tea company that is rooted in Nepal. And we also have tea bars, which I'll tell you a little bit later. But yeah, Pratik, move on where you wanted to start off. Maybe I covered a lot of things already.
You did cover a lot. So basically, my story is similar to Nish. I think our family had a trend right after high school. You go to the US, right? So followed the same path. I think my uncle was in finance. That's the reason why we were all we are Nish's brother, my uncle, right? So my dream was working in the Wall Street, investment banker. That was the dream. I knew once I landed in the US, that is what I wanted. Did that for a couple of years also. And then I realized that I need something much more meaningful than that, right? And then this is around 2018 when I was like, hey, I need to go back to Nepal. I'm going to figure something out. After a few different field business ideas, right? I was still stuck in the corporate world. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed that part as well, because that has taught me a lot in terms of the financial nitty-gritty, the operational side of things. However, in 2020 is when I just took the leap of faith, and Nish and I, we started talking about like, what can be done? Should I just move to Nepal? Should I stay here? We got into talking, and then he was like, I need someone to grow this business. And then we know we have a good personal relationship as well. And then I think it's going to translate really well into the professional relationship, right? So we actually did like a 3-month trial period just to see if two can work with each other professionally, right? Yeah. And then that really worked well. And then 2020 is when I like formally joined as a co-founder itself. And then I think looking back at it now, I think that was the most riskiest, but one of the best decisions that I've taken. Right. And then it has really paid off, because now when I joined the company, right, it was just 2 people doing everything from ordering to fulfillment to like sales to going to all of these expo. And then now just thinking about how the team has grown, as well as now we have about 10 different tea bars in Nepal, 1 in the US. Wow. My other co-founder is currently attending expo in China. So we, in a sense, we are going global. And then that is all because of all the producers that work day in, day out to produce some of the finest teas in Nepal, as well as our 60 team members who believe the vision that we have for the company and then work day in, day out for it, right?
And then we are super appreciative of all of the team members and all of the well-wishers of Nepal Tea Collective.
Well, you've got some fans and watching. So there are two things that I want you to go back to, and you can decide who's going to talk about it. Nisha, probably you'll pick the first one, because you talked about, wanting to do good, and that you didn't need to look far because of the business that that your family, your father had already done, because you're second generation. I think that's really important. You need to tell people about what it is that about the tea plantation, the tea garden that that your father actually planted in 1984, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
So tell us about that, and why is that significant? Because it is.
Yes, it is absolutely significant. And I think I always talk about the story of my father when he was, and this is probably in the 60s, when he was a young teenager, when he had the chance to visit Darjeeling. And that was the time when he visited Darjeeling and saw what, and just to give a perspective for listeners and viewers, our garden actually borders Darjeeling. We're in the far east side of the country. So he had a chance to visit Darjeeling, and what he saw at that point in Darjeeling was very interesting, because at this time, tea wasn't necessarily growing, and the place he came from, it was an impoverished place. People were having a very hard time putting foods to their plates. So he had a chance to visit Darjeeling, goes there, sees a beautiful crop where, though the model was very different at the time, at least what was happening was a lot of the Nepali farmers would move to Darjeeling to pluck the teas. They were having good education. They were putting foods on their plates. Their children were getting educated, and it was a decent living that they were doing. Right. And then when my father came back, he was audacious enough to say, hey, we're right across the border, and we have almost similar kind of topography and all of that, soil and all of that stuff. Why can't we build a business around the same crop? Right. And so he obviously didn't have any money at that point. He was just a teenager, about 16, 17 years old. He didn't have any money or kind of land. So what he did at this time seems very impossible, is gathered all the villagers, the elderly people who would make decisions. So he went there and pitched all of the villagers to actually give him unused pieces of land anywhere they could find, so that he could start a plantation. And obviously nobody believed him. Everybody ridiculed him at the same time. They said two things. One,
sure, we'll give you land.
Exactly, right? So they said two things. Business can only be run by the British, and tea can only grow in India. That's what they said. So the elderly people at that time, and he was like, "That's not true. Wow. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong," is what he said. So he didn't get any land or whatever. So what he did was, with my mother, with his wife, they found a way after a few years to actually get some seeds from many different places, and then they started planting those in their backyard. And what Pratik was talking about was my mom basically planted some of those teas in their backyard because they didn't have any land or whatever. And so they did that. And then after 4 or 5 years, it actually started to grow. And, because of that, all of the farmers who had rejected his idea previously, they came back saying, hey, you know what? No more explaining. You were serious about this. You know what? Just take the unused land that we're giving. And so interestingly enough, obviously all of the land that was easily you could produce a lot of different things, they didn't obviously give that land, but the lands that were this steep, and then there were rocks in the middle, and it was just very difficult terrain, is what he kind of got from all of the villagers. Almost 100 farmers pooled their lands together and formed the first. There wasn't even a law of cooperative at the moment, but he just figured out, if we were to do this right, we need to take the land and put it in the company and give the shares of the company to the farmers as their shareholding in the company itself. So the model was very different from what he had seen in India, which was obviously a very different kind, where a family or some people would own it and then everyone else was just working for the farm, for the factory. This model was very different, where the farmers who were making or plucking all of these teas were actually the owners of the company itself.
Right.
And that really created a very different model. And with that, what he was also able to do at that point was basically drawing examples from Darjeeling itself, getting free education for all of the farmers' children, a cow bank project for people for extra income. So he was essentially able to create some sort of a community around tea itself. And that really thrived during the 90s. And the best part, which was, I don't even know how he thought of this visionary idea of going organic at the moment, but he was like, we should not disturb or change the way nature wants tea or any products to be, any plant to be nurtured. So he never allowed synthetic fertilizers or anything in all of the farms. And since then, since the inception, it has actually been certified organic. But yeah, so the biggest model that was changed was the farmers became the owners themselves. And that fundamentally changed the business model or the model for the tea industry itself. So that's kind of like where I was very inspired by how tea was essentially, this factory was essentially created to get the community out of poverty. And you can see that firsthand, because I've seen the pictures and everything from 40 years ago and what it is now. I'm not saying tea was the absolute reason for that development of that community,
but it was a part of it.
It was the catalyst. It was actually the catalyst of social change within that community and the place itself. And it's now one of the most thriving villages in the whole country. So that's kind of very inspiring with them.
So now that we understand that bit of it, for those that didn't, now take us to the next step, which is, it's the Nepal Tea Collective. I hear tea bars, I hear all of that. I get it. But you're not just another tea company. So, and you're right now you're selling it as if you're just another tea company. So tell me what you really are, because that's special. That is special. That's why you're here.
Yeah. And then I can start, Nish. Feel free to join in. So when we started the company, right, it was basically, we wanted to start off with like a foundation that was already built. And for us, that was the family farm. When we started, we brought in about 300 kilos of teas, sacks and sacks of it. And then we started selling those teas. One of the main reasons why Nepal Tea Collective even exists is because Nepal has been producing teas for about 70-80 years now, right? Yeah. However, we have always been overshadowed by Darjeeling first, and then we are sandwiched between India and China, right? Yeah. So one of the reasons why we exist is we really want to create that identity for Nepali teas in general, right? And then the other thing is, it is very true with all of the tea origins in like Africa or even in India, right? Where the farmers who are making all of these amazing teas, the pluckers who do so much of a hard work plucking all of those teas, right? They are earning less than $2 a day, right? Mm-hmm. While the middlemen in the value, in the supply chain, some unwarranted, are making millions out of it, right? That is a fundamental problem in the tea industry itself. And then that is what we wanted to change. So the model farm was our family farm, where we went in, we helped them with the production side of things. The organics with our family farm didn't have to help with the organic side of things, but standardizing the food safety side of things and everything. And then we brought in the teas as well as the story behind the tea to the final customer, right? Mm-hmm. And not having any other middleman in the process, right? That model really worked. Now we are a collective of about 14 different farms where we are providing access for all of our producers who would otherwise have to use middlemen or like traders in between to sell their teas. Now when we sell any of the teas that are in our portfolio or our catalog, right, we identify the farm producer who's making it, all of the farmers, so that it's not just a transactional relationship between us and the producer, us and the customers, but it's much more where we are bridging that gap between the producer and the ultimate consumer. That is one of the major reason why we as a company exist. Next part to that is tea in general, right? It's a lot of young people, they don't feel really connected to tea like us millennials and millennials before that do, right? And then we really wanted to change the way tea has been perceived, right? So that is the reason why Nish and I, since the get-go, we always thought that tea has to have some sort of experience when we are serving it or when we are talking about it. And Tea Bar was the model that we knew would work, where we can elevate the way tea has been experienced, right?
Right.
We had wanted to do this in 2016, didn't do it. We almost signed a lease out in 2020, had cold feet, so didn't do it. And then finally in 2022 is when we were offered this opportunity out in one of the iconic hotels out in Nepal itself, where the founder of that place, we bring a lot of tea tour guests to his hotel, and then he was like, he called us into a random meeting, and then he asked us, there are a lot of people who come to my hotel, all of them are for trekking, and you guys are bringing 40-50 people every year for tea. What is one of the wildest idea that you have? And then we are like, tea bars. And then that is how we started the whole tea bar model out in Nepal. And then right now, we have our own flagship location, as well as few in our hotels. And then we just partnered with one of the Starbucks of Nepal, Himalayan shop, where we have tea bars inside their cafe. And then the interesting part is we have grown the tea revenue by almost 35%. Where coffee is being served, right? So the way we are literally serving teas in like champagne glass, right? And then that wow factor when people receive that is something that has been missing in the tea industry. And then that is the model that we have carried out in our tea bar here in the US as well. And then already we can see about like 20% increase in like the tea revenue itself by changing the way tea has been served, just by telling the story of where it is coming in from, right? And then I think that model has really worked for us. And hopefully we'll have more and more locations.
Just very cool.
Just wanted to add one other thing, which fundamentally changes how we work as a business, and it is a very tricky balance. We call ourselves a social enterprise. The reason for that is basically we had a choice. We are registered as a for-profit company, but we are registered as a public benefit corporation. What that essentially does, it's a very special legal formation of the company, especially in the US, where we are required by law to have a social mission. And we did that to ourselves, to really make ourselves accountable, because we didn't have to do that. But the fact that we really are in not just for making profits, but at the same time taking care of all of the stakeholders, we wanted to keep ourselves accountable. And so that's why we changed into public benefit corporation. It's a legal entity. You can register in Delaware, and we produce our impact report every single year so that we can hold ourselves accountable. And in the process, what we've been able to do is two things that we are very proud of, which goes into our big mission of getting 1 million farmer out of poverty within their generation and within our lifetime. That's the North Star that we're headed towards. But obviously, we're nowhere close. I was just making a video this morning. We're at 1,508 farmers that we impact directly. Nowhere close to that million goal. But the thing is, we've done two things. Again, one is 1% revenue distribution. So even if the company is at a loss, we share that 1% of our top line revenue to go directly back to the farmers. It's been about 4 years where we take cash every year, and then from whatever we've sold, we prorate it in the basis of what the producers have sold us, and then we take checks and cash, and we give them a shawl to honor the pluckers and everybody, and then give them cash saying, hey, because you were able to make this, we were able to sell it at this price, and this is the 1% distribution as an extra bonus for them. So that way, with that idea, we just created partners in the tea industry, where if they are able to make better teas, they can sell it to us at a better price. We can sell it at a better price, and their 1% actually increases. And thankfully, gratefully, we've been able to double that 1% every year, which has been, we've been very fortunate in that as well. But that really separates us from from other companies as well, and keeps us grounded in our mission. And the second thing is, every single of our products, if you go buy our products, on the back of the packaging and even on the tea bag tags, instead of writing our company's name, we put a QR code where you can scan the QR code, and you'll be able to see the journey of the tea, from where it was made, how it was made, what cultivar, what elevation, which farmers, how many, all of that amazing details. And you can actually tip your farmers directly from there, which is, the US is very much of a tipping culture. You tip literally everybody, but we're not necessarily tipping the people who are actually responsible for your cup. And so we've introduced that model, and though it's not so widely adapted yet, but we really believe that that's one other step where we'll be able to directly connect to the producers and the farmers, and we'll be able to share a lot more tips directly for the farmers. So if somebody likes it, please copy that model, because it's going to be very helpful for the producers all over the world. And if there's any better ways to kind of really elevate the income for the farmers, which is the main thing, please let us know. We're very open in terms of figuring out better models to really get farmers out of poverty. Just wanted to add that.
No, I think that's a really important. That's not an by the way, because it's a really, really important one, because we've been talking about how do you connect consumers better to where their tea comes from, understanding production, et cetera, right? Everything that happens before the brew, farmed with care, hashtag. But the at its core, we've got younger consumers that value provenance, they value transparency, they want to know their supply chain. And I think it would be interesting to see, because this is a question that I'm not the only one who asks this question, but I definitely ask it a lot. How much of that, from the consumer side, how much of that is lip service and how much of that is actionable, right?
Absolutely.
How much of that is, well, I want the farmer to make more money, but you're now giving them an opportunity to tip them. So it'll be interesting to see, once people know about it and expands, et cetera, whether will people actually do it, or is it a nice to say, oh yeah, I think they should, but when it comes to giving my own money, that's where I draw the line. But it's so important. You don't know until you try, right? You don't know until you put them in front of these farmers and tell their story in that way. Where can people find your products, gentlemen?
Amazon, our own website, and then we work with about 250 to 285 tea companies all over the US itself who buy Nepali teas. And then one of the only things that we really ask with all of the folks that we work with is just mention the origin as Nepal, not Nepal Tea Collective, just the origin as Nepal. So if you search Nepali teas in your state, you can find, I think we are in almost all of the states in the US with like and everything, except for Hawaii and Alabama.
And what? Alabama?
Yes. Other than that, we
don't do iced tea. That's the problem. Yeah, but Hawaii, you should be able to get it in Hawaii.
We are talking with a company that's just starting a cafe, and then they really want to add Nepali teas to their menu. We met them at the World Tea Expo last year, but once they open, I'm hopeful that they are gonna have our teas in there. And then if anybody in the audience is out in Europe, we do work with a lot of folks out in Europe as well that are actively selling Nepali teas, and then. Today, actually, one of the largest wholesalers out in Europe is selling a tea from a farm in eastern Nepal itself, and then they are sharing 5% of that revenue to the producer so that we can organic certify him, the producer out in Nepal. So we are hoping that the tea sales out there is going to be amazing, and then we can actually certify that farm next year.
Very, very nice. I love your story, both of you. Truly, truly. And Zimzalabim, that's how quickly time goes by. I'm going to ask, I don't know, I'm going to ask you both the same question. You know about the Proust questionnaire by now, right?
Yeah.
There's only one person who should have ever been surprised by the Proust questionnaire, and that was my very, very first guest in 2020. Because he didn't know. Yeah, well, it was the first time, right?
First time, right? Yeah.
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 Okay. No. 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 Pratik, what do you value most in your friends?
Trust.
Good one. Good one. And Nish, what's your idea of perfect happiness?
Oh wow. I'm inclined to say drinking a very good cup of tea at the farm.
Yes.
and having my nine months old right there at that time.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, I hope your baby like factors into your answer somehow. Otherwise, I suspect you may have a wife over there that's not going to be very happy with your answer.
Yeah, no. After, I guess we don't realize what our parents went through in some ways. It was only after we had our baby that we realized what goes on into raising them, and like pretty much everything. Like, she matters the most in anything at the end of the day, and I don't think we realize that as much. In a way, she's going to take us for granted, like we took our parents for granted, and she's going to realize probably
the circle of life.
Exactly. So I don't even know how to explain that, but yeah, that's what it is right now. She has become the main source of happiness for both of us, actually.
And someday you'll send her to university hoping she's going to come back in finance, and she's going to come back and say, guess what?
Yes.
I'm going into tea.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully she says that. Let's see.
Well, it's been a delight chatting with you both. Happy International Tea Day. Thank you for what you do and the amazing story at the collective. And
thank you, Shabnam.
Happy birthday, Pratik. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Shabnam, for having us and doing this. Honestly, you still have a lot more hours, but what an amazing place to be.
2 more to go.
Perfect. You
2
got
more
this.
hours to go.
You got this, and
I got this.
thanks for doing this. Really,
thank you.
It means a lot to the tea industry as well. Cheers.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks,
Bye,
gentlemen.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. All righty. Hi, Suzette.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Fantastic.
Are you getting like snack and bathroom breaks and things like that? And
no, I had a bite of a cookie earlier, and I'm drinking, but not drinking alcohol. I'm drinking. That, you know what? Maybe in year 10, I will drink alcohol throughout the entire thing and see what kind of a sofa summit we'll end up with. I went to, have you ever heard of Drunk Shakespeare?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so it's fantastic. It's a theater show in New York, tiny little theater, and it's called Drunk Shakespeare, and it exactly as advertised. Exactly as advertised. So the actors are drinking throughout, and it's an actual, like, whatever Shakespeare production you buy the ticket for. It might be Romeo and Juliet, it might be Hamlet, whatever. And they are drinking throughout, and it is the funniest thing you will ever experience in your life, because it becomes more and more ridiculous as it goes on.
I like the idea of a sofa summit pajama party. That would be pretty cool.
I wore pajamas in the first year.
Hell yeah.
I did.
I like it's like a theme, like an overall, just like total theme for coziness.
But well, hygge, right? But I mean, like I said, I mean, that's how Sofa Summit started, right? Nobody could leave their sofas. We were in the begin. We didn't know yet we were at the beginning of COVID, but hey.
Oh.
I know. Let's not go back there. All right. So to everybody watching, welcome. This is Suzette Hammond, and Suzette operates Being Tea. And I think that you're a perfect segue to a whole new avenue of discussion that we've been having today, although connected. And let people hear it from your mouth. What is it that you do? And tell people about Being Tea and all that fun stuff. And first start by telling us what you're making over there.
Ooh, I have a really nice 2026 black tea from Yunnan that I'm really crushing on. It has just been really my sweet spot this season. I'm grateful that I had the fortitude to buy like a big bag of it, because like I just can't put it down.
Oh, nice.
And it's just so
nice.
Yeah, very soothing, very grounding, very warm, very like
Sweet.
you drink it, you just want to stay put. It's nice tea.
Black Yunnans are amongst my faves. Yunnan Golden Tips.
I gotta have it in stock all the time. Like I just, you never know when you're going to need it.
No. So tell everybody about Being Tea.
So let's see. Being Tea has been around this is our 10th year. And I've worked in the tea industry for 24 years. So like the first part of my tea life was working for a number of different tea companies and with different organizations. Like I taught with World Tea Expo, Specialty Tea Institute, organizations like that. I was involved with Tea Journey magazine when they were founded 10 years ago. So I did like lots of kind of industry and trade facing things for a long time. And then, so Being Tea is the first business that I've ever owned for myself. It's really something, being the one who does like literally everything, like all the stuff is all you.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, but like the thing that I wanted to do was focus on education that was open to everyone. My work in tea has been unique because I've always been involved in education. So I didn't, like work in sales or marketing or, things like that. Like I've always been education facing, which is rare. But it was very trade and very business focused for a long time. And so I wanted to do something that anyone could participate in. And that's how we do it, Being Tea. So it's all online. We have live classes here every week. We have a huge video library of classes, like over 200 and counting. We have a teacher training program for people who want to be educators themselves in tea and, haven't ever really been mentored in that kind of way to know how to teach, like how to get up in front of people and do that. So we just do, cozy little programs like that, and a wonderful mix of people who are professionals as well as people who are enthusiasts in tea and kind of lifelong tea learners. And the other thing I really love about it is that it touches on something that I missed a lot from when I was working with companies, which was working with the same people for a long period of time.
Right.
You know, I really loved that. Like often when I would teach, you know, certification courses, like you see somebody just for one time, like that one weekend, and then maybe a few years later you connect again, but you don't get to watch their growth in the same way that when you're working inside a company. And so being tea, it's lovely. We've got folks who've been here for years and years and years. And I really love that. I love getting to watch people grow in that kind of way. It's very special.
So for those watching, they might be scratching their heads right now and going, well, hang on a second. I thought we were talking about tea production and what happens before the brew. What made Shabnam invite a tea educator on? And I'll tell you what made me invite you on, Suzette. Because, you know, when we talk about farmed with care, and we talk about telling the story of producers and connecting consumers to producers, that is education. And you know, because I mean, part of education is, of course, what is tea, where does it come from, talk to me about production. There's that element of it, of course, no question. But another big element of it is connecting people to where that tea comes from, and not just the textbook version of these are the steps in making a black tea, these are the steps in making a green tea, etc., but helping them truly understand something that is difficult to explain if you haven't actually been to a producing country. So that's why, ladies and gents, I invited Suzette. So talk to me about how you do that and what you think as an industry we should do more of to achieve that.
So the route for how I teach, and also how I was brought up in tea too. I really much connect it to that. Like my first day on the job working at the tea company was I learned how to cup tea.
Right.
And that was, you know, I realized as I got involved in the industry later on, that itself is also rare. Like to cup tea on your first day, you know, and because it was something that is typically presented as, oh, this is just has specific uses in the tasting room. It's professional facing. It's for people who work in procurement. Not everyone else needs to know that, right? You kind of had to like earn the ability to do that. And so I was just kind of wowed by just the respect to do that, you know, to have everybody learn how to do that. Everybody learns how to taste. Everyone learns how to talk and to share common language. And so that kind of experiential way of put tea in people's hands and listen to them with what they say about it and value what they say. That's how I was taught. That's how I teach everyone else. So it's the way that I teach here is not, like you're saying, it's not just the book learning, right? It's not the kind of didactic style. It's very experiential. It's very hands-on. It's open to interpretation. It values personal expression. It values making a connection, because that's how I think that when we talk about the value of education in tea, like you said, it's not just about learning the steps for how to make it and things like that. Like that's interesting and kind of cool for some people. Not everyone connects to it in that way.
Yeah.
Right. We want to see ourselves in it. And I think that that's where, when we see ourselves in tea, we learn to see other people in tea too. And we connect on this very human level. And so a lot of what I teach is very much like connecting to tea through our humanity, like connecting around very, like what you might call in recruiting, soft skills.
Right.
It's connecting on that way. And I think that like when you see what happens when we connect on that way, then people become really deeply invested in the story of tea. They care about the production of it. They care about the farmers. They care about climate change, like all these things so much more than if it's just kind of top-down delivery of here's the mechanics for how tea is made.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting because, as you know, I did education for years as well. And it was always interesting. I knew right away when, and you'll know what I'm talking about. You know right away approximately what somebody does for full-time work based on the types of questions that they ask, right? So I always know if somebody's an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, anything in these right? Because they're asked the types of questions that they're asking, and what they're very, very much concerned about is, yes, but exactly how long does oxidation happen?
Oh
And
my God.
exactly how long
Yes.
does, and it was, right? And I get where it's coming from. And you know, you have to sort of take a step back and sort of gently explain that, yes, there is a process. And yes, I can tell you that this is the process, and I can give you approximates, but there's an art to tea making. It's not just a science. It's not a scientific process. Yes, of course, there are books and all the rest of it. But when you go into a tea factory, and, you know, yes, they've got log books, and they log in when the withering process started, just for example, right? And they're checking on. That's not the only thing they're checking. The other thing that they're doing is they're physically touching.
Tactile, and the smell,
and they're smelling it, and they're squeezing it together to see what it does. So yes, of course, that's a part of it, but the other is as well. So and getting people to, you know, that sort of that click of understanding, okay, so there's science, but there's interpretation, and that is that human element that you're talking about. So tell us how you do that. Tell us how the sausage is made, Suzette.
How the secret sauce. So the way that I've learned to go deeper with how I teach. So there's the learning about tea itself, the lifelong study of tea and how it's made and where it comes from, and the brewing, of course, right? Brewing is also another art, right? It's very much open to interpretation. I think it's really important that we're also interdisciplinary learners too, that we study other things. So I spend a lot of time, for example, studying education and adult education. I study education models in other spaces, particularly ones that are very concerned with human body and human spirit. You know, I'm also a certified yoga teacher. I practice trauma-informed training. So like learning how all these things impact who the people are in your space and what they might be carrying in that space. So like you mentioned, the questions people ask, right? Like I can observe the questions people ask and some of the other observations that people have. Like one that I talk to our teachers in our program a lot about is if you have students who say, for example, when they share what they notice about a tea, I'm tasting this black tea, and they say something like, oh, this reminds me of like these cookies my grandma used to make. Right now, in a quote unquote professional setting, those kinds of shares would be like very much dismissed. People would say, that's not what you say. The majority of teachers in our program have all reported they've had experiences like that, where the words that they said were told, that's not the right way to say that. And it's like, and it has an impact on you. Like you shut down, you stop wanting to say something. You start thinking, I'm not good at this. I can't express myself in this way, right? So my job as a teacher is to bring those kinds of questions together. The person who can name malt and what roasted grain it is and the type of wood and notice the smoke and notice the oxidation, and the person who says this tastes like my grandma's cookies, and to bring those together and have them be respected equally, and to have students kind of encourage them to share one another, right? So I will help add some language and some other things for the person who says grandma's cookies. Be like, yeah, you know, this tea has like some real sweet cocoa-y kind of notes to it. It has a lot of like, we notice this kind of brown sugar from the roasting, right? You know, and to the person who is really focused on the kind of the mechanics of this, we can think of like, can I introduce some other food language that is more experiential and kind of help paint a scene for you, so that we can diversify both of what you're sharing, right? One is not more correct than the other, right? So yeah, it's like, I guess how I work is bringing these different things in conversation with each other.
Yeah. So, I mean, when it comes to tasting, 100%, there's no wrong answer, right? It can't be. It's what you're tasting. How can what you're tasting be wrong? It isn't. It can't be. And it's really a shame that saying something like my grandmother's cookies is frowned upon or looked down upon, because if you saw what happened to my face, it put a big smile on my face as soon as I heard that. But you, right? Because if you can use words like malt and sweet and robust and, blah, blah, blah. You can do all of those things. And absolutely, that may be what the tea tastes like. but it doesn't do anything to me. My grandmother's cookies made me feel something.
Yeah.
I not only got flavor, but I also got to feel, I tapped into what you're feeling. And I think that's a really interesting approach. You know, how do we change the language of how we communicate also to consumers about that, right?
Yeah, because also we have to remember too that our sense of smell is the only part of our main sensory that is connected directly to the outside world.
Mm-hmm.
It's connected directly to our sense of memory.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right. And so therefore it's actually more logical that when we smell something, we think of memory first. But we, in this kind of over standardization, have been really focused on like, no, there's specific vocabulary that's correct and it's not correct. I'm like, there's vocabulary that's applicable for certain situations, right?
Sure.
And it is a very small percentage of people in the tea industry who their vocabulary is very applicable for a specific purpose. Like if I'm communicating, for example, to a producer and we're talking about the withering and things like that kind of language, you know, is not as helpful for them, but their job is different. All the rest of us,
yes,
like our job in tea is different too. And so we can have both. It's kind of like I think about a lot as someone who studies and practices in other traditions, this constant tug and pull of like East versus West. I'm like, it should be both actually, right? We need both. And so if we can diversify the language and help folks to feel a little bit more comfortable just expressing themselves, I think that's how we get to connect to this more. And people, again, that going back to that, you want to see yourself in it too. It doesn't want to be like, I'm just drinking this because it's a nice, healthy beverage. It should be like the folks I work with, like this is deeply, deeply a part of their mental health. It's part of what they do for self-care. It's part of how they feel they can show up in the world. And that comes through being able to see yourself in it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's, I'm not sure we have managed to bridge that gap on that consumer side of it. I think the language that we have been stuck in, unfortunately, so far, and there's a lot of talk in it, and there are people that are doing it. But we've been stuck in this language that you just described earlier, which is that producer language, and that's valid. It's needed. But, you know, on a consumer side, I'm not, if I'm drinking it because I'm sitting and drinking it as a consumer, I'm enjoying it. I'm not looking for the faults in the tea. I don't want it. I'm not looking whether it's ragged and burnt and, you know, over fired and all of these other terms. And if I'm selling to that consumer, I'm also not using that language because I need to find language and emotions that will speak to somebody, and to use your words, that you know, they see themselves in it. I usually if I'm you know, speaking to an audience of non-tea people, I will usually start by asking just a few people to give me a word on why they like tea. I'm assuming they like tea, of course.
Right.
But why they like tea. And 9 out of 10 times those words are emotive.
Absolutely.
Right. And I've said this in my tea training so many times. We need to remember that when we're selling tea, we're actually tapping into somebody's emotions. They may not know it. They probably don't, but you are. And like, for those of us that have sold a lot of tea over our lives, trust us,
I'm telling you, you are
happening.
And especially too, like when we consider you know, the era that we're living in, the time that we're living in, and depending on where any of us might be located, those of us who are in the US, like we're contending with a lot right now.
Really? Something happening?
And it's just something happening in our country. And that is also with people when they come to tea and when they come to tea spaces, whether they know it or not. It comes from, so for example, and I've seen this over the last few years too, shape the students that are in my space, professional and otherwise. One of the signs that that health professionals are trained to look for in people who are overexposed to trauma, including people who have not experienced the event, but maybe they work in a helping profession, healthcare, teachers, first responders, people who work in legal aid, anything like that, that you are just God, like just doom scrolling on your phone. When you are overexposed and you're just oversaturated from just too much vicarious exposure trauma, one of the signs and symptoms is inability to handle complexity.
Right.
You just get overwhelmed and you shut down.
Okay.
So I see that in my students during particularly hard times where I have to think really carefully, do I need to deliver all of this information in this order to this depth?
Right.
Could there be a way that we do this with a lighter touch and it's still the same takeaway for them? And maybe build in a little bit more iteration, a little bit more repetitive, like soothing, kind of just reinforce that you can do this, you can learn a new thing, just as you are right now is enough, right? Because the last thing you want is somebody, again, kind of thinking, I can't do this, it's just too much. Like there's way too much information here, it's overwhelming, there's too many rules to follow. Oh my God, for like 2 decades now, and anyone who works in education, you know this, one of the top complaints about tea is that there's too many rules and there's a fear that you can mess it up.
Yes.
I taught a class last year about how to brew tea with boiling water, like all tea. I'm telling you, you could brew all of it with boiling water. You're not going to break it.
No.
And so like, I think about that. Like there's the normal stuff like that. And then there's also what we're all living through right now. And these layers that get into our fiber affect how we can approach tea. And so as an educator, my job is to try to ease that burden as much as I can. So this feels like a healthful, nourishing, inspiring thing that people want to keep connecting to.
I love that. I love that. I really do. What does International Tea Day mean to you, Suzette?
It's real interesting. I was trying to think of like a good way to explain this. So I think in my job, because I'm kind of in this and thinking about it really deeply all the time, it's hard to just say like it's one day that's so important. It's kind of like every day, right? Every day is that. For me, it's the day to think about how do we help people connect with the reality of how people at Origin also enjoy their tea. Yes. And that's also like, that's kind of a disconnect I see as far as like a big misunderstanding about tea is that tea enthusiasts, particularly Western tea enthusiasts, can have these very over romanticized notions about like how they think tea is consumed at Origin. I'm like, oh, you should see how we drink tea at the farm. Like, it is not this pristine sit down practice all the time. And so people get, very hung up in their head about like, oh, the cost and the aesthetic and the everything about that. And so for me, like when I think about the like real message behind like International Tea Day and connecting to Origin and connecting to story, it is like really see people as they are.
Yeah.
To really appreciate like this is life for people who are producing tea. This is how they enjoy their tea, and let that impact you in a way that doesn't feel, you don't have to be a tourist here. You could inhabit this space. This can really be something that is deeply part of your life and not just like a nice fancy special occasion thing you do for yourself.
Absolutely not. It can be anything at any time to anyone, and that's what's gorgeous about it.
Yeah.
You've been a little dose of energy when I needed it. Thank you, Suzette.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Suzette, your Proust question is what or who is the greatest love of your life?
Oh.
I was rifling to find this one for you.
Oh. I will give shout out to my partner, who we've been together for, oh my God, almost 25 years. So they knew me before tea. In my life, I used to be a journalist, a newscast producer. And so, like they're the reason why anything that I do is the way that it is. Like when I was too nervous to start my own business and do my own thing, like they gave me that nudge, like just somebody who's always believed in in what I do. So, yeah.
I love that. I love that. Thank you, Suzette. I raise my cup to you. I wish you a very, very happy International Tea Day. Keep doing what you're doing, because truly this message of, farmed with care and what happens from here to here before it gets here, it happens through education. So we need to value it, we need to treasure it, and we need to do more of it. Thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
Thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
Take care. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, before I bring on my next guest, I need to talk to Aunt Sonia. All right. Aunt Sonia, I've been thinking about you since you first posted this morning. Aunt Sonia, can you hear me? Sorry, Aunt Sonia can't answer me. Just type Aunt Sonia. And this isn't my Aunt Sonia. This is in the chat, Aunt Sonia. Sonia is works at, I think, a seniors long-term and rehab facility, and she posted at the beginning of the day that she was watching this with the seniors all day long, and now she's posting at 4:30 saying that they have loved coming in periodically and listening to the presentations. We even tried loose teas thickened for those with, I'm gonna dysphagia, which is trouble swallowing. So I love that, Aunt Sonia. And I keep saying Aunt Sonia because that's her handle that she's logged in on. Addie, if you're here, can you message Aunt Sonia? Because I want you to send Aunt Sonia a link so that Aunt Sonia and her seniors can get onto Sofa Summit. So Addie, make it happen. Addie will make it happen. And Sonia, I hope you heard me, and I hope that you're there, because I would love to see you, and I'd love to see some of the seniors that are there. All righty, let's see if we can make that happen. And with that, I'll introduce my next lovely guest. Hello, Mr. Darren Marshall.
Shabnam, how are you?
Delightful. How are you?
Good. I don't know how it is that you can do this all day long as you have. Pretty incredible.
Still at it.
So where are we at in the day? How long has this been going on?
Since 8 this morning.
Wow.
Eastern time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like even breaks, like necessary breaks. How do you do that?
No, sorry. I should full disclosure. When I played one of the videos, I quickly ran.
There you go. Yeah.
But
Excellent.
You're asking for my secrets now. But I have to say, it is usually the first question. The bathroom. Because we don't actually ever stop the stream. It goes nonstop.
Yeah. What have you learned today? What's been a surprise?
No surprises. No surprises. That doesn't mean I haven't learned anything.
Yeah.
No, I definitely did. There were a couple of things. There are always ideas that get sparked out of this, and there were a couple. One was actually my first person this morning, Shaibal Dutt, who's the CEO at Goodricke. I'm sure you have some of his teas.
Yeah.
He was talking about the challenge of, in general, we always talk about increasing the value of tea, right? And he was talking about the challenge of doing that when we talk about tea per kilo. And we should actually be talking about it, and not by price per weight, but rather price per cup. Because if people actually understood what a cup of tea cost, then we could maybe help elevate the category. So I thought that was definitely an interesting one. I mean, it's something that, that was definitely an interesting one. Another one was, and I think it was also with him this morning. See, I should have just stopped at 8:30 after my first person. We were talking about how the producer is the bottom of the supply chain.
Yeah.
And I asked him whether it's possible within the industry, at least, we can change that narrative, because without a producer, we have no supply chain. I mean, it's just logical. I'm not romanticizing anything. I'm not blowing smoke. This is just reality. Without them, there is no supply chain. So why do we talk about them as the bottom of the supply chain?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you know, what's interesting is here at Smith, if you go to smithtea.com, we have full transparency. So every tea, every blend that we create, we lay out the story of the people who grew the ingredients for that. It's all part of the story. It's not the bottom of the chain, it's the heart of the chain.
It is the heart.
And it's really essential, I think, to humanize what it is that we do and how we do it.
So we should probably introduce you at some point, because you and I can just gab on until tomorrow.
Oh, we could just do that. Yeah, let's do that.
We could do that. Darren Marshall is CEO of Smith Tea Maker. And you have not, been consumed by the tea industry like so many of us in tea. You came to, when did you come to Smith Tea Maker?
9 years ago.
So since 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah. And before that, you were with Coca-Cola.
Amongst others, but yeah, I spent a lot of time at Coke, yeah.
So talk to us about that transition.
Yeah, so a little bit about Smith first, and then maybe how my transition within it. So Stephen Smith, our founder, founded Stash Tea in the 70s, sold that to Yamamoto Yama 20 years later. Then somehow or another immediately founded Tazo Tea in 1993. Same team, different concept, grew that business. Starbucks got involved, bought the company, they scaled it to rather large heights. He retires again a second time. He ends up in the south of France, and he's retired, going long lunches, driving his convertible Porsche through the lavender fields, ends up in these wonderful weekend markets, and just gets inspired by handcrafted, beautiful things, whether it's cheese or cured meats or fragrances or hand creams, whatever it might be. And they're all just beautifully done and packaged and all of the things, often with numbers and handcrafted labels, handwritten labels. It's like, that's what we should do with tea. So he comes back to Portland, Oregon, and starts the third round, Stephen Smith Tea Maker, in 2009. And so Smith is a interesting business. Super premium packaged tea, full leaf. We import 300 ingredients from 30 countries around the world. They come to our tea works here in Portland, where under one roof we formulate, we blend, we package, we ship. And it's an omni-channel business, a lot of direct-to-consumer business, a lot of wholesale business, and hopefully within relative easy reach across the United States or wherever you might be in the world. My background, so I grew up in Canada and ended up in the consumer packaged goods industry, and ended up at Coca-Cola, and I had the good fortune of living and working in the beverage industry around the world, which included a lot of time in Asia, where we lived for 11 years. And so it was really interesting to not only understand beverages and building a beverage company, but understanding tea in a way that is very different from what a typical American consumer might conceive as tea being. So I am not the tea connoisseur that many of your other guests have been. I'm a business guy who really enjoys tea, But what I am able to bring to the table is an opportunity to commercialize this work that we all do, and to make tea a part of everyone's life in a meaningful way.
I think that this industry needs more people that are coming into it with fresh eyes. And, you know, I talked earlier today about how, you know, we love to wax poetic about this industry, and we do. And that's one of the wonderful things about this industry. And I hope we never stop. There's a but here. Waxing poetic doesn't pay bills. Right? Waxing poetic doesn't put food on the table of farmers, and waxing poetic doesn't pay for the sustainability programs that are required in order to have an industry that we can pass on. And, you know, sometimes that business element, sometimes I think that being able to look at the industry with fresh eyes, outside perspective versus, well, we've always done it this way, so therefore we can't possibly change it, is really, really needed. Now, you have come though into a very specialty product, being Smith Tea Maker, I don't mean tea, I mean specifically the company that you're with, from a multinational. And tell me, like, what have you, how does storytelling change for a consumer from one to the next? If it does, maybe it doesn't, I don't know.
You know, the construct of storytelling, I think, is important no matter where you are. I mean, telling a good tale is, and engaging people in a good story is an art, and it's something that you know, whether you're with a large company or a small company, good storytelling shouldn't change. I think there is a commercial difference, perhaps, in that you know, with working and growing up in a large marketing organization, you learn to communicate with purpose, and to understand consumers and what their hot buttons are, and to understand brands and what their ethos is, and then you find the intersection between the two. And at the end of the day, those stories need to be told to sell product and not just sell ideals, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. Absolutely. So our theme for, you know, Tea Day in general has been farmed with care for the last few years, and probably for next year as well. But this year is really about before the brew, and what we've been talking about today with producers and things is, you know, what is it that consumers misunderstand? What is it that consumers don't know about production, etc. So we've already talked about all of that. But what I'd like to know from your end, as you know, once you know you purchase from that producer, you are now, you know, the steward of that tea until it gets to the person who consumes it. So that storytelling and that connection is now essentially in your hands. And you talked about on your website that you have the connection with the consumer. Do you find, with the producer, do you find that your customers are they want that, they value that, and they understand that more than anything else?
Yeah. You know, relationships are multi-level, and we all have relationships with other people, and those relationships are different with other people. And in some cases, they go deeper with some people than others. And if I look at American consumers, generally speaking, they don't understand tea. And we need to help them understand what tea is all about, the role that it plays in their life. And just given the culture of who we're talking to, And these are folks that needs to taste good. It needs to be easy to make. There's the creature comforts of living in this continent. But once you have that relationship, then this is unexpected. Let me go deeper. And being able to, there's a lot of brands that don't go any deeper. It's cheap and good. But being able to have a differentiated product, to have a story which is unique, to have multiple tendrils that show the depth of what the product is. There's an awful lot of people who then go down the rabbit hole and love the journey, and that's what we're here for. We need to be great at the first taste.
Right.
But we have an opportunity to go much deeper and to create that texture that creates something interesting.
You're a brand that we've already said. I mean, you're a specialty brand, and no question about the quality and how special your products are from everything, from the visual, the packaging. I mean, I think I told you this. You've got one of the most lovely packaging out there, but also obviously the quality of the product that is inside, because at the end of the day, packaging I'll only buy nice packaging once if the product isn't any good, right? You're never gonna get a second out of that. I think what companies like yours and what brands like yours have shown, or should be showing the rest of the industry, is that consumers will pay more for quality. Right?
So it's really interesting, Shabnam. If you look at the American tea industry from measured data, I think I've shown some of this stuff to you. There's a lot of brands that are out there, and the category is fine. It's large category. It's old. It's dusty. There's, the vast majority of competitors are competing on price with, ever cheaper products to protect an ever shrinking bottom line, which hurts everybody in the supply chain.
Yep.
And when Steve started this business back in the day, he came out with a price point that was, above $10, and 15 years ago. And, everyone told him that, impossible, cannot happen. And, it took a long time for it to happen. But what we're seeing now is that now that we have a product which is, 3 or 4 times the average price per serving than the average in the category, but we're growing at 20 times the rate that the category is growing, because people are looking for something different. And to your point, the way you started our conversation, the price per serving for our product, even at the top end of the market, is very affordable compared to something you might get at Starbucks. So being able to have something which is really exceptional and really different and makes you feel good, as your last speaker was talking, and yet still affordable, this is life is too short for bad tea. It really is. And it's I think it's a call for our industry to do something different, understand consumers and what they're looking for, and start taking a chance and a risk and do something that's unique and different and special. It's worth just that little bit more money, because consumers, believe it or not, are more than happy to pay a little bit more for a lot more in product experience.
And the reality is that, we're not talking about selling people, something that's the price of a house or a car, or when we're talking about increasing the value, and I have to be very careful because I'm not allowed to talk about price, but here we talk about value.
Yeah.
We talk about value. But listen, let's just talk about the real stuff here. I said earlier to some, I was talking earlier to Josker in Kenya, and I told you that a bag of tea in Canada, and our tea prices are actually pretty good compared to other parts of the world. 12 cents for a bag of tea. 12 cents. That's what you pay. And, if you think about what that is at retail, so here in the supermarket, at the very end, as a consumer, and you and I know everything that goes into that supply chain, et cetera. So you can imagine what's getting paid for the actual tea itself. Double that price and you would change this industry dramatically. To 24 cents, that's craziness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Back to, what I said at the beginning, which has sort of been lingering in my brain, is let's change or put on the package. I don't know. Communicate the price of a cup versus the price per weight,
What's interesting is I remember reading an article years ago about coffee versus tea and how tea faced a marketing problem. And what coffee did is there was this fellow named Howard Schultz that created latte art, and being able to create something special because it was a cup of espresso with cool foam on top of it, and I can customize it and make it different just the way I like it, and like that was a way of creating theater, about creating something that was bigger than just the cost of those beans, and tea hasn't done that. And what's interesting is when you think about tradition and the things that we think that we can or cannot do because it's not the right way, like there isn't a right way or a wrong way, and I gotta think, I remember living in Asia back in the day and thinking, oh, this bubble tea thing, well, that's not gonna last. But it's a way of engaging a new generation of consumers in a new consumption occasion. And matcha is doing exactly the same thing now. And the only way that we're gonna sell more, long leaf oolong is if we're selling more matcha. To the customers who are providing those options for consumers. So it all goes to, like, how do you create something which is new and unique and interesting? So as you may know, we have a couple of stores in Japan, and I'm actually drinking Rossi Genmaicha, which is our view on a Genmai, and our Genmaicha is not traditional, and a Japanese company in Japan could never do what we do, but because we mess with things and blend sencha with maofeng and add rose petals and a drop of bergamot, then all of a sudden, oh, you're creating something which is really unique and different. And the Japanese love that that ability to change things, to take tradition, which a local brand could never do, and to turn it upside down. And it's that sort of, not disrespect, but innovation, and that's just a very simple, subtle way of doing it. But that's the sort of stuff that to tell a story, to bring it to life, to create something new and different. At the end of the day, a business like ours, 90% of what we sell is still, breakfast tea in some way or another. But the ability at the edges to do really interesting things that you can innovate around, you can charge around, you can all of those things. But those are the things that build a brand, that build an experience, that create something which is unique and different and special, that then starts to seed the foundations of a daily drinking habit, which is what keeps the wheels on the bus going around and round.
Yeah, I hosted a panel last week on food trends and food service, in-home, out-of-home, etc. And I had 3 people on the panel that are not in the tea industry. I did not want tea people on it. I wanted, I wanted tea people to know what is happening outside of our little bubble that we tend to all live within. What somebody said was that what she felt was our biggest weakness within this industry is that we are too fixated in wanting to do things the way we've always done them, right? There is no that innovation that you're talking about, that let's break a few things and see maybe something, let's get messy, maybe something very cool will come out of it. And it's interesting that you mentioned Japan, because I gave that example earlier today as well. I don't know any country that does innovation, and like they're living in, what is it now, 2026? They're living in 2046 on the one hand, and yet honor tradition and history all at the same time, right? Never seen a country do it the way that they do. And yet we just, and even in tea, I mean, it was 20 years ago. I bought a bottle of, it wasn't water, but it looked like just a bottle of water from a vending machine in Tokyo, that when you twisted the top, the matcha came down, right? You've seen these. It was 20 years ago. And where is this? I've never seen this outside of Japan. That's innovation. That's, doing something different and doing something, why not? Why are all the influencers running to matcha right now? We can pretend it's because of health. It's not. It's cool, it's fun, it's pretty, it's,
Yeah, so we spend a lot of time on e-commerce and building ads that work on e-commerce. And at the end of the day, consumers expect tea to be brown, or beige or whatever. And when you romance something that's beautifully brown or beige or green or whatever, they tune out and go away. But when you start to romance a product which is different and unexpected and beautiful and eye-catching, and whether it's green or red or blue or whatever, like then all of a sudden, oh my goodness, I gotta try some of that.
Yes.
And it's sort of, it's the way our minds work, right? When you see something that is expected, then, you skip ahead pretty quickly. But when you see something that's unexpected and different, then, oh, wait, hold on a second, that's not right. Let me learn more, tell me more. And it's that, like something which may have a very deep-rooted history, but is boring. Like you need to add a twist of something, and that's not to be disrespectful. It's about if you're engaging a new set of consumers in a new way, then you've got to engage with them in a way that is appropriate for them, which is not likely the way of their neighbors or their parents or their grandparents.
It's absolutely. And what I'll add to that is we need to engage to them in the language that they speak, in the things that they want, versus expecting them to adapt themselves to the way we do things. And that is
never.
But Darren, that's what we're doing.
Not what we're doing.
Not you.
Yeah.
Not you. I'm talking industry. That's what a lot of this industry is doing. I'm sorry, it is, and sorry if people don't like to hear that. But I've said this many times. That is reality. Is that we are expecting consumers to just adapt and change themselves to the way we have always done things, and then wonder why aren't we growing our category?
Yeah. It's interesting, Shabnam, and I apologize if I'm over on time. You need to help me on that one. I worked in the music industry for a number of years. I'm not sure if you knew that. I worked at Steinway & Sons, and we crafted, the most eloquent, beautiful pianos that grace every stage in the world. And it was the same way, it's a age-old industry that had been doing things one way for a long time. I really feel for some of those arts that are so stuck in the future that by not making minor changes and adaptations, are you recruiting a new group of cohort of consumers that are going to help to accelerate? We've got to respect the past, but look to the future and find the right way forward. Because if you don't, then it's yeah.
I'm fairly confident we're capable of doing both.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
We just have to be willing to.
Yeah, and open to change and being able to change and to have the right stewards of change. And that's perhaps what you and I can help with.
I'm working on it. And I know you are, because you make amazing teas.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So, Darren, nobody leaves the virtual sofa without answering a Proust question.
Great.
And your question, Darren, is what is your idea of perfect happiness?
Wow. Perfect happiness for me is, being in a world without conflict, being in a world at peace, in my, living life without a ton of stress, without being in an environment where I need to run to catch up, being in an environment where I'm surrounded by people I care about, who are thriving, in a world which is not at conflict. That's a happy place.
I will raise my cup to that. It has been a delight to chat with you, Darren. Thank you for accepting my invitation. You are a first timer on the sofa, hopefully not a last timer. And you and I can cheers Mike Harney as well, who introduced the two of us. And I say thank you, Mike, because I love chatting with you, Darren. It's a lot of fun.
It's like a pleasure.
Happy International Tea Day.
Thanks, my friend. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. It doesn't look like we can find Aunt Sonia. Aunt Sonia's not replying to us. Let me see if Addie has sent me a text about Aunt Sonia. I'm holding out hope for Aunt Sonia, but I can't find any info on her. Aunt Sonia! All right. Hopefully we'll get her on. She still has some, she has to react. I mean, come on, guys. We're doing our best. All right. We're leaving Portland and we are going to Argentina. Hi, Unai. How are you?
Hello, Chapman. Good. How are you?
I'm really good. It's
Good.
lovely to see you. Your hair is all gone.
Yes. I got a haircut.
Goodness. You got a haircut, all right. It looks good. It looks good. It looks good.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's lovely to see you.
Same here.
Tell everybody who you are, Unai.
Okay, my name is Unai Beitia. I'm from El Vasco in Argentina. We produce tea for 50 years now. My grandfather started the company on 1978, so 48 years ago. Then my uncle and my father joined the company, and my father is more on the sales area and my uncle on the production area. And like 10 years ago, the third generation started to join the company. First my cousin Maite, then me, then my cousin Tomas and my brother Iñaki. So we split. Maite and me, we went to the sales area, and Tomas and Iñaki, they're in the production area with my uncle. So yeah, that's the story of the company.
Very nice. So
Yeah.
third generation, and I've said this a few times to people throughout the day, is that, tea people have either fell in it and never ever leave, or you're born in it and you just, I
I
mean,
was born in it.
you were definitely born in it, but
Yes.
you weren't always planning to be in tea, were you?
Well, I when I went to school in the US,
Yes.
I went to I did economics, but I mean being on the company was always on the back of my head. I was just I needed to be sure, and when I graduated, I was 100% that I was coming back to Argentina, and after I graduated, 2 months later, I was working in the company. So it was like I thought about it all the time.
You didn't really have a choice. Let's just face that.
Yes.
So, all right. So, Unai, most people don't really think of Argentina as a tea producing country. Can you tell us a little bit about tea in Argentina?
Well, actually, tea in Argentina, we have like a lot of companies that produces tea. I think Argentina exports like 60 millions, used to export like 60 millions of kgs to the world. So tea is pretty big in Argentina, and also in more in Misiones, that is where we live on the north. And yeah, maybe it's a little different and in other parts of the world because it's more like industrialized. You've been to our factories, you know what I'm talking about. All the layout, we have a really small season for only 4 months. So we have a lot of machinery, a lot of automated processes that uses just a few labor hand, and it's nice. I think it's different, like as I said in other parts of the world, but here is also pretty big.
It is very big.
Yes.
So I have, as you said, I visited your factory, and I was in Argentina last year, and it was my first time in Argentina. I've been to many tea producing countries, and I've been to many factories. And when you've been to tea producing countries and you've been to factories, you've sort of, when you've seen one factory, you've kind of seen them all. Until I came to Argentina, and I'm like, wow, it's a whole new world. And I tell you, I had a conversation recently with some producers, and I told them, you must go to Argentina.
Yes.
Because there are things to learn about the way that you are producing tea, which I think would be truly beneficial to others in the industry. But that's a whole other conversation. So you have you're more on the marketing side, I understand, but you understand production. What do you, one of the things that we've been talking about on International Tea Day is this concept of farmed with care and really connecting people to where their tea comes from.
Mhm.
And like I said, most people don't know that tea comes from Argentina. What do you wish people knew about tea production that might change their relationship to tea?
Well, maybe for people that are not on the tea business, that they drink tea but they don't know what tea is. Maybe to know that how hard and how expensive and how difficult is to make tea. You have to first you have the weather that you cannot control.
Yeah.
Then you have, because it's an agricultural product, of course. Then you have to clean the fields. Then you have to harvest the crop. Then you have to carry the tea to the factory. Then you have like 5 processes on the factory till you get the black tea. Then you have to put on the truck and carry to the port. So there's so many different parts, and you have to be really paying attention in everything in order to be efficient and to get the quality and to follow the rules that the buyers requires, of course. So maybe a lot of people don't know how hard it is to make that product, and I think that's the biggest misunderstanding.
I think you're right, and I think that's a challenge that every producer, if I put all the producers from all the different countries in one room, I guarantee you that that is the common language that you will all agree on.
Yeah.
That we simply don't put enough value onto tea.
Exactly.
Tell me, you know, one of the other things that we've been talking about today is, you know, how do we increase the value of tea for consumers, especially to younger consumers. And right now, you are probably the youngest person that I've had on today.
Yes.
Right? So
Yeah.
you're next generation. And, you know, what is it? Do your friends drink tea?
Well, not here in Argentina, because here in Argentina it's not very popular. But my friends from school from the US, they do actually. They drink a lot of iced tea and those type of product. But here in Argentina it's not that common. You have other products that they drink instead of tea.
Right. Well, mate, for example, right?
Mate, yes. Tereré, yeah. Yerba mate is the first like the first product that they drink before tea.
So let's talk about your schoolmates in the US. They did drink iced tea.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think it would take to get, you know, a younger generation more interested in tea in general? I mean, okay, they might drink an iced tea, but in general, as an industry, we talk about how do we get more people to drink tea, and it's about that younger generation, right? How can we be more fun for them? I don't know.
I think people needs to know all the benefits for the body that tea brings when you drink. I think that's the key, because nowadays everyone being fit or being healthy is really big for young people, and I think that if we can show more that tea is really good for our body,
Yeah.
I think that's the key.
Yeah. I was talking with somebody earlier about this, and, you know, they said the same thing, you know, health is so important. And I said, it is. And we talk about tea and health all the time. But I think that as an industry, we need to adjust the type of health benefits that we talk about, because in the past, we've always talked about it's good for your heart, it's good for your bones. Well, I don't think you care about heart and bones right now at your age.
Exactly.
Which is good. That's a good thing. But you care about energy, you care about hydration, you care about you know, mental health,
Being active,
being active. Yeah.
So I think tea brings a lot of benefits, and we have to show more that.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about El Vasco and the work that you do. So I know that you know, you value as a company so much sustainability and the work that you do. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yes. Well, here we are constantly striving in order to improve being sustainable and sustainability. We also have a big property that is dedicated only to sustainability, where we have native forest. We have like a small lake that we don't exploit, we don't touch, in order to do our little part of the environment and to take care of the environment that we work, that we live on, and also its people. We help all the rural schools that, for example, the sons of our colonos attend. So we give to the schools, we give breakfast, we give food. And also here in Argentina, the government is really strict in being with the environment and in being sustainable. If you don't follow rules, you can get really big loans and a lot of penalties. Also, last year we did a environmental impact study from our factories, and we obtained really good results. So we're really happy about that. That we keep doing a lot of things and investing and growing, but we also take care about the environment. And I think that's really important.
What do you worry about most when it comes to these issues? The sustainability issues. Or do you? Maybe you don't worry about anything.
Actually, here, how we live in Misiones and how the government pushes and everything, there's not something that we really worry about it. I think that we're doing well, actually. We take care about as I said, the native forest we cannot touch.
Yeah.
You need permission to touch the native trees. So I think we're doing a good job as a population.
I would say that you are, based on what I saw.
Yes.
And I hope the answer to this question is yes, Unai, because you are the next energetic generation for this industry. Are you optimistic about the future of tea?
Well, tea is one of the beverage that is the most popular beverage in the US. One of the most popular beverage, and we sell 95% of our product to the US. So we're really looking and paying attention in what happens there. But yeah, it's what we do. We've been doing this for 50 years. We don't do anything else. We keep investing, we keep growing, we keep working in order to have the better product, the better quality, and being efficient. So I think that also tea, and we know that, as I said, what tea brings to the body. So I think that people will keep drinking tea, and we'll keep doing it.
So you are optimistic. You have to
Yes.
be.
Yes.
You have to be. You, your brother, your cousins, you are driving
We are.
forward the future of tea.
Yes.
And with innovation and excitement. What does
Exactly.
International Tea Day mean to you?
I think it's a good day to remember my grandfather, the first generation, how we started, all the effort that he put on the company, where are we standing now, and also what are the goals to the future and more generations to come. So it's a good day to remember and to see all that.
You're the first person to honor their previous generations. Did you know that?
Really?
Yes, I'm
Nice.
serious. You're the first person today to say that. So good for you.
Thank you.
No, good for you. Good for you. Okay, monsieur. You know that nobody leaves my virtual sofa without answering.
I know.
You know, they told
Because
you.
I saw the interview, the last interview.
You saw the last. Oh, okay. So you didn't know before. The only person, as I said, who should have been surprised by this was my very first guest in 2020. Will Battle. His face kind of went, oh, okay. It was the first, anyways. So your question, my friend, is if you could have any talent in the world, what would it be?
Well, to go backwards and to the future, like to travel in time.
Oh, a time traveler.
Yes.
Okay, well,
I think that's a good one. That's a good one, or not?
That is a really good one. I've had people say like rock star, guitar player, okay, time travel is a good one. So now I have to ask the next obvious question. What would you do with that?
I think I'll go to the future and to see what I did wrong to fix it on the present.
Okay, and the past?
And I'll go to the past to fix some things also.
To fix, okay, all right. To fix mistakes. That's a good, all right. If I could grant you a wish, I would grant it to you because you would obviously use it for good. On the other hand, would go to the future to get the lottery numbers so that.
That's a good one.
Dear Unai,
I don't have a cup here. I'm not drinking
God,
tea
how come
right
you
now.
not have a cup there?
Because it's already like 6:30 here, so I had a tea at 5.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Then you should have a cocktail in your hand.
I know.
I know. That's okay. I will raise my cup to you. Happy International Tea Day to you and your entire family. Please give my love to your mother.
Thank you.
And your uncle and your brother and your father and your cousins, everybody.
Perfect. Thank you,
And thank you. And I thank you all for what you do, because without the tea that you make, the US industry would have 0 iced tea inside of their bottles. And everybody needs to understand how important the work it is that you do. Also, let everybody know I'm coming to Argentina again this year.
Perfect. We wait for you here.
November. I'll let you know.
Of course.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Sharon. Bye-bye.
Happy International Tea Day. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay. Who do I have? Oh, hang on. I have to do something before I bring on my next guest. And what am I going to do is I'm going to, on the topic of sustainability, show you a little video that we did in 2023.
In a world where climate change is a top priority, we must all act in order to protect the future of tea. From bush to cup, the industry works on countless initiatives towards the protection of our environment, our people, and the climate. Tea has been enjoyed for over 5,000 years. It's our responsibility to protect it for generations to come.
Hey,
Good evening, almost evening.
we'll say it's evening. How are you?
How has your marathon been?
Delightful.
Yes,
How's
I'm
your day
sure.
been?
Eventful.
Oh dear.
Yeah, no, I've been drinking enormous amounts of gallons and gallons of tea today for work. So, but it's been a good day.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
drinking gallons of tea can't possibly be a bad day.
Yes, and I'm just finishing off my last cup before the evening begins.
So, everybody knows you. Do I have to introduce you?
No.
Let's do it anyways, just for fun.
Okay,
I'm just gonna say you're Kevin Gascoigne.
that'll do.
You're not getting a long bio, my love. You are co-owner of Camellia sinensis in Montreal and Quebec City.
Mhm.
And you the co-owner of the tea studio in the
That's
Nilgiris
correct.
in India.
That's right. Yes.
So, tell us tell everybody about your tea story. I don't think everybody really understands how you got into tea.
I was a tea drinker from not long after birth, having grown up in Yorkshire. I got geeky about it in my teenage years, and I got obsessive about it when I first went backpacking in India when I was 19 or 20. And then one thing led to another, downward spiral into having a tea company here in Canada, and managing to have pulled it off where I buy and now produce tea in India every year. And then I spend the rest of my time selling tea to my enthusiastic clients, which is just, it's kind of a dream come true.
You have a tough life, my friend.
It's tough, yes.
It is tough, but you know what? Somebody's got to do it. So, you just got back from India because, as you just said, you do your annual pilgrimage. You missed.
That's right.
You missed 2 years during COVID. Is that right?
I missed 2 years in 35. Otherwise, I've been there for a month or more every year since I was a very small child, obviously. Yes.
Very small child, practically in the
So I was there for two reasons. One is my main reason is as a taster buyer, because I do all the Indian, Sri Lankan, Himalayan, and African buying for the company. My 3 partners cover the other regions, doing the same thing I do. And then I had to be down at the tea studio to make tea and, you know, annoy the people that work there.
I doubt that very much that you were annoying them. Okay, so let's start with the burning question on my mind, and quite frankly, it should be on everybody's mind. Tell us about First Flush this year. What are we expecting?
First Flush was a little better than the last couple of years. The last couple of years have been very, very dry up in the Himalayas. And what that means is that when you taste, it doesn't mean there aren't some good batches. There were some spectacular batches. There's always a few that sneak through the cracks of whatever's happening. But when you taste a lot of the teas that were made in the First Flush, you get a general idea of how the gardens are reacting to whatever's going on climate-wise. And the last couple of years, 3 years really, it's been too dry, and the cups are a little on the bitey side, a little bit slaky. They haven't had enough moisture for that late stimulation just before the pluck, that the new shoots that come out are juicy and drawing up all the nice aromatic chemistry that's all been collecting in the sap over the winter.
Right.
So this year was better. We had a week of rain just before the harvest. It was, to be super critical, it was a little solid rain. We could have done with some sun in between to have a great year. But overall quality-wise, the quality was up. And overall yield-wise, because there's 2 things to consider. I'm like obsessed with the quality, obviously. But there's also the health of the socioeconomic health of the region. It's very much depending on the quantity that they produce.
Sure.
So this year was better for that after a couple of quite bad years. Yeah. So that's Himalayas. Down south, there's still a horrible drought, and we're not getting any leaf at all. It's unprecedented. We've never seen it before.
Wow.
Yeah.
So is there any one tea that you're really excited about this year from the Himalayas?
There are a couple of
Usually have some favorites.
I have a garden that is just knocking things out of the park at the moment, called Siok, and it's one of the tea promoter gardens. And they're just I had three different seasons of their teas last year. And everything seems to be aligning from them between what's happening in the garden, the age of the plants, the microclimate in the valley that they're in, all turning up with the right goods, and then doing the right thing with it once it gets to the manufacture. The chance of the garden, the choice of the tea maker, all just lining up to make some superb, really, really great teas. So that's up in the Himalayas. And then I've also got a small garden in Meghalaya that I've been working with for quite a long time now. And in recent years, I'd say the last 2 or 3 years, they too have been knocking it out of the park. Darjeeling plants, different earth and different rain patterns. They're south of Assam, just north of Bangladesh. And yeah, one garden up there, pretty high altitude, similar altitude to most of the Darjeeling gardens.
Yeah.
But making, I would say, Darjeeling structure with different flavor groups than we have up in the Himalayas. So it's like recognizably Darjeeling plants, but with different aromatics. Really very exciting. Yes.
Yeah, interesting. Now let's go back to the Nilgiris. This is Abby. This is my mother's dog.
Hello, Abby.
Been visiting with us today.
Yeah.
And who needs to come give me kisses every now and then.
Before we carry on,
Yes.
You've had a really long day. Why don't you get a drink and we can have a drink? Cheers. You must be ready for a little sip. I mixed a gin and tonic before I came on air.
That's why I played the sustainability video while I went to fill up my glass.
It was in the script. Yeah.
Yes. So you said south is dry and you're not getting tea. What does that mean for the studio?
Well, it means it's going to be a tough year because it's a strange little system that we have set up. The studio is a bought leaf factory, so we buy leaf from the small growers that are in the valley around us. We buy as much as we need, ideally, and they bring it in and we give them a good price if they give us a good pluck of leaf. So very nice system. We've got all that working. We've been producing since 2017, so we're not far from 10 years producing now. All working smooth and nice. And then the way it works for us, we are now 4 tea companies that own the tea studio. So we don't produce unless we make orders.
Okay.
So there's no wasted tea.
Right.
It's one of the parts of our sort of manifesto. It's one of the part of the environmental manifesto that we put together when we designed the studio as a sort of innovative new version of tea making. But so we've made orders, but we can't really fulfill the orders at the moment. So we're in a delay back order, even though it's the partners that are making the orders. We're in this sort of a bit of a delay of back order, waiting for the leaf to come in so that we can produce the tea that we need for our own markets.
Wow. So you had, how old is the studio now?
We started doing the paperwork in 2015. Mm-hmm. We sort of solidified the project as far as intellectually. And then the machines started rolling in 2017.
You had your business in Canada for how long?
Since 1998.
Okay. So you were buying and in, the B2C business for a very long time.
For a very long time.
Yeah. Before you became a producer.
That's correct. Well, we did B2C and then we did B2C internet, and now we do a lot of B2B.
Yes.
Because our skill set really developed around buying and tasting.
Yes.
So we opened a few stores at the beginning, and then we realized that if we were going to do a chain, that would be our focus. We would be doing training programs, human resources, and administration, basically.
Yeah.
So that isn't where we wanted to go. We wanted to continue doing the buying. So we developed a wholesale program. And then we had this opportunity through doing consulting in India and other countries, and working with my friend Indy Khanna, who's been on the summit at least once.
Yes.
And his daughter Muskan, who runs the tea studio, who's also been on. So then we put together this idea, and then we built the studio, and it's kind of it's a side project. It's a small amount of the tea that we sell, but for a gang of tea geeks to have a place where we can produce our own tea, it's like a dream come true. It's very exciting. Yeah.
So, but you're in a unique position because you are not only a producer and truly experiencing a producer. This is a different dog now. You're not only experiencing, the difficulty of what a producer goes to on the one hand, but you are in a unique position to be able to communicate that firsthand to an actual customer.
Exactly. And for me, the whole joy of our business in the first place was this beautiful connection between knowing the producers. So now I've been going for, I've been going since the end of the 80s to the Himalayas now. So I've got people there that I deal with in the office that I held when they were babies. So, and
you're dating
I've got
yourself, Kevin.
I know. I need carbon dating for me.
Yeah.
So I've got this beautiful setup over there with all these lovely people, and see them every year. And we've got this great, beautiful respect for what they do. And they feel that, and I feel that, and it becomes all based on our friendships, and they save me the good leaf, and all that's developed so nicely. And then the joy of it is that I still get to hang out in the store and have people come in for the very first time and tell them the story, and it never gets old. It's still exciting to tell. There's still fresh stuff to talk about.
Always.
And so that it's such I'm so just so lucky in that way that I have this beautiful gift that I can get the tea and then I can pass it on to our public. And it's such a nice thing that's happened. Yeah.
But with the tea studio, you've gone one step further, because you're not just working with a producer, you are a producer.
Yes.
Right.
So all those little details of daily nuisance that we have in any business, I get to live all of those, but I also, get that pride that comes with it. It didn't come at the beginning,
right?
Now at the beginning it was really complicated because we were famous for really good tea. And we were making tea that wasn't that great at the beginning, because it takes a long time to work it out and recalibrate, even if you've got a lot of experts on the team.
Sure.
And we had a lot of experts from around the world working with us. But even then, you have to recalibrate to the leaf. You've got to recalibrate the machines. You've got to change a standard form of manufacture. And then just like when you're infusing tea, you've got to change the parameters to your situation. So there was a lot of that to do. So that was actually a good exercise in humility at the beginning, because we were having to say, this is our tea. It's not very good yet, but but we're working on it. And why not join us on the journey? And then you can taste it as it improves, as we work out how to do this better. So that was a good exercise in humility at the time.
Yeah, but also honesty, I think, for you, right? I mean, you were honest about it from the start with people. And the other, I think, really beautiful thing about what you do at the studio is that the studio is run by women.
Yes, all run by women. Yeah.
All run by women, which is highly unusual.
It is. You travel around all over the world. I'm sure you don't see that very often.
At all? No, not at all.
Not at all.
Ever.
Right. Yes.
Ever.
So apart from the place functioning with a different flavor, with a feminine flavor, apart from that, that's really nice, because the region that we're in, which is rural and tribal, the women of the region, they don't have a lot of opportunity.
Right.
They're not usually in our area. The families will educate the eldest son and might not have enough money to educate any of the girls. Mm-hmm. They might be also. Sorry, I've got some people coming. So they might not be able to educate the women, the daughters, and also there's kind of this situation where the youngest daughter or the oldest daughters, they get married off quite young.
Right.
And there's still, even though the dowry system's been outlawed officially, they still have this kind of dowry system in operation in these areas. So a lot of the women, they find themselves getting married off and then living with the husband's family. So this, if they're earning money, it gives them an opportunity to live with their own families for a bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's another nice part of it. We tried at the beginning to put into place extra opportunities, like we were offering them courses in hairdressing or economics or things like this. But none of them wanted to do it. They all really liked the job and they wanted to stay. So that didn't really work. I mean, it's good. We're not complaining. It's nice. And in place of that, we thought we would have like quite a few people coming through, quite a bit of a turnover.
Right, and you don't.
But instead, they attached themselves to the place. They became very excited about what was happening. And they really started, I'm just going to close the door because I can hear the conversation. They got really excited about the tea making.
Okay.
So instead of us like bringing them in, giving them some opportunities and sending them out, that didn't happen. Instead, they started really tuning into feeling the leaf, making the decision to move it to the next machine, and then the next day tasting the tea that they made and making that connection between that sensitive decision-making process, the artisanal decision-making process, and they became tea makers.
That's amazing.
Which we expected to have one tea maker and a load of helpers, but instead they all, well, not all of them. We've still got a few that haven't engaged that much or are a bit shy or so on, but a lot of them did this, and so that was something we weren't expecting, which is kind of beautiful in itself.
That is a really beautiful thing, because you've given them not only a vocation but a skill, and more than anything else, I know I've heard you use this word before, pride. Pride in their job.
I know. And pride, but also a purpose, you know.
Yes.
I think it's we're getting to a point where it's not acceptable anywhere just to do schlepping for other people.
Yeah. And that's okay. Yeah,
it's really good if you can find a place where you feel that you're making a difference, that you feel that you are appreciated and being respected, and it's great if we can have a little microcosm of that happening for people, and that they feel pride that they're an important part of the team, and they feel like they're making a difference, which they 100% are. And that we, at that point, we all have a feeling that we're working alongside each other instead of having a hierarchy, which is, it's kind of sweet, you know?
Yeah. Well, and obviously you're succeeding at that, which is why you don't have the turnover that you thought you would have. So
yes, I know. Well, it's just what we expected.
No, I totally get that.
Even the guys that bring the leaf at the beginning, because they usually pluck, low-grade leaf for the CTC factories, because the CTC process can take out anything. You can take out stems or grass that you stuffed in the bag to make it heavier, or all those kind of things. The CTC process has got all that built in to remove all those impurities that aren't tea. But when you're making whole leaf like we are, we have to have good leaf at the beginning. So we're really fussy about the leaf, but we pay a lot more for it. So when we get at the beginning, we had these guys that just plucking the regular leaf, down the stem. So as everybody that's watching knows, that the bud and the first two leaves are really where it's at for if we're making quality. And the further we go down, the more coarse the tea is going to be. So in this case, we're really, because we're working with a Samica as well, really need to be right at the top of the stem. Bud, one leaf is perfect.
That's it.
A second leaf now and again, but not all that. So at the beginning, they would just like pluck their usual thing and break it in half and try and sell it to us. But having been sent away and having built up this process and having seen the rewards and having started to clock into this idea that we need those leaves because we're making quality, they've started to feel like they're part of the process. So they're coming in saying, look at this leaf, best leaf you're going to get in this valley, and almost to the point that they're competitive with each other. So that has become, obviously, we can't do it without them, and so on. You know, it's
again pride and
arrangement,
purpose, right?
but again, pride
and
purpose,
purpose, yeah,
and feel like you're something that's happening. You know?
Yeah. We've been talking today about, as you know, farmed with care, and you know, how do you communicate what happens before the brew to a consumer, and value and all the rest of that, and how do we increase the value of tea? And I'm not really going to ask you this question because you're already doing it at Camellia sinensis, right? You know, very much the same way as I just said to Darren, who was on from Smith Tea Maker. Companies like yours, companies like Smith Tea Maker, and there are others, many others within that sort of realm as well. Yeah, many others have shown that consumers will pay more for tea.
Oh yeah.
12 cents is not their threshold.
No.
It's not, trust me.
And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't
well,
be.
No, it of course it shouldn't be. But that's the reality of what's on the supermarket shelf, right? And
yes,
and
it is.
You and I both know that the majority of the time that's not even what it sells at, because most of those teas go on sale and discounts.
They go on sale.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, you know, how do we find this? And I'm going to use the word middle, even though it's not even middle. How do we, you know, I'm not suggesting that the majority of the tea that is produced in the world needs, you know, goes to a certain portion of the market, and that is needed. So I'm not suggesting that, you know, the entire industry gets pushed up to, you know, the value of the tea that you're selling.
It can't happen. No.
It can't happen, and it shouldn't happen.
It can't.
Well, that's not sustainable more than anything else.
It isn't,
but
no.
How do we get from 12 cents to 24 cents or 36 cents or 48 cents or, I mean, dare I say 96 cents?
Yes, I don't know. I mean, I think in some regions, I don't, you know, it's the question that we're all dealing with. I deal a lot with Darjeeling. Darjeeling's really struggling. 90% of the gardens are producing below cost of production.
Yep.
So below cost of production means that I'm not paying for everything.
Yeah.
But I've got 600 workers and I have to pay them next week.
Yeah.
So I'll take what you give me because I need some money, but it's obviously everything, all the coffers are decreasing. The quality will decrease because quality always comes from the luxury of having a little extra time to make a decision, an extra person to make a decision, and so on.
Yeah.
All quality comes from putting more into the process. So if we care about drinking tea, if we feel that we're tea drinkers, if we feel that tea is important in our life, we really need to know that the whole thing is going to collapse if we don't pay more for our tea. Mm-hmm. There's no other way around it. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And even on all levels, in supermarket tea and in high-end tea, if we don't start paying more for the tea, the whole thing is going to collapse. Mm-hmm, I work in high-end Darjeeling, like I buy the high-end Darjeelings of Darjeeling, which is kind of one of the high-end teas around the planet. And they're all so it's meaning that it's whole leaf, and people are paying a high price for 50 grams of that tea or a packet of that tea.
Yeah.
But it's still not enough. We need to have something that lines up. If we have respect for the people that make this beautiful magical product for us. You know, the tea, the partner plant of people that soothes our bodies, that improves our day and improves our life. If we don't get real about the people that make this stuff for us, there's just no way it's going to survive. We won't be drinking tea because all those areas will switch to another crop. All those big companies that were making tons of money out of it will sell all their gardens, do something else with their money, invest in other things, and those gardens will no longer be part of the process. The quality will go down, and eventually they'll all just go back to making crops for the local market. So we don't have a choice, really. If we want to continue drinking this magic leaf, then we really have to start paying more for it.
I think what you know, I struggle with is how do we bridge that divide, right? Because we're not talking about huge amounts of money. I've said this a few times today, right? We're not talking about saying, okay, Joe Public, you need to now pay $50 for your 50, pack of 50 tea bags. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about incrementally small changes that would make enormous changes on the other end of that supply chain. And I don't know how to bridge that gap. I don't know how do we do that.
For a product that is already one of the cheapest things on our grocery list.
That's it.
For a clientele that are already comfortable paying more for salt, olive oil, flour, the grocery store budgets of other products that people have in their cupboards, they've already made those upgrades.
Have I told you my onion story? Do you know my onion story?
Tell me.
Okay, so it's not very exciting, but I was doing my online grocery shopping, and I went to put an onion into my cart, and I saw it was something like, I don't know, $7 or something crazy. It was for a regular, normal white onion. It wasn't even some special onion. And I paused and I said, okay, I need to go take a look at what a box of tea costs right now. Same supermarket. A single onion that came out of the ground. All packaged up already. All done. With no overwrap, no nothing. Costs more than a box of 50 tea bags.
Where's the sense?
Well, there is none.
In people's mind, that's how it should be.
That's the problem.
But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that.
That's the problem.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, and there's a fundamental disconnect with, for customers, consumers, when we're being told, sustainable, environmentally friendly, carbon neutral, carbon positive, carbon, pay better, don't do deforestation, blah, 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 blah. The list goes on, and organic and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And here's 12 cents.
Yes, I know.
I don't know how we can even have these conversations. And I have to say that I find it personally, I find it astonishing that that at the North American Tea Conference, we do sustainability awards every year, and we've got these great projects that everybody submits. And every single year I look at these projects and I ask myself, I've never said it out loud, but I always say, how does this happen when I know what is happening on this end?
I know.
How does this get paid for?
Yes.
And it's wrong. It's just wrong on so many levels.
Yes. And, so many projects, like a little money's been put there just so that we can, feel better.
Yeah.
And we've been through the years. I mean, I was involved in fair trade back in the 90s. I wrote the contract for Canada, the tea fair trade contract for Canada. I had the first license of import. So I've been through all the fair trade stuff, and it's got a lot of complications, both on the end of the garden side, but on the retail side, I can guarantee, I know through decades of experience that people won't buy tea for philosophy. They'll buy organic because that's going directly into their body, but they won't put extra money into products they buy, not in general, maybe a few will, but not many overall, just to make things better. But this is kind of a question of survival.
It is.
It's kind of a question of survival for the industry, really, because, you know, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom about it, but I see how much things cost as a producer now. I see exactly how much all those little things cost. And I've got a really good idea of all the financial mechanics from the pluck all the way down to the client. And I know for sure that these industrial brands, that's not going to last. You won't be having any tea if you don't play the game. And yes, you're encouraging bad systems, but we have to work on it. We have to bring the prices up, everybody.
Yeah, we have to get real about it. I totally agree.
I know we're all preaching to the converted, but
well, I know. Okay, my friend, we have to end on something positive. We can't possibly.
Yes. No, that was a bit gloomy. Sorry about that.
It was a bit gloomy. I mean, it was real. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for real. You know that. But we cannot end because you are my final guest, as you know.
Right. The best till last.
I couldn't imagine ending International Tea Day with anybody but you. So it had to be you.
Okay, but you're not going to ask me one of those horrible questions, are you?
I am going to ask you one of these horrible questions, but no. Before I ask you one of these delightful questions, these delightfully insight, I've gotten to know things about people today that, anyways, we
That's
have
what
to
I'm worried about. Yeah.
Aw, come on. What else could I possibly learn? But before we get to this, we have to end on a positive about the industry.
Yes.
We really do.
Yes.
So tell me,
what a beautiful industry.
Tell me something. I know it's a beautiful industry, but more. I want more.
Okay.
More.
Yes.
Tell me. What inspires you about this industry?
I think there's kind of a belief in some of the tribes in Laos and around that area that every species has a partner plant. So, a little bit like having a totem.
Okay.
A totem animal. It's kind of that idea.
Yeah.
But every species of animal has a partner plant, and a lot of them, they use a certain plant for this or a certain plant for that, and so on and so on. I don't think you could name another plant that has so many health benefits for the human body. It's the Flintstones vitamin of plants for the human body. It doesn't have the most of this and the most of that and the most of this, if you're looking for that particularly. But if you need an overall tonic, tea's got you there.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have another plant that puts us in this beautiful state of soothing and stimulation at the same time. Mm-hmm. Lively mind, relaxed body. Mm-hmm. We don't have another plant that does that. We have other plants that stimulate our mind. We have other plants that calm us down, but they don't put us in this beautiful state of cruise control that we can get when we drink tea.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for me and for these tribals that I'm talking about, there isn't really a question as to what our partner plant is. For me, it's obvious that there's nothing else that fulfills all the criteria of short-term and long-term beauty than tea. There's no question. And that's why it's been around for 5,000 years.
That's why I ended International Tea Day with you.
Not the question.
Of course the question.
Give me a good one.
Has to be a positive one. Can't be. Who's your favorite hero of fiction?
Fiction. Oh my God. Hero of fiction. I would say. Oh, that's a good one. I've got all sorts of weird ones rushing through my mind, and they're not really my favorites. Maybe oh, I've got so many in my head, I can't think. I know it's taken too long. Let me think, because I read a lot, so I've got a lot of stuff going through my head at the moment. Maybe. Yes.
Gosh, I've never stumped somebody with a Proust
Yeah,
question
you stumped me
before.
because I do read a lot. The one I'm thinking of is a really weird one. And it's the main character in, I don't know why he came to mind. It's a very human character with human responses and a very regular attitude towards life, dealing with what comes his way.
Yeah.
And I can't remember his name, but he's the main character in Joseph Conrad's Outcast of the Islands.
Okay.
And I can't remember his name, the character.
All right.
But
well,
yeah,
somebody's
great
gonna
book
have
if
to
you
look it
haven't
up
read
and
it.
tell. Okay, I haven't, so I will.
I'll have to look it up to tell you the name. Sorry, it's
and I
not
will
a
have to
more
read the book.
obvious one, but that's the one that's coming to mind. It's a guy who has an existential crisis. So, but you follow it so beautifully through his process, because Joseph Conrad's such a good writer. Anyway.
Dear Kevin, thank you for joining me on.
What a pleasure. I'm really glad I got to bookend. That's very nice.
You did. You did.
Yeah. And I just have to say,
yes,
what an incredible thing the Sofa Summit is, first of all. What an incredible job you do hosting it. I can't believe that you've been up since 8 o'clock this morning. And also I'd like to raise a glass to the incredible work you do as the president of 2 tea associations. I think that's definitely worth a big cheers.
You're sweet. I thank you, Kevin. Really, I do. I have a love for this industry, and I have a love for it because of people like you, people like Maria, and everybody else who is sort of in this room right now.
What a guest list today.
I'd have to scroll and see, but we've had Kenya on today, and Sri Lanka,
Amazing
and India,
guest
and
list.
Argentina,
Yeah.
and all over. So it's been an absolute delight. It's the people
Fantastic.
that make this industry special. So
That's it.
cheers to you, my
And that's
friend.
us.
Happy International Tea Day. It is.
Yes.
Cheers.
Cheers to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Ciao.
Bye. All righty. We're almost done, ladies and gents. Almost. So with that, I wrap up another International Tea Day and another SOFA Summit. And I say thank you to each and every one of my guests. I say thank you to those of you that have been online with me for such a long time. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have been reading your comments. I was hoping that we would get Aunt Sonia on, but we didn't. Maybe we'll, I don't know, maybe Aunt Sonia will rewatch at some point and we'll do something with her and her, the group that she was watching with. Anyways, I truly have, you've all heard me say this before. I am truly privileged and honored to work in this industry. I am truly privileged and honored to get to know the people that I get to know, go to the places that I get to go. And I will say that, there are challenges in this industry, as there are with every industry. And sometimes we are paralyzed by not knowing what we can do because we feel little within, the great scope of things that need to be done. But I will always leave you with the words of Edward Everett Hale. I am only one, but I am one. I cannot do everything, but I can do something. And I will not let what I cannot do interfere with what I can do. And I hope that you all remember that as you are out on your tea journey. Remember the stories of the producers that you heard today, saw today, and cheers and happy International Tea Day to you all. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Cheers.
Happy International Tea Day.
Cheers to all the people that make tea possible.
I raise my cup to the lives behind the leaves.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Wishing everybody a happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Kanpai.
Here's to a proper brew.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day from Metropolitan Tea.
Cheers!
Happy International Tea Day.
Cheers and happy International Tea Day. Cheers.
Thank you for tea.
Happy International Tea Day. Cheers to those in the tea fields and factories.
Happy International Tea Days from Hokusan Tea, Canada.
Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Cheers and happy International Tea Day.
To the young tea farmers who are willing to take on the trade.
Happy International Tea Day. Cheers to the beverage of life.
Happy International Tea Day. And here's to everything involved in tea before the brew.